Hello, 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 hello.
But I think people are not there, right? People are not there. It doesn't matter. There's one person there.
Hello, hello. Audio. ऑडियो वाली चेक कर लो आप भी एक बार चेक कर लो
बेटा चेक कैसे करोगे इंटरनल पे तो आएगी ना
Hello, hello, hello. Some call him the healer of the mind. Some call him the truth speaker. Many call him motivational speaker, positive influencer, mentor, guru, or brother. His reply is, I'm none of them, just a normal guy like you all, but on a mission to make people understand that life is all positive and negativity doesn't exist. He's on a mission to make positivity free and does all his sessions as a giving back to the community. The next question you would ask, why free? It is just his way of thanking God. He is the founder of LIAP, Life is All Positive Foundation, with over 500,000 members in his social media community and over 11,000 plus members in his Life is All Positive WhatsApp group. He has become a community to make people realize their inborn positivity. Over 20 years of work experience in marketing, sales, engineering, and psychology gives him wide-spanning expertise to draw from. He has completed a Bachelor of Science from USA, MBA from Birla Institute of Technology, India, and then MSc in Business Psychology from the UK. Please welcome Mr. Deek Parasani.
Just 1 second. Check, you can hear me. Okay, good. How many of you know me? I think I'm all fresh face to most of you. I think there's a lot of people standing outside actually. If you can bring them all in, it'll be great, but not a problem. I'm a person who believes I'm a non-doctor talk. This is going to be, right? Non-medical talk. Because however high we go on profession, however high we go on doing whatever we are doing, what I truly believe is if your true self is not positive, whatever profession you do, it will always bother you in some way or the other. So I'm here to show you how you can balance work and life, how you can see different issues or different lives, problems, and how to figure that out, right? Most of my session is a question and answer. Everyone can come down rather than sitting back, and I can see you, more fun. There'll be more fun and more interactive, right? I don't know, how many of you know me from this small group? Just one person? Okay, good. That's great. So if there's a bigger people, there'll be more fun. But anyways, let's just do that way. I'm a person who believes that life is all positive. Negativity doesn't exist. Frustration, anger, depression, all these things are created stuffs. That's what I believe in. In general, if you look at it, when we are all born as babies, we were all positive once upon a time. But then with time, we tend to change. With time, we become adults. With time, we tend to bring on all the frustration, stress, and say that I'm an adult. I'm a person who believes that life is all positive. You're born positive. Why don't you live positively, and why don't you die as positively? That's what I truly believe in. Most of my sessions are question-answer sessions. Right? That's what I was saying. If I don't have audience, I'm thinking what to do here, right? So most of my sessions is a question-answer session. You can ask me any question from birth to death. right? That's what I say. Any questions? Whatever's bothering you, irritating you, profession-wise, work-wise, whatever it is you're looking for, you can ask. Now, there's different ways you can ask me a question, right? One is you can ask a topic-based, which is you can say, I have anger problem, right? It's anger. Or, what do you think of depression? Or what do you, how do you speak on stage? I have public speaking issues. So that's topic-based you can ask me. Because at the end of the day, when you become future doctors, you will have to come and talk on stage. And when you can't do that, that affects your profession, right? So what I tell people is it's not all about profession which you're focused on. When the foundation and your core is very strong, whichever profession you are in, you will do well. But most people get so busy in the profession, forgetting the core problems which they have, that leads to various mental issues, health issues, and various factors which builds upon. So one is topic-based. Second base you can ask me is a personal question, which is, I have this issue, or I have this problem, I don't know how to fix my career, I don't know how to fix my relationships, or whatever it is that you're having an issue with. The third way is the best way to ask, which is basically saying that my friend has this problem. Don't tell it's your problem. So I don't know that is your problem, right? So you can ask me that way so that you can, so that none of you are disclosing what's your name or what's your thing. We're just having, okay, let's talk a general problem which is happening around the world. So that's the three ways to ask me a question. I can directly go into a question, or I can tell my story and get on with it, so you get pumped up to see what I'm up to. But what I tell people is you don't need to know me, because knowing me is never going to change your life, right? I have a session right now. I have a session in the afternoon also, and tomorrow also I have a session. After my session, if you want to talk personally also, you can have a personal conversation. But don't leave it personally. But what I really want is use it so that your question can benefit many other people. Your questions can help many other people in some form so that they can answer. So any questions about life you want to talk about? Profession, work, what is actually irritating you and bothering you? You just have to raise and ask me a question. I will reply in some form or the other. Other reason why people ask me is that, why do I go question answers? What I truly believe is, if you have the power to ask your problems or your issues to this world, you'll be much more beneficial and much more having edge compared to others. Now, if you want a promotion, you have to ask. If you want to get married to a girl or a boy who you want to get married to, you have to ask. If whatever it is, if you don't ask, most of the mental issues and most of even your growth is not coming because somewhere around you're not asking. And when you're not asking, you lose it all. So my main intention for all my session is to get you asking, so that way, somewhere around, at least here you took a chance to talk it on, and then that would lead you to ask further questions in future. Questions? Or you want me a topic? What is bothering you and irritating you is what I really want to know. Like public speaking, or fear, anger, anything what is that which is bothering you, you ask. Only if you ask, I'm going to talk. Or else I'm just going to stand and talk, stay here, let's see what happens. The reason why is, if you only know what your problems are, I don't know. It's an opportunity for you to clarify that problem with me, and it's an open option I'm giving you to ask me any questions. I've done sessions to 5th grade students, to 60-year-old group of ladies. I've done sessions for doctors, I've done for police. Like 1 month ago, I did a session for CAPT, which is Central Academy of Police Training. I did a sessions for them also. So for me, age is not a problem. Which profession you're coming from is not a problem. So feel free to ask. The more you trigger me, the more interesting it will go, or else I'll keep bothering you. You know how boring this talk is. It's going to be very boring if you don't ask me questions. But your problem is your problem. Only you know about it. And I'm here to give you that answers for it. Question? You already, yes, go ahead. How to tackle nervousness? Nervousness, and when do you get nervousness? Speaking on stage? You never spoke on stage? Inside you get a bit. Is there anyone who never spoke on stage? Is there anyone who never spoke on stage? Everyone has spoken on stage? Or someone really shivers when speaking on stage? Nobody? Everyone spoke on stage? What I believe is I can make you a speaker in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, I can make you a speaker. Anyways, you come on stage. Come on. Let me make you a speaker in 5 minutes. So, I can rob this chair, I hope. I can rob this chair, no? Can I get one chair if you don't mind? Hold on. Just excuse me, ma'am. Yeah, have a seat. Now, anyone else want to improve public speaking in 5 minutes? I'll make you a speaker in 5 minutes. Who never spoke on stage, I want, because then there's more fun. One more person I can take. Yes? Don't miss this opportunity, which you'll never forget in your life, where I'm going to make you a speaker in 5 minutes. Because all these public speaking training and public speaking stuff is all just a marketing thing, trying to put fear into your head that only special people can do it and only selected people can do public speaking. I've proved everyone wrong. In 5 minutes, I'm going to make you a speaker. Anyone else? One more? No? Yes or no? No, okay. That's your call. See, if you don't take your step, I can't do anything. I'm not here to force you to make a speaker. It's just an opportunity I'm giving you to do it, right? So, do I have a handle mic? Anyone here want to get into speaking? You all spoke, no? Yeah, you all spoke. Switch. Hello? Yeah, sure. So, what happens in public speaking? It is how you deal with the energy which people give you. That is basically public speaking if you really look at it. For example, now she's sitting here. I'm not going to look at her, but I'm going to tell you what all she's going to do even without looking at her. You have seen her when she came here. Directly what happens? She comes and she will either cross her hand or cross her leg or hold on to something. Why? There is an energy which now she's crossed her hand. You see that? Why? There is an energy coming from you people which she wants to block. So what? Some people you'll see holding that mic really strong. You've noticed that? Some people will be there holding your mic. You can see your life also. You would be also doing the same thing. So release your hand. Keep it on the side. Okay, fine. So now what I'm doing is the trick of any public speaking is getting accustomed to the crowd. Why accustomed to the crowd is, you will see all VIPs before they talk on stage, they are brought over here. That is to get accustomed to the crowd. The MCs have a hard time. They have to directly go and talk onto a bigger crowd. So that's what I tell most MCs, when the audience is coming, always peep and get exposure to the crowd. That's a different thing. When you get used to people, you can directly come and talk. But most people are always sit on stage, or sat on stage, or kept on stage so they get comfortable. Can you stand up? Now when she stands up, if she's not confident enough, again she'll either cross his hand like this, or cross the hand like that, or she'll hold on. Now the confidence has come. But most people, you will see they're putting the hand in the pocket, or covering their jacket. Why? When you are standing, things are changing here. When you're sitting, her hand came back. You see that? When you're sitting, now when I came down, so I'm also looking, right? So when you're sitting, the view is this way. So she will block it this way. When she stands, the view changes. So what happens? Again, cover. Cover it back, cover it hand. So that is one reason why people tend to cover. Next thing, can you go stand here? Different speeches, different areas of the stage have different energy levels. For example, if I'm standing here, not me, if any boy is standing here, if there's all girls over here, a different vibration will come. Or good friends, or people who you hate is there, different vibration. So what you need to do is different areas have a different wavelength. So if you're a speaker in future, or if you have a presentation to give, or if you have anything on stage, without anyone knowing, come and get exposed to the stage. Because if you don't get exposed to the stage, you're suddenly getting a new view. Now, for example, I never exposed this side of the stage. The lights are hitting me hard here. I never expect, so I can't see the audience. So that's a new experience which I'm getting. But since I'm accustomed to it, I'm getting used to it. But you would come here, bang on. Can you move to the other side? The bang on one will come. Why? It's a new surrounding. So every time, whenever you're speaking, make sure, have a chance to walk on stage, come on stage and do the talk. Got it? Now can you come here? Tell your name, your mother's name, your father's name, your profession, or something like that.
Okay. I'm Nidhi Kumari Mistry, and my father's name is Satyendra Mistry.
See, she brought her hand back. Really sit down, yeah.
Okay. And my mother's name is Bimla Mistry, and I'm in final year BDS. And that's
it. Yeah. Stand here and do the same thing.
Okay.
Now, why am I making her do this is because it's always easy to tell your story first. You'll see all great people, when they talk, I had this experience, I had that experience. They will all saying that because you are the best person who can tell your story. So make sure you get to that, right? So if you tell your story, it's easy. So now in future, you're going to give a presentation. I heard you have to give some presentation for papers, few of you. Start with your story. Oh, Cynodent, I came here, there was a lot of audience, thanks a lot for giving this opportunity. So what happens, you can sync with people rather than starting with your boring presentation or your interesting presentation right away. That's the other thing you got to be careful about. Can you come here? Do the same thing, but say, my name is this, my name is that, and look at the audience around. So you say, my name is this, my father's name is this, my mother's name is this, and there's nobody here, so can you do that?
My name is Nidhi Kumari Mistry, my father's name is Satyendra Mistry, and my mother's name is Bimla Mistry.
Good. Now what you do is do the same thing walking. My mother's name is this, my father's name is that, and then move your head around. Can you do that? Walk.
My name is Nidhi Kumari Mistry, my father's name is Satyendra Mistry, and my mother's name is Bimla Mistry.
What's the favorite thing you like to do? Anything favorite?
I like painting.
Go ahead, talk about painting.
Painting is something which relaxes me actually, and
see the beauty? When she started talking of the meaning, her hand also started working automatically. Yeah. So whenever you know the topic which you're talking about much more clearer, your confidence will. Go ahead, talk about painting.
And I used to paint more during my school times, which now I really don't get time when I'm in college. Like it's final year and it's really tough to get time. But still I do sketching and all sometimes.
Perfect. That's good. Perfect. Thanks a lot. Good. Feel comfortable now? No more nervousness? No. So that's what you're doing. When you're suddenly coming on a stage, the nervousness will come. When you're accustomed to the stage, nervousness. See, initially when you hear, it was like a little bit nervous. But you sat. You stood. You talked. Even she had difficulties telling her mother's name, father's name. But when artist drawing came, yeah, that's my favorite thing. Everything is cool and all. Go ahead, that's it. Perfect. Now give her a hand, please. Yeah, go ahead. You can sit down. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, perfect. See, if there was, there are people who never spoke on stage also, I got them and made them speak. So public speaking is the most simplest thing. You don't need to go for training and all that. But again, quickly overview of how to improve your public speaking or talking skills. Talk in front of a mirror. That's the first step you got to do. Because you visualize, now she's like, I'm done with the talk, So what you got to do is when you stand, first thing is talk in front of a mirror. When you talk in front of a mirror, you see how people see you. Most of the tension which is coming in your life is because you don't know how people are visualizing you. So once you start seeing and talking in front of a mirror, the confidence will start coming in. Second thing is go and talk in front of your father and mother if you have a good relationship. Because father and mother, again, you're casual. Then you get a very close set of friends and go and talk in front of them. That gives you also confidence. Then slowly increase the number. And slowly, that's how you become a speaker. It's easy. That's what I'm trying to see. Everything what you tell me is difficult. I will tell you how easy it is. And that's what I do. Questions? See, feel free to ask. Only then I can help you out. And if people, the thing is you don't utilize me, And some people say, no, when he's alone, I will go and talk. But then public speaking, now you're all very clear. Now you still have any public speaking issue, come now, I'll clear it right away. It is your call how my sessions are going to go. It's not my call, right? It's your call, because I can talk about any topic regardless, but her public speaking issue is fixed forever. That's what I believe in, as long as she keeps practicing what I've been telling her. Questions? Anger issues, depression, frustration, relationship issues, girlfriend, boyfriend, breakup, heartbreaks, future marriage issues. My parents are telling me to do something else. I don't know what to do. All these questions, I've heard enough questions in my life. And each one of you with a smile, whenever I put one topic, you are smiling, I know that is your question. But I'm not going to answer until you ask me. That is the problem with my talk. She asked about public speaking, she got the answer. What is the next question which is bothering you? I'll put you different topics also. Exam fear, right? Or, I feel I don't have self-confidence. Or you can go by profession-wise also. I don't know how to choose my career. I don't know what my future is. I don't know what's going to happen in my life. I don't know who I'm going to get married to. I want to get out of breakup. Whatever. See, 70% of the girls and boys who come to me came with a breakup issue. Right? Ask, so I can actually tell you. And it doesn't really matter who's asking for me. As I said, I've done for 60-year-old adults also. I've done to 5-year-old kids also. Questions? What is bothering now? Why are you not asking the question? Now I'll give you that answer. So because that will at least give you. When you stand up and ask, the whole world will look at you. Right? That time you'll be thinking, oh, how am I looking? Is my dress okay? What the girls will think? What the boys will think? All these thoughts will come, you'll sit. Second reason why you're not standing up and asking. There's another reason behind it, which is, what if I ask a wrong question or a dumb question? People will laugh at me. But if you get the answer by asking, don't you think you can laugh back at those same set of people? So I'm here to give you the power to laugh back at that same people, provided you ask. Why I'm pushing you to ask? Just so that at least you learn the art of asking, you can figure it out. Yes, ma'am. One second. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Okay. When is the right person to talk to? Now, this is a very personal question. Okay, good. No, it's a valid question. Yeah, go ahead. Right time. First of all, before even getting into relationships, make sure my parents will agree or not. Because most youth, what they do is they get into a relationship thinking that my parents will say yes. I've talked to many girls and boys. They tell me, I go into a relationship thinking that my parents will say yes. That is one, what we say, fantasy which many kids have. The other fantasy most kids have, or students have, or people have, is once I settle down, my parents will say okay. I'll tell you one thing very, very clear. I know I'm a little bit talking a political topic here. If the caste, religion, or some status have a major difference, 90% your parents are going to say no. That is the truth. Now, how much ever you can justify, my parents gave me whatever I asked for, I'm the only daughter. Girls have this excuse, I'm the only daughter, so everything my father gave. So boy also, he will say yes. Boy comes, forget it, parents are never, or girl comes, parents are never going to say yes. So, if you think you have a lover or a boy or whatever it is, see, I'll tell you something. Many people talk about concentration of exams, many people talk about professional life, all that. If you are having a love issue, no concentration studies, no concentration, everything's going to mess up there only. Because your biggest doubt is, will I get married to this guy or not? If you want to know if your parents are okay, as a joke, when you're sitting around the dining table, go and ask your mother or father, as a joke, Papa, if I marry a different religion guy, what is your point of view? Ask a joke. Many girls are smiling now, right? Ask a joke. And see how his face changes. There you have the answer. So before you even actually going into the relationship, before you even getting into it, make sure the religion caste is okay, because your chances are more. But we don't do that. We go, now many people ask me, why do youth actually get into relationship? Many people don't know why they get into relationship. What I believe is a gap filling. Gap filling in the sense means somewhere around you didn't get your mother's love, not love, somewhere around you don't get your mother's care, somewhere around you don't get your father's protection. So what you're doing is you're going in search of that love outside your family. You find a guy who gives you the care, you find the girl who gives you the attention, you assume that it is love. It's not love actually, it is gap filling. So first you got to deeply think that if this is a gap filling relationship I'm building up or is genuine love. Because if that is not very clear, someone is going to cry at the end or someone is going to cry after marriage. There are many girls and boys who come to me. When I say girls and boys, age doesn't matter, okay? I just say girls and boys at the end. They come to me saying that after marriage, the guy changes. After marriage, the girl changes. What am I supposed to do? All these are gap-filling relationships which you are just wanting that person in your life just because he's filling that gap. What is the right time to tell your parents? First tell a joke and see what is the facial expression. Because with that, you will understand what you're going to go against. Because if you don't know what you're going to against, at the directly you tell the truth, the consequences can be very bad. So first step is if you are in a relationship, I would suggest not to be, but if you are in a relationship, first is to tell a joke in front of your father or a mother to test which water you're getting into. Now, there is two things. One says, okay, beti, whatever you like, you do. Which I'm saying 90% parents, if it is a different caste religion, will say no. If you are lucky, that one father will say, not a problem, beti. Generally, that will be a love marriage father and mother. Not an arranged marriage father and mother. So, how do you take it to the next step? Two things. If you are trying to negotiate religion, caste, or whatever it is of your partner, he should have enough value more than the other guys or girls which your parents are bringing, which means he should have a very good career, or he should have a very good status, or he should be a rich guy or a rich family or whatever it is. Now you will say, sir, in love, what richness? No, love is love. No, love is blind. Hey, love is never blind. It is only in the movies. Right? Because when reality hits you, no, you will forget all this love. Right? One girl asked me this question, sir, this boy loves me a lot, but he's lazy, he doesn't do anything. So what I go back and tell them is after marriage also, when you have a kid or whatever it is, your husband say, I just love you. I'll stay with you, I just love you. Without any doing anything, I'll just love you. How much you are going to stay with this guy? So you got to think about logical, because most people when they get in this relationship, the logic part goes away. Why? Gap filling, no. My mother didn't give me attention, this girl is giving me attention. Love, 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 love. Right? So first step is tell a joke. See what it is. First, tell in front of the father. So you really understand which is the big water you get into. Then after some time, after 1 month, as a joke, tell in front of your mother alone to see what is her feel. If both are having a negative vibe, you both relationship have to have a serious discussion if there's future or not. The next thing you got to be careful is the other girls or boys' fathers yes or no to this? That's the other problem. If your parent says yes, if her or father says no, chances are it's not happening. So before you are asking as a joke, let the other person go and ask a joke and see what is their water first. Why you put your neck on the line first? Check that if there is future in there. Check there if there's future in this. And then take the next step towards, there is a guy, Papa, I talked about it, and Mama, I talked about it, and then take it to that next step. Now, next question you can ask me, what if the person, generally, father says, no chance, what do you do? Then you got to choose your parents or the boy or the girl. But now, a parents who have taken care of you for 18 to 20 years, would you just throw away in the name of 1 year love? It is a question which you have to ask. Now, one more further step I will take it. What if your parents says no and you have decided to choose your parents? Make sure you completely detach with the guy and then get married. Or else what happens is you're going to compare this guy with your husband and that will be the reason for your fight. Did I clear the answer now? 100%? So there is a time which you need to work on. try and test the water first. If the test water is very dangerous, who can support me? Sometimes your brother might support you. Get that support. Try to increase his value. Right? But most of you, when you fall in love, it's always same age. And when you're in same age, generally girls get earlier married than boys in the Indian tradition. So there are more reasons. So if you're going into love, go to a senior, 3 years, 4 years, elder guys. So at least there are chances to happen. So he can show that I have this salary, I have this bank balance, I have this car, can I get married to it? See, this is a strategical way of getting the guy into your life. So what I tell is, even before, you want to talk about love? How people fall into love? If you say no, then I won't talk about it. Because the main reason why I always talk about love in most of my sessions, 70% of the people come with breakup issue or harassment issue or whatever it is at the end. But I won't talk about love if no one tell me to talk about love. So that's how you say about, your guys or whoever it is, and work it out. Questions? Yes, ma'am. See, now questions have started coming in. Yeah. Mobility. Okay. There is time. Yeah. So when you say you're a mobility person, means you couldn't want to sit home. Give me an example. Mobility is a very vast word which you're trying to decode. For what? Work or life? And after getting the opportunity, you want to go for other opportunity? Okay, so basically she doesn't want to be consistent on one thing. Once she gets it, she keeps on going on other stuffs and keep on searching for the true happiness or true satisfaction which you're looking for. How to get over that? Okay. What you got to understand is, when you have a thing in your hand, if you don't know the value of the thing which you have in your hand, and you constantly compare that thing which you have in your hand with something else or something which someone else have, that is when your mind actually shifts. For example, you have your mother. Do you want another mother? No. Why? Mother's value is very strong for you there. Right? But then if your mother doesn't like you the way you want it, you will say, I need some other mother. So what is happening is, when you get something, somewhere around, you are moving off because you don't know, or you have limited information of the value which you have given to it. Right? So what you need to do, when I get something, what's the value? What's the thing which is, giving me or satisfying me over there? Give that value. What you're doing is, my mother is like this, my friend's mother is like this, I want a mother like that. Then once your mother changes like that, no, my other friend have better mother, I want that other change. Why this is happening is, you're comparing your life a lot with other people. True or false? True? Good. So that's what I'm saying. You're comparing your life too much with other people. So when someone else has something, I also want that jump. When the other person gets that, I also want that jump. What do you want is the first question. Because when you yourself is not clear, other people will manipulate also in your life. Right? So what you need to do is more clarity in what I'm doing and why I'm doing. When you know why are you doing what you're doing, most of the clarity will come in. Why my mother? My mother took care of me. She gave me birth. So other lady comes as mother also, you will say no. At least she's taking care of me. And that is how you get out of it. Clear? 100%? If there is something which I'm saying which is not in sync with you, can counter me also. Right? Don't take it because I'm telling it. Right? Go ahead. Sit down. More questions? Yes. Good question. Now this is a political and a subject. So now, it's not about the importance, or it's not about, first of all, we all have to see ourselves as humans first. There is a big thinking process in parents and the society that girls and boys are different, and girls and boys have to be seen differently. Yes, it is true, it has to be seen differently, but that view of people will also change how they see a woman and a man. You're asking why, are you asking why the society is giving high salary to male? No. Why there's more priority in guys making salary? Okay, now, generally in human society, boys generally have physical strength. Agree? Right? Okay, boys have physical strength. Generally a role of any man is to protect, if you really look at it physically. Like if you go in the army, most people are men. Right? So it's generally to protect. So that protection, in addition to that, they can bring in salary also. People will generally find that a person who protects and feeds me will be much more superior. It's human mindset. So naturally, they will be given more priority. It is how people, why protection and money is important in your mind. Now I tell many people, you have all the protection and money, but the real love is not there. Whatever protection you have, whatever money you have, you'll be dissatisfied in life. So what happens is, instead of saying why male is giving more priority and woman is not giving priority, instead of that is what me as a woman can give back to my family. You give a lot of love to your parents, they will forget the brother or husband or whoever it is making that extra money for them. So what you need to do is stop competing or stop countering and trying to, win over a system which the people have made. What you need to be, how can I be the best daughter to my parents? Keep working on that. Maybe they might not give you the recognition now, but before they die, they will say, Beti, it's all because of you, we're genuinely happy. But then you are getting frustrated because your mother is not supporting you. You're getting frustrated because my mother is not giving a fair recognition. That time you will react in a revengeful way, you will react in a frustrated way, but then again he gets more points also. So what you as girls should do is serve and work, get that salary, give a share to your parents, keep giving a share to your parents. After he gets married, his wife will say, stop giving, that time your value will increase. You get it? So wait for that opportunity, but what people say, no, I need fairness now. It is when you fight for the fairness now is when the issues start, you become negative, and when you become negative, the surrounding will go more stronger and stronger and stronger. So we are not here to say who's better, or who's greater, or who makes more. I'm going to do it because I love doing it. This is my duty as a daughter to my family. I will do it regardless if they give me attention or not. Regardless if they give me recognition. But one day, God or universe, if you believe in it, is watching. When the right time comes, that recognition will be given. But maybe it will take a long time. So wait for that, rather than getting frustrated now. Because when you're frustrated, you'll reduce your roles and responsibilities. Right? Because when you leave this world, God or universe, whoever sent you to the world, will ask you only five or six questions. Did you do justice to every role which God or universe has given you? Were you a good daughter? Were you a good colleague? Were you a good worker? Were you a good wife? Were you a good grandmother? Were you a good mother? Only that. He won't ask what your husband was, what your brother got, how the men was fair, unfair to you. He won't ask all those questions. So your side, do the best and keep doing the best. One fine day, if your parents also don't give you worth, the universe will give you the worth because you have done so much to this world. Doubt clear now? 100%? You can counter me also, right? Because now this is a very political topic I've talked. Because one time I had a session, it was like around 800 students. So all girls were here, all boys were here. It was a girls versus boys war. But I need to clarify it because if she doesn't fix that problem, every action she will feel is injustice. Every action she'll feel that it's wrong. And then she will create a negative vibe. And that negative vibe is going to hit her back when time comes. Right? And I don't want that to happen. Doubt clear? Next, any questions? Anything can be asked. So you ask, so I can give you the answer, right? If there's any personal thing, you can ask me later also, but make sure you ask. And I'm really happy people are asking the personal questions, so that way it can actually benefit them. Questions? Or a topic? Or a frustrated issue? Or what is that? Or a generation issue? Or addiction? Or how to get out of so anything you can ask, from birth to death. That's what I keep saying. How I'm answering, don't ask me that question, anything else can be asked. People who are new to this crowd, I'm a person, yes ma'am. Okay, go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Avoid negative people? Okay, good questions. So what she's asking is how to, when I go up in success, there's a lot of negative surroundings which happens. Either they're jealous of me, or they are frustrated, or they can't see my growth. How do I manage this? Because they keep backbiting me and all that. That's the problem? Okay. Always remember something, when you're a celebrity, people will always talk behind your back. When you have reached a separate section of high-level status, people will talk behind your back. You know why? They can't be like you. Many people ask me, sir, why do people make fun of me? People make fun of you because they can't be like you. So make fun of them so that I feel good that, I made fun of this successful person. That is one reason why people pull you down in career. Second thing, if you have negative people around, the main reason is somewhere around you are worthy of that negative people in your life. For example, have you ever noticed whichever type of people who you hate keep repeating in your life? Have you seen that? If you hate a kind of people, no, they will keep repeating. If you hate a person irritating, you will see that first school friends will irritate you, then your college friends will irritate you, you will see your husband irritating you, you will keep repeating again and again. So the problem is you. That is the second point. So why these negative people are influencing me is somewhere around you want them to accept your success. That is the other problem. Why these negative people are not recognizing my effort? Why these negative people are not giving me that support? Why? So you want them their acceptance, so you are having the negative feeling. If you are focused on your success, regardless of whatever happens, if you are focused on your growth, regardless of whatever happens, by a natural process, you are going to win over them. But then if you're getting frustrated with that, they'll be around you for the rest of your life. Right? Now, for example, if someone calls you a bad word, like that is one frustration which most people get. If someone calls you a bad word or talk bad about you, would you feel bad? Yes or no? If I call you a dog, would you feel bad? Yes? Yes or no? Go ahead, I'm asking you only. If someone calls your mother a dog, would you feel bad? Yes? Yes or no? Yes. How many of you, if you call your mother a dog, would you feel angry? If I call your mother a dog, would you feel angry? Yes or no? 1, 2, 3. You'll all get angry. Good. Finally, people are raising. So that's how I interact, right? If someone calls you, sit down. Don't give me too much respect because I don't care, right? For me, self-respect is the most negative word in this world. Right? I'm the last person. I will talk like this also in front of stage. I have no problem. Right? Because I don't believe in this self-respect concept. Right? Now, if someone calls you a dog, you feel bad. Let me give you another scenario. If someone calls you a dog in a different language, would you get angry? No. So the point is, you have a meaning towards the dog, which you think that I have the self-respect of a human being, and that self-respect is being hit because he is calling dog in my own language. Now the language changes, dog's power is also reduced. Now I'll tell you another question. What if a mental person calls you a dog in your own language? Would you feel bad? No. Why? He's mental. Now let me give you another scenario now. A person, when he calls a human a dog, don't you think he's mental? Like, if he sees a human, he's calling you a dog, he's mental only, no? So why get angry in the process? Now if you call me a dog, in a group you all call me dog, okay? Sir, you're a dog. Give me respect if you want to, right? So I'll say 1, 2, 3. You tell me, just say you're a dog. Forget respect also, right? I'll say 1, 2, 3. Just say you're a dog, right? 1, 2, 3. What? Don't give me respect. I told you. I'll sit like this and talk also. I have no problem. I have no problem at all, right? It doesn't matter for me at all. So, tell 1, 2, 3. You are a dog. I'll give you practice. Many people would have called you bad word. You have all the frustration. Take that frustration, throw it to me. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that I can break it up for you. Right? 1, 2, 3. You're a dog? Come on, man. I know you have frustration within you. Okay, but last time, if you guys do it, good for you. If not also, see, I'm trying to help you to get out of this bad word negativity which is there sitting. So I'm giving you a chance. If you want to remove it, you can remove it. You want to keep it with you, keep it with you. I'm happy. So let me do it last time. Or you want to test? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Right? I feel so happy. All humans have called me a dog. Right? See, what you have come with so much of anger calling me a dog, so much of frustration with the dog. I'm giving back so much positive that you yourself love. Where is your anger now? So this is the other way. Use so much of positive back to people that, oh my God, what's happening here? And you counter them from that point. Now you will say, sir, I tried this. They still come back with the dog concept. So what for those people, tell them, come sit next to me. You finish all the stock which you have. I'll sit and listen. Call dog 1, dog 2, dog 3, whatever you want. You finish. You are happy, I am happy. So that way most people will also stop. So this is what you have to do. Instead of getting irritated and worried about, give them positive back so that they can't come back. I'm sure after this, no one will ever think of calling me any bad word because I will say, thank you, man. Thank you for clearing my karma. Call. See, I cleared my karma now, you know. Many people have called me dog. I made you do a wrong karma and I have cleared it from my side. I'm just joking. Nothing has happened that way. But what you got to understand is sometimes people are hitting you to clear your karma. Let them hit you is what I'm trying to say. So that your karma gets cleaned. Made sense? Bad word? Now you have figured out how to win over success people? I think she's thinking. Yes? No? Now clear? Okay, good. More questions? Ask anything. You will get the answer which you're looking for. It's your call if you want to ask her now. Now, many people have come forward now. I know you want to stand up and ask. So you want to stand up and ask? Stand up and ask. There's nothing to lose here, right? Because if you get your answer, yes, ma'am. Good, very beautiful question. That's one of the best questions for the day. Let me tell you. Sit down. How many of you believe that friends forever, BFF, how many of you believe that best friends forever exist? Okay, you're all saying no means your trust is broken. So that is good in one way, right? This friends forever for me is a scam principle, right? If you ask me why, I will tell you. But if you don't ask me why, I won't tell you. What happens is, whenever you grow, your friends may not grow the way you are growing. So what happens is, when you grow, sometimes you have to leave your friends because they are not supporting your growth. So for you to grow, you have to leave them. That's point number 1. Why they are hitting you and pulling you back? Because they want your energy over here. That's what many people say. Your salary or your status will be the average of all your good friends. Have a look at it. If you're alcoholic, friends are alcoholic, you'll also be alcoholic. If your friends smoke, you'll also smoke. If your friend has a favorite hero, yours also favorite hero will become that with time. That is the second point. Third point of friendship is, now you'll ask, sir, how much do we help our friends? Right? You have grown to after success, you want to help your friend also to grow. I always say 3 times take effort to help your friend and advise them. Why? You're here in success, your friend is down. So you are having this thing that, let me raise my friend, let me raise my friend, let me raise my friend. You will do it once, you will do it twice, you will do it thrice. Your hand is going to get tired. If your friend is not willing to come up, how much ever you pull, he is going to pull you down when you get tired. So leave that friends there who's trying to pull you down. It is not you have to feel guilty. It is their problem that they don't understand you. Many people have this thing that my friends are there, friends are forever, I need to keep that relationship for the rest of my life. It's not going to happen. Why? I will tell you. You get married, your husband says, I hate this friend, relationship gone. That's the other problem, right? Like 1 week ago, I did a session for entrepreneurs, and one lady raised up and said, no, I have this friends forever. If my husband also says not to talk, I will talk. I said, okay, ma'am, if your child says not to talk, would you talk? Then she understood the point. So sometimes there will be people who are much more valuable for us within our family, and they might go against the friendship. So if your friends don't know about your success, it is their problem and not your problem. They will make you feel guilty why they need your success to sustain. So when you're praying to God, you get a grace for success. What you do, your friends will come after the grace and make you feel guilty. Your energy will transfer to them. So they are happy. That's all they're trying to do. Doubt clear? 100%? Good. More questions? Anything from birth to death can be asked. As long as I'm given the time, I'm going to talk. If there's any personal discussion also, we can talk later also. But, questions? I've talked to every age group, different people. Yes, different kinds of people. It's a different story of altogether, right? So, more questions, fast. No? My job is done? See, I'll wind up the show anytime if there's no questions. I know there is internally, I've triggered different people to ask different questions about life. It can be about work, it can be about life, it can be about your personal doubts or a topic, or some things you heard from your parents, or some things which you heard from your tradition, or something about whatever is in that triggering you. I have triggered 50% of the people, but some people will ask, some people will not ask. But my job is to give you that doubt which you're looking for. Because God or universe maximum gives only 5 problems to a person. Maximum. And meeting me is just a shortcut to understand that 5 problems which you're going through. If you get the answer, you get it. If not, life will teach you regardless. Meeting me is just a shortcut to tell you what life is trying to teach you. Questions? Done? Or any specific topic? Because I have enough time. Until they tell me to stop, I'm not going to stop. Right? It is best for you to ask. Just see me as a brother, or just see me as a son if I'm too elder or too younger for you people, right? I don't know what all age groups I'm talking to. So make sure you ask. And I know the questions are there. And many people will, what they do after they talk to me in Instagram, they'll message, sir, I have this problem. Yeah, clarify it now, so you don't need. That's the other thing I tell people. Meet me once, clear all your doubts, and forget me. I'm not here to make followers. I'm not here to sell a book. I do all my sessions free of charge, just for your information. Now, many people will think on the business point of view, after 10 years, he'll make a branding and he'll start making money out of it. For the rest of my life, as long as I'm alive, all my public sessions and private sessions will always be free to this world. Right? That's a promise which I've given to this world. Right? So, questions? Or done? Yes, ma'am. You have dispute of? Yeah. Yeah. When you say someone, can you define that relationship? Parents, outsiders, friend, best friend, lover? Mostly with friends. So a fight with a friend disturbs my mental peace. That's the question? Okay. Why a friend or a person generally affects our mental peace is somewhere around you have an emotional bond with them. Right? Emotional bond is one reason with all the, this feelings thing getting triggered. Now I have a simple formula which I made. Emotional issues is equal to expectation. Any emotional issue which you're going through is somewhere around you're expecting something from people to do a thing in a certain way, which I want it the way to happen. For example, I'll give you my example. I don't expect anything from you people. No money, no recognition, not even appreciation. I tell people, don't thank me also. Because I don't want to thank you also. Can you control me? Yes or no? Yes or no? No. Because I'm not expecting anything. I'm not here to impress. There was 5 people. I'll come and talk because I know the talk will go on because I'm here to clear up that certificate, especially out to people. For me, numbers never an issue. So if I expect I need more people, only then I will talk, then what happens? It'll affect my performance. Right? I will feel bad. I will feel hurt. Why am I doing this? And all that. So what I'm trying to do here is stop expecting from people. Do your best. If you have one person in front of you, do justice to that one person. And don't even expect a thank you from them. No one in the world can ever hurt you. I can sign and tell you that. But what we do, nahi yaar, I did all this and they are not doing back to me, I am hurt. Now, the other problem is God or universe will never give you credits for things which you overdo. If you overhelp your friend, God normally gets angry. You'll ask me, why now? God or universe have a lesson for each one of you sitting here. If you go intervene and solve that problem, the universe will get, what the heck is this? There is a lesson which that kid has to learn. She is intervening and, okay, give more problems to this so that intervention is stopped. So the hate will come back. So the irritation will come back. So the fight will start happening. So when you really look at it, if you have a fight which is going on, two things. Am I expecting this person to be in a certain way? It's an over-expectation that person should be there, or it's my genuine feel that this person has to be that way. Like for example, one of the girl asked about my parents or my society is seeing male being paid more and giving more importance. It is her expectation that the society have to give me the same recognition what is given to a boy. That is hurting her. So what I told her, you do your best for the friendship to the limit which you want to give. After that, back out. Now another question about friendship someone has asked. You do your best, not overdo, just do your best. If they don't understand you, it's their problem and not my problem. Many people think that every problem which is happening in this world is my problem. Why? Initially you have to blame that person. You blame. Answer is not coming, then next you'll blame yourself. And that becomes very, very dangerous. So if there is a fight, if it is a friend, thank you very much, I'm done with you. Move on. Because if you're not moving on, the person is just going to hurt you, and keep hurting you until your energy is completely extracted from you. And then it'll start hitting your career, then it'll start hitting your life, then it'll start hitting various other parts, and then you'll realize, leave. But without that leaving at the right time, it's going to hurt you. Then you become useless, and then you'll think of leaving, and that'll be more dangerous. That's why many kids get into crazy stuffs like suicides. I've talked to kids and got out of them suiciding and out of various harassments which they've gone through also, right? So that's that one point. If there is a fight between a friend, leave. You're not married to your friend, guys. Say no and move on. There's nothing you can throw anytime, anyone other than... Now many people talk about trust. Which are the people who I have to trust? Mother, father, trust 100%. Because 99% they won't break your trust. 1%, if you do something wrong only, they will break your trust. Your future spouse, husband or wife, trust. Doubting them and getting married is dangerous. Brothers, sisters, trust until marriage. After marriage, things will change. Your children's also trust until marriage. After that, things will change. Everyone outsider, no 100% trust. Because if you trust, situations will change, people will change around them, and they will hit you, they will fight with you, or something will happen. Doubt clear? Yes? More questions? Or my job is done? I'll go on talking. Is the next speaker ready? No. Or I can go on. Okay, no, they are not disturbing me, so I'll continue. Because why I'm being allowed to continue is I know there is still questions, and you people are not asking, that's why I'm being here. Once you go ahead, ask. Who wants to ask? Yes, ma'am, yeah. So be happy, no? No, see, now, when you like to do new things, when you like to go to new places, sometimes when you don't know why are you doing, after some time, what you're doing gets boring. Right? Why you like to do new things? I get it. You like doing new things, or you like doing new certain things? Because, okay, now I'll tell you, please, set this flower. Would you do it? It's a new thing. Would you come on stage and talk? It's a new thing. So what I'm saying is, define what is this new I like to do very clearly. Because right now I like to do new things. You're just going and trying out various stuffs. You do. Hey, where is my life going now? It's not going anywhere. Yeah, let me just chill. And then you feel irritated. Hey, before I was such a new doing person, now I don't feel like doing. Because you don't know why are you doing. Because what now? That's the same question one of the girls also asked. When you are, see, you have to know why are you doing new things. How is it helping me grow? How is it helping me, satisfy what I'm doing? Sometimes the same thing you do again and again, maybe it'll make you happiness. Now, for example, if I keep giving you new food every day, you'll get bored of new foods. Right? One day I will give you North Indian, one day I will give you South Indian, one day I will give you continental, one day, I just need one decent dal chawal, I'm happy. So that is your situation now. You don't know why you're eating. Oh, I'm getting this eat. Oh, new, eat. New. You see, after I traveled a lot, right? Traveling, you eat a lot of new foods. But then that Garkha khana, you eat only, you will feel that satisfaction. That is the situation right now. Which food gives you true satisfaction? Find that. When you do that, you don't need to keep doing new things. Now, some places you travel. Some you have good experiences, some you have bad experiences. Go to the old place once again. Maybe you will find happiness there. Rather than new. This new doing, no? Some people do it just to tell to the world. I went there, I went here, I did this, I did that. That's what you're doing for. Now, how much you're going to prove the world, you'll get tired with time. And this tiredness right now is what has made you what you are. What are the past things which I did new, which genuinely gave me happiness, which genuinely gave me a positive feeling? Go and do that again. Your new interest will come back. Because God, our universe, have given you so much of new experience. You're getting jumping. Now this is like, sir, I got married, I got this husband, now a new husband. Right? So, because everything is new, you want there also new. So that becomes dangerous. Maybe your husband is the best person you have with you. But don't go for the new. Because this new thing is like, I have a new phone. A new phone came, I want a new brand. Yeah, you're putting your money, they are marketing and you've sold for it. Yeah, some people are there who buy this expensive. Time's done? Yeah? Okay, fine. So I will close it after this, right? So let me know when it's done, right? So anyways, I have an afternoon session also. If you still want to be a part of it, you can be a part of it. But prepare your questions and come. Right? But it's in the other hall. But prepare your questions and come, so it's much more worthy for you to interact, right? So I bring the husband question. She's very, very clear. So God has to bring you to stabilize yourself. So He has brought you to neutralize yourself. Now go and see what are the good things which I have in my life. Go work towards it. You'll find that satisfaction. And then the old you will come back. But going after the new things which I need to grow. And that gives you satisfaction. So before I just close, I just want to tell one thing. Every tear which falls out of your eyes is something life trying to teach you. If you learn that lesson, the tear will stop. If you don't learn that lesson, the tear will keep coming. How different people or different situations, same situation will keep hitting you to tell you to change. The choice of change is our wish. And people like me are there to make you understand why that changes. If you ask, that will help you to change. If you don't ask, life will hit you to change. It is your choice, what you want. Thank you, everyone. I'll hand it over to ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for this insightful lecture. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Ratika Solanki, our chairperson for this session, to please felicitate sir with a memento and certificate. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to call upon Dr. Yash Sharma to please felicitate Dr. Ratika Solanki, our chairperson for the session. Moving on to our next lecture. Moving on to our next lecture, Our next speaker is Dr. Sharu Rai. She is the principal of Institute of Dental Studies and Technologies, Modinagar, UP. Please give her a huge round of applause.
It's already there. And changer. यहीं से करो,
यहीं से करेंगे ना,
फिर घूम भी सकते हैं, मूवमेंट के लिए फिर लगता है. A very good morning to all of you. It feels elated to be in the city of Nabab. The topic that I've chosen is xerostomia, an update to clinician for effective management. Because as an oral medicine specialist, I have encountered many patients coming to my college and as a clinician, a challenging aspect of treating xerostomia. At the outset, I would like to thank Cynodent, the young generation who is making this conference for, and the opportunity given to the experienced people and to the students to gain knowledge. Thank you, Dr. Anmol and Dr. Ashish, for giving me this opportunity, and the patrons who are associated with Cynodent. As you can see, there are many speakers, international and national speakers, who will be sharing this platform. This is the institution, the college, which I am proud of, Government Dental College, Nagpur, from where I've graduated and post-graduated. Spent my 8 years in this institution. And the college which I have been associated with since last, 16 years. The man I salute, Padam Shri late Dr. L.K. Gandhi. So we start with xerostomia. The term is derived from the Greek word xeros, meaning dry, stoma means mouth. Complaint of oral dryness, surprisingly, is a common symptom, estimated in 10 to 30% of the entire population. And while a smaller percentage suffers serious impact on the quality of life, and that is the main goal as an oral physician, to look into the quality of life of our patient. Most commonly encountered in patient during periods of anxiety, stress, depression, radiation therapy, chemotherapy, and systemic diseases. You will have a lot of local factors and systemic factors which actually are a part of xerostomia, and hence it becomes very challenging as an oral physician to treat these patients. So there are multifactorial approach. However, diagnosis can be made from thorough patient's evaluation and case history. Never forget a complete case history which will lead to a definite diagnosis and a definite treatment plan. So a range of modalities have been proposed for prevention and management of system, which I'll be talking in my lecture. So you have the definition as given by Shreenbein as a subjective feeling of oral dryness, which is a result of salivary gland hypofunction. And ADA has also defined xerostomia as a subjective complaint of dry mouth that may result from a decrease in production of saliva. Saliva is a very important factor which governs our oral cavity. So you have a true xerostomia and a pseudo one. True xerostomia is caused by a natural thing. I mean, it is a definite thing that it is because of the malfunction of the salivary gland. Whereas a pseudo one is described as a subjective sensation of oral dryness despite normal secretory function of the salivary gland. And here, the challenging aspect of treating the xerostomia arrives because the patients are never satisfied by the treatment that we offer. Interestingly, patients complaining of xerostomia frequently do not show any objective signs of hyposalivation, and their symptoms may be secondary to qualitative and or quantitative changes in the composition of saliva. So as I told you, prevalence may vary from 13 to 28% in older population, and it increases up to 60% in patients living in long-term care facilities. So the geriatric patients are more here who complain about xerostomia. Xerostomia in patients with objective salivation, hyposalivation, is diagnosed when the rate of saliva flow is less than the rate of fluid absorption across the oral mucosa, plus the rate of fluid evaporation from the mouth. Studies have shown difference in prevalence between sexes, and xerostomia appears to increase with the increasing age, mainly because of the explanation that older individuals take several drugs for their chronic condition, and the interaction of these drugs lead to the reduction of the unstimulated salivary flow rate. So as I told you, saliva plays a very, very important role. It's the gatekeeper of the oral cavity because of the so many functions of the saliva that you have. So saliva is one of the most versatile multifunctional substance produced by the body, and it plays a very critical role in the preservation of oropharyngeal health. And its diminution and its reduction generally affects the quality of life. We are aware of the salivary gland that is present in the oral cavity, the major one, the minor salivary gland, and the amount of fluid that is saliva that is produced by each of the gland. So the normal salivary flow rate, stimulated one, is 1.5 to 2 milliliters per minute, whereas unstimulated is about 0.3 to 0.4. So when is your diagnosis of hyposalivation be made so that you can, go and treat these cases? When the stimulated salivary flow rate is about 0.5 to 0.7 milliliters per minute, whereas the unstimulated is 0.1 milliliters per minute. So xerostomia in patient with objective hyposalivation is diagnosed when the rate of saliva flow is less than the rate of absorption across the oral mucosa, plus the rate of fluid evaporation from the mouth. This is the main thing about xerostomia. So as I told you, with age, generally, you have patients who are having the less stimulated and unstimulated salivary flow. The regulation of salivary secretion, as we are aware of, is through the autonomic nervous system. The parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system are generally involved in this, and hence, the drugs that we are going to choose will act upon these parasympathetic and sympathetic stimulation. We have saliva which is, about 99.5% water, and hence the lubrication of the mouth is a critical factor in maintaining the normal oral flora. So the salivary function, as you can see, has a lot of effect on the oral mucosa. It has an antifungal effect, antibacterial, antiviral. It coats and lubricates your mouth. It helps in food digestion. Mineralization of the teeth is an important factor because this is what is affected in post-radiation of the patient. Buffering capacity is there, and it also helps in the wound healing. So all this thing as a dentist, as a clinician, is very important when you are treating your patient. So I have already told you about the effects and the functions of the saliva. So xerostomia is a result from only 3 basic causes. It could be factors which are affecting the direct salivary center. That is a psychological problem, as I told you, stress, anxiety, menopause, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, and others. Or it could be result of altered nerve stimulation. It could be because of the brain tumor, smoking, dehydration, as well as the use of some drugs, which are very common nowadays. And the interaction of drugs lead to the factors leading to xerostomia. Or the third is the result of consequences of obstruction of the salivary gland or the infection of the salivary gland, which we call as siloadenitis. So any kind of calculus that is most common in the submandibular salivary gland, which we call as a silolithiasis, or the most common autoimmune disorders, that is the Sjogren's syndrome or the severe form of Mikulicz disease. These are the main things that we encounter in our hospital, or even a rheumatoid arthritis, diabetes mellitus, the uncontrolled diabetes mellitus, or systemic lupus erythematosus. Chemotherapy and radiotherapy performed as cancer therapy for head and neck area can also result in xerostomia and can alter the salivary functions. So before we come to a diagnosis of xerostomia, it is important that the questions put forth to the patient should be accurate and will actually guide you for the diagnosis and the treatment plan. So there are various questionnaires which are available, which you should take help from, and which will help you to assess the dry mouth. And according to those rating, you will be able to come to a conclusion whether your xerostomia is a mild form, or it's a moderate form, or a severe form. So this is just the review, the systematic review from where I've got all the authors who have given the questionnaires. It would be a Fox et al. You can follow, or a Thompson et al. And the questions are more or less whether it is yes, no, and the scoring will be given, and whether the patient really has, or hardly ever had, or occasionally, fairly enough, very often, never. These are the type of scoring or the response, and this will help you in arriving at the diagnosis. So in detail, I want to go. This is just the, the detail of the last slide, and put forth the questions which are plays a very vital role in coming to your diagnosis and planning a treatment. So as I told you, you have Fox et al., and this is all literature which is available in the journal. Thomas et al., Vender Putin et al. So these are the same basic question. Their scoring and the response will vary, and your diagnosis will also, will be helpful. So the etiology, what is the cause for xerostomia? There are 2 factors, and it's been broadly divided into a local factor and systemic factor. Generally, you will have more patient with local factors. So you have, as I told you, systemic factors. You have autoimmune disorders. We are aware that the most common that we read in the book also, you have Sjogren's syndrome, rheumatoid arthritis, systemic lupus erythematosus, or any granulomatous causes like tuberculosis, sarcoidosis, infectious causes like actinomycosis, HIV infection, hepatitis C, to name a few. Endocrinological causes, diabetes mellitus. Yes, uncontrolled diabetes mellitus have a lot of effect on the oral mucosa and on the salivary gland. And other systemic causes would be, Parkinson's, ectodermal dysplasia, and the aging process. Local causes are because of the medication that the patient take, either the young patient, or it could be the old geriatric patient who are taking a combination of these medicine, and the interaction and the side effects would be, relating to the hyposalivation. So you have anticholinergic agents, antidepressants, antihistamines, antihypertensive drugs which are leading to the hypersalivation. Lifestyle factors, even the tobacco use, alcohol, lot of caffeine beverages, dehydration, heavy snoring, mouth breathing, upper respiratory tract infection. Will not go much in detail about the drugs associated with xerostomia, because I have broadly told you that it might be because of the anticholinergic agents, antidepressant, antipsychotic. Your mouth might just feel dry, diuretic agents, various drugs which are available as antihypertensive agents, sedative, muscle relaxant, analgesics, antihistamines. So to name a few, we had the list of local and the systemic factors which lead to dryness of mouth. So what is the effect of this dryness on our oral cavity? So patient might have functional difficulties in the form of difficult swallowing. You know, the patient might give you just a history that she or he is having difficulty in chewing, difficulty in swallowing, difficulty in speaking, altered taste. So according to the diagnosis, the questions will be put up to the patient, and according to the questionnaire, you can have a scoring, and you can decide whether the patient will go for a mild, moderate, or severe, and accordingly you can plan a treatment. Morphological findings and consequences would be, you know, patient might say that is a burning mouth, and the burning mouth, you know, a burning mouth syndrome is the most challenging aspect or the disease which I would say, as an oral medicine specialist, which we encounter, and we are not, you know, we treat these patients, but the patients are never satisfied. Halitosis, dry buccal mucosa, glossitis, cracked and peeled lips, candidiasis, dental caries. So consisting of a 10-point scale, each point representing a feature of dryness of mouth is there. And your diagnosis is based on the, you know, how you're supposed to actually come to a conclusion. You will do a mirror test to the buccal mucosa. You do a mirror test to the tongue. Frothy saliva is there, sticky saliva will be there. No saliva pooling in the floor of the mouth. You know, you are supposed to palpate the duct, and you are supposed to press and see whether there is any pooling of the saliva, especially of the parotid gland. You have the Stenson duct there, and you are supposed to see the physiology of that duct, whether obstruction is there, how much saliva is coming out from the duct. There is a bald tongue. The tongue appears depapillated. You know, there is a loss of the papillae, the filiform, the fungiform papillae are all gone. So these are the ways sometimes, you know, the patient might not give a history of hypersalivation or dryness, but when you see these changes in the oral cavity, you can put a questionnaire to the patient. Altered or smooth gingival architecture. The stippling is lost. The shininess of the gingiva, the attached gingiva, the free gingiva is completely lost. Glassy appearance, shiny appearance of the oral mucosa, especially the palate. So this is the way that you will come to a diagnosis, because you might treat the patient. You might do a cavity preparation, or you might go for an implant, or you might, do other treatment. But when you don't have a proper salivation, the oral, mucosa is not in its healthy state, the treatment becomes affected. Tongue becomes lobulated. You see a fissured tongue. Active or recently restored cervical caries might appear, as I told you. Debris on the palate might be seen. Patient, the normal cleansing activity of the saliva is gone. So as I told you, the diagnosis and investigation is based on first and most important, which should not be, delayed, or should not be, you should actually take the history of the patient, and it should not be ignored, is the main concept of coming to a diagnosis, is the history of the patient. Please give time for the history taking. Examine the oral cavity for any kind of effect of saliva which you might see, with the patient might not be giving the history about. and clinically a chair-side investigation in the form of mouth mirror test and wafer test can be done. So as I told you, these tests can be done, which will come to a diagnosis and the investigation, which will help you in the diagnosis. Other investigation, apart from the chair-side one, is a xylography, salivary scintigraphy, ultrasonography, CT and MRI. Shimmer test, rose Bengal staining can be used, or even a minor salivary gland biopsy performed if you're not able to come to a diagnosis. And especially it is useful in case of Sjogren's syndrome or HIV-associated salivary gland disease, sarcoidosis, amyloidosis, and in case of malignancy. So management is mainly a very, very challenging aspect in xerostomia or a dry mouth patient, and it's mainly directed as palliative treatment for the relief of symptoms and prevention of oral complication. Consultation with the physician to decrease the drug dose could be done because interaction of these drugs, especially in geriatric, as I told you, would be the factor which might lead to dryness of the mouth. So the treatment can be classified into these following categories. Education is a must to the patient. As I told you, when you start with the diagnosis, when the patient walks, diagnosis is important. And when you start with the treatment, educating the patient, motivating the patient, that is the prime thing from where you start your treatment plan. Prevention, symptomatic treatment, systemic and topical salivary stimulants, regeneration and gene therapy has also been research, have come up with these modalities for the therapy. But what works best will depend, on the severity and one-to-one basis. Generally, it is more of a symptomatic treatment. Patients should receive detailed information about the potential causes of dry mouth and the potential sequelae of impaired salivary function, that is the caries, candidiasis, fissured tongue, and other mucosal complications that we just saw. Therefore, patients should be encouraged to have preventive oral health care, such as dental hygiene habits, and regular follow-up of these patients are required. Preventive therapy would be done especially in case of radiation-induced salivary gland dysfunction. And this is where the role of oral radiologist come into play. When the patient is going for radiotherapy, the patient should be sent to a dentist or an oral physician to see the teeth and give a report whether any teeth which are periodontally compromised to be removed before the patient starts with the radiotherapy. Or you have various chemical radioprotectors which are available, like you have emifostin, which are there, which is an oxygen scavenger that may protect the salivary gland from free radical damage during radiation therapy, without attenuation of anti-tumor effect in many experiments which have been performed. So this has been approved for the prevention of xerostomia in head and neck squamous cell carcinoma patients who are undergoing radiotherapy. However, every drug has its side effect, and this drug has a side effect which the patient might be encountering as nausea, vomiting, hypotension, transient hypokalemia, and allergic reaction. There are others also cryoprotective compounds which are available, like keratinocytes growth factor 1. And this has been seen in various, the research which has been performed to reduce the mucositis, dysphagia, and xerostomia. Currently, preventive therapies are also they also include surgical salivary gland relocation, that is outside the radiation field, relocating these salivary gland. Like a submandibular salivary gland is relocated to a submental space. Symptomatic treatment, I will be emphasizing on this. You please have to tell the patient on frequent sipping of water, let ice melt in the mouth, restrict the caffeine intake, avoid mouth rinse which contains alcohol because this will also cause dryness, humidify the sleeping area, coat lips with lubricant. This is the simplest method which you can also do when a patient comes to your clinic Coat the lips with a petroleum jelly, Vaseline, or any lubricant. Maintain good oral hygiene. Floss daily. You have to instruct the patient, that is what I told you. You have to counsel the patient. Brush at least twice a day. Toothpaste with fluoride and alcohol-free should be used. Avoid tobacco, use of spicy, salty, and highly acidic foods that might irritate the oral cavity. So there are many, substitutes that are available in the market. I'm not talking about the brand name, but generally lozenges, sprays, mouth rinses, gels, oil, chewing gum, that is the sugar-free chewing gums, or in toothpaste, fluoride toothpaste should be given and should be prescribed to the patient. You have the most common salivary substitute that is available in the market has a carboxyl methyl cellulose, mucin, that can be given, or a hydroxyethyl cellulose. These are all the salivary substitute that are available in the market. So you can advise the patient to use as a rinse or as frequently as needed. It won't have any side effect. It will just stimulate the salivary gland to produce more saliva. Commercially available, I don't want to go much in detail about this because every state will have its own brand. You have moisturizing gel, that can be given to the patient. Stimulants, as I told you, sugar-free gums, lemon drops, mints. These are all conservative methods of temporarily stimulating the saliva flow. Chewing gum, you have a sugar-free chewing gum that is available. So the other way of stimulating the saliva would be as a systemic silogogues, which are available. Pilocarpine and Kevimelin are the two systemic US-approved drugs for the treatment of dry mouth. But then systemic aspect should be, comes with caution. Pilocarpine is typically administered at a dose of 5 mg 3 times a day for at least 3 months, and whereas Kevimelin is prescribed at a dose of 30 mg 3 times a day for at least 3 months. But then, as I told you, side effects would include excessive sweating, vasodilation, nausea, diarrhea. So, it is better you go for a symptomatic treatment. It's actually contraindicated in asthma patient or chronic pulmonary disease or patient with, beta blockers. Pilocarpine is also contraindicated in individual with narrow angle glaucoma. So whenever you are prescribing any medicine, look into the side effects, the adverse effect of the drug. Other silogogues are also available, which might increase the salivary flow in patients with xerostomia and hypersalivation. Latest treatment and the latest, the journals are flooded with the regeneration and gene therapy, but this becomes a very expensive thing for the patient. Stem cell replacement therapy may be a good option actually to treat the radiation-induced hyposalivation. As far as the normal hyposalivation are concerned, we can go with the symptomatic treatment. But when you're talking about the radiation-induced, you might try, the stem cell therapy. Because stem cell therapy attempts to repair the damaged salivary gland at the cellular level. So in this regard, bone marrow stem cell, adipose tissue, derived stromal cell, dental pulp cells have been tested as a form of treatment for hypersalivation. So you have the HSPCCs, that is the human salivary stem progenitor cells, which have been derived from either the parotid or it can be derived from the submandibular salivary gland. It can be cultured using these various techniques, and then it is introduced in the damaged glandular cells. And it will replace the dead and the damaged cell at a cellular level. You have gene therapy, which are available, introducing various forms of vectors with genetic information into the tissue. And this might have some changes in the salivary gland. So various, as I told you, studies have been going on regarding the stem cells and gene therapy, which increases the salivary flow rate from the targeted parotid gland, as well as reduction in the symptoms related to radiation-induced xerostomia. So you have various adenovirus, vectors. Other genes are also available, but their research is very limited, and it is at a very preclinical level. Other factors which are very helpful, apart from, as I would say, symptomatic treatment, would be an intraoral electrostimulation, which has been tested to increase the salivary flow, or an intraoral various appliances which are used for the salivary stimulation. Acupuncture have been found to be very effective, a useful adjunct for the stimulation of the salivary flow. But you need larger studies to confirm these findings. So to conclude, I would say that xerostomia has become a concern for the dental professionals. This concern, along with an increased risk for the oral diseases in these patients, has led to the clinician to be able to diagnose this disease properly, to provide a preventive method, decide your diagnosis. By your diagnosis, put a questionnaire to the patient according to the questionnaire that are available, come to a diagnosis, provide a preventive method to this patient, and then go for a definite treatment to achieve comfort to the patient, function, and increase the quality of life of the patient. At present, I told you management of xerostomia is quite challenging. So a combination of various treatment modalities has become a better approach. These are a few of my references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We would like to call upon Dr. Anmol, Dr. Ashish, and Professor Pavitra Rastogi, sir, to please felicitate our speaker. Thank you, ma'am. Our next eminent speaker for the day is Professor Shaili Avasthi, ma'am. She is the Dean of Research Cell, KGMU, Professor and HOD Pediatrics, KGMU, Lucknow. Please give her a huge round of applause.
कहाँ पे लगेगा ये? बंद करिए जरा सा.
कौन सा?
वन सेकेंड हाथी हाथ होते हैं. इसको कहिए जरा. नहीं पीछे चलिए. बैक ये वाला करिए. लेक्चर इसको क्लिक करिए. ये वाला. A very good morning to all of you. I would like to thank the organizers of Cynodent and the Indian Society of Dentistry, and Professor Pavitra Rastogi for inviting me to give this talk to the young budding dentists, because Dr. Rastogi and the team of organizer feels that research methodology is as important for dental students and dental faculty and practitioners of dentistry as it is for the medical and other faculty of our university. Pani rakhwa dijiye. Pani. So, today I'll be taking an introductory lecture on how to identify and write research questions, because many of you have to do it and many of you are interested to do this. So what is the goal of my brief talk today? The goal is to understand why we develop academic research questions. That is important. Second, consider strategies of developing research questions which are pertinent to you and pertinent to the specialty in which you are working. And then perhaps from today or from next few days, begin formulating our own research questions. So first is, why do we create a research question? After all, we are living life well, we know about xerostomia and other things, so why do we go about doing our research here? So why do we create research question? Because currently every one of us has a commitment and a curiosity and a desire to learn or know more about something. There is inquisitiveness in all of us. That is human nature. And if you channelize it properly, that translates into state-of-the-art research. So we should promote our own inquisitiveness and curiosity when we create a research question. Then after we have created a research question, we continue to do research which is diligent and systematic inquiry or investigation into a subject in order to discover or revise facts, find new theories, prove or refute theories and applications, etc. So why do we form a question and why do we do a research? And if you consider them together, curiosity is the source of our questions. We ask because we want to know, and research is the means by which we can give valid answers to the curiosities we have, and not just random discussion with specialists, discussion with seniors, which gives you an answer, but it may not have been researched well or read well before you accept it. In academic work, we formulate clear research questions to guide us in our search for answers. And we'll know something about how to form research questions as you are with me for the next 15 to 20 minutes. So, when you are writing your research question, you identify your area of interest. You find the topic where you want to work. And over time, not in one day, perhaps in a week, in a month, sometimes people take years and years to find questions which are in the topic where they want to work. Questions where we are not comfortable with these solutions. We feel there is a lack in knowledge, there is a glaring gap in literature, or whatever is practiced does not perform as well as it should practice. So perhaps the practicing guidelines are also challengeable. Then we identify our topic, and from the broad base of where we want to work, we narrow down to one question in one axis where we want to do work which can add to the knowledge, and we will be remembered for our contribution in that piece of area. So identify questions you do not know the answer about. Do your research to gain new knowledge, not just repetition not just reading a paper and replicating what the other person has done. In fact, when you read a paper, you read what was not done well, what does not satisfy you. And if you want to replicate the work, then you make new changes in the protocol, take new definitions, new investigations, and then go forth. So the important thing is you have to have a solid background knowledge. By background knowledge, what I mean is that suppose my previous speaker spoke on xerostomia, I don't work there, but if you want to work on xerostomia, you have to know what she told you and much more beyond that. So when you know everything, that is called background. That background will form a basis of identifying questions. And do not jump to PubMed, Scopus to find questions. Many a times, what we do is, we go to Scopus, we give one search word, we find out what others have done. We don't even read that critically. And based on what others have done, we start making our questions. The questions aren't good, the answers will not be good, and we will not get good results as a result of our work. So, you get well grounded in the area you want to do your work, then form searchable questions. Now, when you form searchable questions, you have to write key terms. You have to go to a search engine with the help of which will help you guide and find the papers relevant to that. So what we say is mesh words, write the keywords, go to the search engine, write the mesh words, use the Boolean operator and or if. And it should neither be too narrow, nor too broad, nor too challenging that you cannot do that work as a result of, becoming too optimistic, too enthusiastic. So, for example, I chose a topic to give you an example of a good research question. Topic, physical education in school. I thought that was a neutral topic. Research question could be, what are the health benefits of physical education in elementary, middle, high school in public education? Now, in this research question, you can have sub-questions which are narrower questions that can answer further research questions. For example, what are the health benefits of physical education in elementary, middle, high school and public education was your main question. We call it the primary question. We can also call it the primary objective, which will drive the sample size calculation. And you can have substandard, sub-questions. For example, what are the standards of physical education in Uttar Pradesh? You can answer. Is there a difference between amount of time devoted to physical education in elementary, middle and high school? Yes, you can answer while you are collecting data for the primary question. And does physical education emphasize a certain type of exercise? So now you have your main question, you have sub-questions which can be answered when you are collecting data. Now, you will ask me, why do I make a commitment to the sub-questions? You make an advanced commitment to sub-questions because you will collect data for the sub-question in a methodological way, in a committed way. And the sub-question which you will answer will have valid answers. If you only write the main question and then you go on a fishing expedition, whatever is coming, let me write, whatever is coming, let me report, that is not correct. Therefore, a commitment has to be done. Your protocol with sub-questions clears the ethics committee, and many a times if you have funding, it goes to the funding agency, and then many protocols, good protocols, are published also before the work begins or before the work gets reported in literature. So that is the importance of having primary question, secondary or sub-question. So this is what one is. You could do a Google search I showed you, which all of you start doing sometimes Google में you write the words benefits of physical education in school and you will get tons of articles. But you might go to an indexing site. For example, you could go to PubMed, you could go to Embase, you could go to Scopus and again give the question and you will improve your search, and all those which are not peer reviewed will not come up. So peer reviewed papers, articles have better quality because at least 2 to 3 people have read them, evaluated them, the authors have had a chance to correct it. So go for peer review and don't just jump into Google search engine. Even if you go to Google Scholar, that is not an indexing site, go to an indexing site. So from research questions, you go to your hypothesis and objectives. So I told you the importance of research question. That is the starting point of your study. Everything flows from your research question. If your question is correct, your hypothesis, study design, analysis, work will be correct. It will determine which population will you study. The data will be, how will you collect the data and how long will you collect the data? Because after all, your primary research question will allow you to calculate the sample size. And clear and concise stated research question, therefore, is the most important requirement of a study. So, for example, suppose you want to study the prevalence of a condition, prevalence of xerostomia. You do a cross-sectional study, all patients coming to your dental clinic, how many of them have xerostomia? That would be prevalence. If you want to do the incidence, you do a cohort study. You have a cohort, you follow up on time and see that with passage of time, who develops and why they develop. Then, if you want to find the causality in order of reliability, the cohort will tell you what caused it. You might design a case control study, and lesser evidence will come from a cross-sectional study. Suppose you want to know prognosis of a treatment mortality for this condition, you again do a cohort, and if you want to do the effect of treatment, you will have a control trial. So your question will decide what study design you will use to conduct your study. So therefore, what are the prerequisites? Necessity is the mother of invention. Everybody has curiosity, like the monkey. Therefore, everybody should do research if you want to do research and never give up. A well-cultivated curiosity, patience, tenacity, necessity are important when you form a research question. So, you can also gain information about research questions from conferences like this. What are people talking about? What are they saying? What is known and what is unknown? You have a series of lectures. You had it yesterday, you'll have it today. You can latch on to mentors, experts in conferences like this. Then read review articles, then do PubMed Medline search, go to Cochrane Library, go to Index Medicus and textbooks, and other sources could be careful observation. When you have some expertise, observe what people do in their practice. Apply new technologies. You heard about stem cell using bone marrow, dental pulp for treatment of xerostomia. Application of new technology. Then the annoyance principle means that everybody tells you to do in this way, but it doesn't work. You are annoyed. So that's a researchable area. Why is it not working in your setting? Why and how should you do differently that it should work? Then you build on experience. You have senior teachers here. Based on their experiences, they find new techniques, new ways of treatment, new drugs. And then you should read scientific communication, have a skeptical attitude, and other ideas and inspirations come from questions of validity of beliefs, questions on relationships, causality questions. Third variable unaccounted for, you are seeing relationship of drug A in condition B. However, there is a third variable C nobody thought about. You think about it, and then you have a research question. Levels of analysis, the better you analyze your data, more your data will speak. And therefore, you should latch on to a good biostatistician, have a nice working relationship with a biostatistician, so that you learn how to analyze and see more into the data which you have. Many a times, the data we collect is what data is collected by the Western and the developed people. They churn out such good analysis and get published, and our same data, we lose data because we don't know its value and we haven't analyzed it properly. Then you have to have boundaries. Our study should have external validity. External validity means if a study is done in King George Medical University, it should be done with such vigor, with such inclusion and exclusion criteria that other colleges will be happy to adopt it, that other institutions will be happy to adopt it. That means external validity. If you do the work and your population is so different that nobody else has similar patients, you will lose your external validity. Therefore, do not have too many exclusion criterias or too narrow inclusion criterias. Then you have to question validity of studies, change the setting, change the type of individuals. And therefore, if I want to summarize, what are the characteristics of good research question? It should be interesting to the researcher, outside to you and to the researcher in the outside world, so that they read your work and they are interested in funding you. You can formulate a hypothesis. The hypothesis can be tested. The study is feasible in terms of time, ethics, money, material, and expertise. And results are potentially important, and they can change ideas and practice. So we have an acronym. It is called finer criteria of a good research question. F means feasible. It should have adequate number of subjects, adequate technical expertise you should have and your team should have, affordable in terms of time and money, and manageable in terms of scope. So that is feasible. Interesting. Getting answers which are intriguing, which intrigues you, which will intrigue your peers. They will accept your paper for funding and publication, and the community will change the way they act. It should be novel. It should confirm, refute, or extend previous findings. It should be ethical, amenable to approval by the Institutional Ethics Committee, and it should be relevant to scientific knowledge, clinical and health policy, and for future research. So whenever you write a research question, write down finer and see, does your question fulfill the finer criteria? And if your research question fills the finer criteria, move to the next step. And the next step is PCOT criteria. PCOT, P-I-C-O-T. P, in which population of patients you will work. And I told you, if your patient and population is very, very narrow, very different, then what will you lose? You will lose external validity. You might still have internal validity, but you will lose external validity. So P is patient, population. I is intervention in your intervention study, or it could be your investigation which you are doing. C, a comparator. You can compare with an alternative intervention or an alternative treatment. O, very important. What do you want to accomplish? What is your outcome of interest? How will you measure it? How will you measure improvement? How will you measure effect? How will you measure adverse effect? And T, what is the appropriate time to assess the outcome? If you assess the outcome too soon, It won't have happened. If you assess it too early, adverse outcomes won't be there. If you assess it too late, you won't have the money or time to do it. So I told you that you have to have finer criteria, and then you write your PCOT criteria, and then, in very brief, develop a hypothesis before data is collected. Hypothesis is what will be your expectation, your proposed explanation of the phenomena. A research hypothesis is a statement created by you when you speculate upon the outcome of a research experience. Don't say, I don't know what will happen. Because if you don't know, you don't have a curiosity. Either you say there's no effect, or you say there's effect on the positive side, or an effect on the negative side. How much is the effect? Because you're a statistician and you will require this hypothesis statement for calculation of sample size. For example, is a happy worker a productive worker? So your hypothesis will be happier workers are more productive than unhappier. You understand? When you say more productive, then how much more productive? In what terms? And then a question, does increasing happiness of workers make them more productive? So what will you have to do? You'll have to create happiness for the workers. And then your hypothesis will be, if you have the null hypothesis, null will say, increasing the happiness does not increase productivity. The earlier hypothesis, happier workers are more productive, is called the alternative hypothesis. And null hypothesis says nothing happens. So you will write your question and you will write your hypothesis based upon whether you are planning a qualitative, quantitative, heuristic, intuitive study, and who are your stakeholders. And based on this, you will form a good hypothesis with clear construct, clear relationship, population included, design and method clear, mean and differences are we comparing proportions, are doing correlation test, and the word significant is unnecessary, okay? So, I will stop here. I have 25 minutes I've taken. I will recap that for you all are intelligent students. You all have a curiosity. To answer your curiosity, you have to do research. To do a research, you have to have a research question. To find a research question, you have to have a solid background knowledge and read textbooks, meet people, have mentors, narrow down, do a search, then have a finer criteria for your question, write your PCOT statement, construct a hypothesis, have a good statistical friend, and enjoy your journey in research. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me. I have 3 minutes left. If any question is there, 1 or 2, I will take it. If none, then you can meet me if you wish anytime. I would be happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much. इसको एग्जिट कर दीजिए. इसको कैसे निकालते हैं? रिजेक्ट कर दीजिए. हाँ. There are no questions. Thank you very much to the organizers, to the audience who was listening so patiently, and Dr. Pavitra Rastogi who called me here. And I've seen other people, Dr. Nandilal and Dr. Amia, and from here, because light is glaring in my eyes, I can't see everybody. But thank you all for sitting through my lecture.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful lecture. I would like to call upon stage Professor Pavitra Rastogi sir, Dr. Anmol Bagaria ma'am, and Dr. Ashish Chandra sir to felicitate Dr. Shali Avasthi ma'am with a memento and a certificate. And also we would like to request our head of the department, periodontology, Professor Nandlal sir, to please come up on stage for the felicitation of our lecturer, of our speaker. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We will be starting with the inauguration ceremony shortly. Within a few minutes, our chief guest will be coming over here and we'll be starting with our inauguration ceremony. Heartiest welcome to all our dignitaries.
Any academic event can't be possible without the blessings of Ma Saraswati. So, I request all the dignitaries to please come forward for the lighting of the lamp.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविना
हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ तू स्वर की देवी है संगीत तुझसे हर शब्द तेरा है हर गीत तुझसे तू स्वर की देवी है संगीत तुझसे हर शब्द तेरा है हर गीत तुमसे हम हैं अकेले हम हैं अधूरे तेरी शरण में हमें प्यार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ.
I request our respected Professor Periodontology, Dr. Pavitra Rastogi sir, to please come up on the dais for a welcome address.
Thanks, Sheetal. Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, King George's Medical University, Lieutenant General Bipin Puri, sir. Our former Dean, Faculty of Dental Sciences, Professor Asim Prakash Tikku, sir. Head of the Department, Periodontology, Professor Nandlal, sir. Organizing Chairperson of this conference and President of Indian Society of Dentistry and Cynodent Dr. Anmol Bagaria. Organizing Secretary, Dr. Ashish Chandra. Distinguished dignitaries of the dais, respected teachers, valued colleagues, guests, and dear delegates. It's my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the 4th World Dental Sciences and Oral Health Conference organized in our esteemed institution, King George's Medical University, Lucknow. We are grateful to all the members of the organizing committee and the volunteers who have arranged such a wonderful conference. I wholeheartedly welcome all the delegates from across the country. We are also fortunate enough to be supported by all my residents of Department of Periodontology and all my fellow colleagues. I would also like to welcome our press and media persons who will give us a wide coverage and spread awareness about the conference. As you all know, that dentistry is ever evolving, and that's why we all have gathered here to discuss the theme of bringing the future of dentistry now and beyond, because this is the era of evidence-based dentistry and evidence-based medicine. So always we have to keep updated ourselves, so the continuing dental education programs are the need of the hour. As we all know that we are celebrating our Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, so we as a collaborator of this program decided to inculcate 75 keynote speakers for this auspicious occasion. The speakers in the program are uniquely placed to debate, discuss, and highlight the key points, trends, and reforms in this profession for the delegates. It will be great to hear from our keynote speakers about the insights, experiences, advancements, and comparison to international standards in our field. We have arranged a paper and poster presentation for the delegates, and our special judges panelists will judge them. For this, I am thankful to all the speaker, course coordinators, moderators, especially Professor Asim Prakash Tikku sir, my mentor, Professor Shadab sir, Professor Pradeep Tandon sir, Professor Shali Avasthi madam, Professor Ranjit Patil, Professor Puran Chand, Dr. R.K. Dikshit, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Head of the Department Plastic Surgery, Dr. Anshuman Kumar is a renowned oncosurgeon from Dharmshila Cancer Hospital, New Delhi. Dr. Himanshu Aaron sir, Principal Seema Dental College, Rishikesh. Dr. Harshul Sharma, Vice President, UP Dental Council, Dr. Sanjeev Srivastav, Head of the Department, Conservative Dentistry, Sardar Patel Dental College, Dr. Puneet Ahuja Saab, Principal, Babu Banarsi Das Dental College. I'm sorry if I am missing anyone. So hope you all learn a lot and enjoy this conference. एक और बहुत ही आज ऑस्पिशियस डे है, भगवान कृष्ण का जन्मदिन भी है, तो उनके लिए दो शब्दों के साथ अपनी बात को ख़त्म करूँगा कि देवकी का नंदन लिखूँ या यशोदा का लाल लिखूँ, वासुदेव का तनय लिखूँ या नंद का गोपाल लिखूँ, रहोगे तुम फिर भी अपरिभाषित चाहे जितना लिखूँ, नदियों सा बहता लिखूँ या सागर सा गहरा लिखूँ, रहोगे तुम हमेशा अपरिभाषित। इसी के साथ भगवान कृष्ण के आशीर्वाद की कामना के साथ हम इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की शुरुआत करते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your constant support and inspiring words. Now we request our organizing secretary, Dr. Ashish Chandra, sir, to grace the dais with a few words.
A very good morning, everyone. The chairperson on the dais and the speakers as well as the delegates of the dais. I, Dr. Ashish Chandra, organizing secretary of the conference, welcome you all to 4th World Dental Science and Oral Health Conference and Scientific Extravaganza. We welcome you all to the lecture series as well as the scientific presentations which are going on over here. We are having around 75 speakers from all over the country as well as internationally who will give their lectures, and the students will get benefits, and all the practitioners as well the students will get all the benefits of the conference. There are about various dental specialists who come together to grace this conference. Cynodent and Indian Society of Dentistry is working hard to enhance knowledge and skills of the students and practitioners. Our vision is to bring economically feasible and sustainable education for the students as well as practitioners. And at the end, I welcome you all again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your support. Now, we request our head of the department, Periodontology, Professor Nandlal, sir, to please come upon the dais and inspire us with a few words.
Very good morning to all. Sitting on the dais, our chief guest, Lieutenant General Dr. Bipin Puriji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of King George's Medical University, Lucknow, Professor A.P. Tikku, former Dean, Dental Faculty and currently Head of the Department, Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics, Professor Pavitra Rastogi, who is President in IDA Dental Council of India, UP State, Dr. Ashish Chandra, Organizing Secretary of the conference, and the sitting of the dais, Head of the Department, Head of the Department, former Head of the Departments, faculty members, speakers, delegates, and electronics and print media persons. I welcome you all from core of my heart in the 4th World Dental Sciences and Oral Health Conference, which is being organized by Indian Society of Dentistry in collaboration with Department of Periodontology, Faculty of Dental Sciences, KGMU, Lucknow. This conference is in the physical as well as in the digital form and involves a galaxy of number of speakers of national and international deputation from our specialty of dentistry. This conference will provide a great opportunity to students, clinicians, and academicians to learn and explore the depth of knowledge about dentistry. I once again welcome all the speakers and delegates in the city of Nawab with the hope that you will have a wonderful state Lucknow. I wish great success for the conference. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and blessings. Now we request our former Dean and HOD of Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics, Professor A.P. Tikku, sir, to please grace the dais with a few words.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning to you all. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Bipin Puri Sahab, VSM, AVSM, he's a highly decorated officer of the Armed Forces. And before he came here as Vice Chancellor, he was heading all the 3 wings of the armed forces in the country. A very dynamic person. We are always looking up to him for any advice, which we promptly get. All the dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Nandlal, Professor and Head of Periodontics, Dr. Pavitra Rastogi, President of the Dental Council of India of UP, Dr. Anmol, Dr. Ashish, and all the organizing committee members of this international national conference on dentistry. I welcome you all on behalf of the King George's Medical University, Faculty of Dental Sciences. You know, this institution has a very, very rich history. It is more than 100 years old, and most prominent institution for the last 100 years in the country, still ranked amongst the top institutions in the country, the top universities in the country, and we have never let it slide down. The Faculty of Dental Sciences, one of the oldest in the country, in fact the oldest post-independent dental facility in the country in 1948, and it has been in the top of the dentistry in imparting education and knowledge for the last so many years. It is still in the top, and we aim to keep it there. So you are all, I would say, very fortunate and blessed to be here in this premises of King George's Medical University, and I'm sure you will take back very fond memories from here. I can tell you, I have been here for 44 years. I am absolutely blessed to be associated, to be a part of this university as a student, as an undergraduate, as a postgraduate, as a faculty member, as a professor, as a head, as a dean. I am absolutely fortunate and blessed by the God. And you know, dentistry हमारे टाइम पे कैसी होती थी, आप लोग को इसका शायद अंदाज़ नहीं है, मैं बताऊं थोड़ा सा, कि उस टाइम पे एंडोडोंटिक्स का बहुत वो नहीं होता था, एंडोडोंटिक्स डेवलप्ड नहीं थी आज से 40-45 साल पहले, ज़्यादातर दांत निकाले जाते थे. कोई आता था कहता था मेरे दांत में दर्द है, निकाल दो. दैट वाज द बेसिक ट्रीटमेंट व्हाट वाज यूजुअली डन. और उस टाइम पे जब हम लोग BDS 3rd ईयर फाइनल ईयर में थे तो अक्सर गलत दांत निकाल देते थे. वो निकालना फर्स्ट मोलर है तो सेकंड मोलर निकाल दिया, वो अक्सर होता था. तो वो मरीज़ लौट के आता था, कहता था साहब ये क्या किया आपने, देखिए कीड़ा तो ये वाला दांत खा रहा था और दर्द तो इसमें था, आपने तो पीछे निकाल दिया. तो हम लोग के पास उसका भी हल था. हम लोग कहते देखिए आप समझ नहीं रहे हैं, वो पीछे वाले दांत पे बैठ के तो आगे वाला दांत खा रहा था, तो हमने पहले पीछे का निकाल दिया, अब आज आगे का भी निकालेंगे. So you see, it used to actually happen. And this, how the dentistry has changed over the years. We have seen the journey of dentistry, and now you will see you are the future of dentistry. You will see the journey for the next 50 years, and it is a remarkable journey up till now, and I'm sure it will be a remarkable journey in the future also. I'm very happy to have with us here मेरे बचपन के दोस्त हैं ये लोग, है ना? Dr. Himanshu Aaron is here from Seema Dental College, Principal and Head of the Department from Seema. Dr. Vinita Pandey, नहीं पांडे नहीं, अब विनीता निखिल हो गई हैं, पहले पांडे थी, हमारी स्टूडेंट हैं. तो she is Professor and Head of Conservative at Meerut, and so many other dignitaries are here. We welcome you all. And I can tell you, boys and girls, इसकी crux of the story क्या है? हाथ में शफा होनी चाहिए. If I really don't know whether you understand the term shafa. Shafa is a Persian word which means the healing touch. हाथ में शफा कई बार कहा जाता था पहले, अब कम सुना जाता है कि डॉक्टर के हाथ में शफा है. शफा मतलब वो जब किसी को छूता है उसका मरीज़ ठीक हो जाता है, वो हीलिंग टच है. वही दवा हम दे रहे हैं, वही दवा आप दे रहे हैं, हमारा मरीज़ को अफेक्ट कर रही है, आपके मरीज़ को नहीं अफेक्ट कर रही है, क्योंकि किसी के हाथ में शफा है, किसी के हाथ में नहीं है. और शफा क्या चीज़ है, शफा कहाँ से आती है? ये ऊपर वाला देता है, हर किसी को नहीं देता है. इट इज़ गिवन टू ओनली द ब्लेस्ड फ्यू. ऊपर वाला भी देख रहा है कि शफा किसको देनी है, किसको नहीं देनी है, और उसी को देनी है. मैंने इतने साल में समझ लिया है कि कि जिसके पास सिंपैथी है, एम्पैथी है, कंपैशन है, काइंडनेस है, जेनरोसिटी है, मरीजों का दिल में दुख है, दर्द है, समाज के लिए दुख है, दर्द है, नियर और नीडी और पुअर के लिए कंसिडरेशन है, अपने एल्डरली बुजुर्गों के लिए कंसिडरेशन है। ऊपर वाला देखता है, उसी को शफा देता है। तो जिसके हाथ में शफा आ जाएगी वैसे ही कामयाब होगा। Try to imbibe all these qualities, and thank you everybody for being here, and I'm sure you will be enriched as you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those inspiring words. Now is the time we all have been waiting for eagerly. We request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, King George's Medical University, Lieutenant General Vipin Puri sir, to please address us with his words of wisdom.
So, good morning, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege to be here this morning for this fourth World Dental Sciences and Oral Health Conference 2022, being organized by the Department of Periodontology, Indian Society of Dentistry, and Cynodent International organization. So, at the outset, let me congratulate the organizing team, and of course, all the distinguished people on the dais, Professor Tiku, Professor Nandlal, Pavitra Rastogi, from Cynodent, Dr. Anmol Bagaria, and of course, Dr. Ashish. So, my compliments to you all. Also, I'm very happy to learn about how you all have conceived this this workshop conference. 75 years of independent India, and I like the thought. 75 speakers, faculty members who would be perhaps be talking, interacting with the delegates. So I think it's a nice thought. Very happy to see how this workshop conference has been organized, and it is, as I've been told, that it is being conducted in 4 zones of the country: north, south, east, and west, and it targets basically the undergrad students and the PGs of all specialties. So it's wonderful because you are the audience who is going to be impacted by the cutting edge technology of dentistry as it is continues to evolve from what it was in yesteryears. Was Professor Tiku talked about what was yesterday. And today things are absolutely different. We are so delighted to see a lot happening as far as dental sciences is concerned. But before I talk a little bit about the scientific content of this conference, I'm very happy to note that there are nearly more than 450 delegates have come to us from different parts of the country. So, on behalf of the King George Medical University, I extend a very, very warm welcome to each and every one of you. I do hope that your stay at Lucknow would be fruitful, happy, academically satisfying, and you will take back pleasant memories of this meeting. Well, friends, as I was going through the scientific content of this workshop, I was very happy to see that there have been 10 hands-on workshops on the 16th and 17th, covering a very diverse spectrum of topics, including medical emergencies in dentistry. This is something which is a subject which is very close to my heart, and I sincerely believe that there are emergencies in dentistry as well. And if there is an acute toothache in the middle of the night, there is nobody to fall back on unless until you have emergency services. So I think tele-dental health or emergency services, there is a role to play, and I think that is an area which requires to be developed over a period of time. I also was noting facial aesthetics, implants, lasers, ozone therapy, minimally invasive surgery, dental laminates and veneers, etc., etc. So excellent milieu of a very diverse spectrum of topics, and I think what the emphasis has been in the advances in treatment, newer armamentarium techniques and prognostic evaluations in dental sciences. This is for the young undergrads and the postgrads. It is something which is even beyond your curriculum. In your curriculum, as it is, you learn a lot, but this is you're getting those tips and tricks from the experts who do it on a daily basis, who have now tried to imbibe the technology in their day-to-day working. Therefore, it is when you get these tips from the experts, I think it takes your knowledge to one step higher. I sincerely believe, friends, ladies and gentlemen, that modern dentistry has come a long way. It's been a journey from the medieval times where what Professor Tiku talked about, today where it's state-of-the-art, contemporary, cutting-edge technology, where you have it all, whether you're talking of lasers, you're talking of implants, you're talking of emotional dentistry, you're talking of 3D printing, you name it. It's all happening, and it's happening in your era. And because it's happening in your era, it becomes mandatory for you to imbibe the different paradigms, to imbibe and understand the ecosystem as it is evolving, because technology waits for nobody. Either you get onto the bandwagon or you're left behind. So I think it's important that we especially who are the champions in the academic institutions, we ensure that our students, our generation, the young generation of undergraduates and postgraduates are able to imbibe, and we give you a platform to understand, to try and take away knowledge which you can perhaps use in your practice in the times to come. So very happy to see facial aesthetics, which is I'm told is really the future for tomorrow for many of you who understand what I'm talking about, to have a nice smile, which is pleasant, and people are looking at their own smiles and trying to do it better. Lasers, the different types of lasers and implants and the nuances of all of this. So I'm very, very glad, and so once again congratulate the organizing committee for a very rich academic menu for all the delegates to take on. So once again, compliments to the organizing team, heartfelt greetings to all the delegates who have come across, and my deepest gratitude to all the faculty members who are going to take these workshops and these lectures. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. Now, it's time to honor our dignitaries with a token of respect as a remembrance of this auspicious occasion and to thank them for their valuable time. We would like to call upon Professor Pavitra Rastogi, sir, Dr. Anmol Bagaria, ma'am, and Dr. Ashish Chandra, sir, to please present a memento to our chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor, KGMU, Lieutenant General Dr. Bipin Puri, sir. Please give a huge round of applause for our chief guest.
Now we would like to present a memento to our former Dean and Head of the Department, Endodontics and Conservative Dentistry, Faculty of Dental Sciences, King George's Medical University, Professor A.P. Tikku, sir.
Now we would like to present a memento to our head of the department, Periodontology, Professor Nandlal sir. Thank you, sir and ma'am.
Now, I would like to call upon our organizing chairperson, Dr. Anmol Bagaria ma'am, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Warm greetings to one and all. I, Dr. Anmol Bagaria, the organizing chairperson of the conference, founder and CEO of Cynodent, founder, president, Indian Society of Dentistry, welcome you all to the 4th World Dental Sciences and Oral Health Conference, which has started today with its inauguration. With this successful beginning, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who have made it possible. Firstly, all thanks to God, then my mom and dad for being my strength always. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries on the dais, respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, KGMU, Lieutenant General Dr. Vipin Puri sir, Dean Faculty, ex-Dean Faculty of Dental Sciences, Dr. A.P. Tikku sir, Head of Department Periodontology, Professor Nandlal sir, and Professor Pavitra Rastogi sir, who all have graced the occasion and inaugurated our conference today. Thank you for giving us your valuable time today. I would also like to thank all the dignitaries of the dais, all the HODs, faculty members of King George's Medical Universities, and all the faculty members and HODs of other colleges, deans of respective colleges, Cynodent members and ISD team members, and all the students and delegates present here. I extend my sincere thanks to the head of the Department Periodontology, Professor Dr. Nandlal sir, for his guidance and entire Periodontology department for the constant support. I would like to thank our dearest sir, Dr. Pavitra Rastogi sir, who is the convener of the conference, who has constantly supported us and guided us to make this event a successful one. I would like to thank Dr. Ashish Chandra, the organizing secretary of the conference, for his effort in making this event a successful one. I have few more names to add. I would like to thank Dr. Ratika Solanki, Dr. Yash Sharma, Dr. Shivam Bhardwaj, Dr. Pratik Bam, Dr. Palak Tihara, Dr. Noman, Dr. Anam, Dr. Anu, Dr. Sarita, and entire state team of UP, Delhi NCR for your constant effort in making this event a landmark in the history. I also thank all the JRs, SR of Periodontology Department of King George's Medical University, all the professors of the Department of Periodontology, and entire working committee for their support, who have worked day and night out. I also thank all the speakers who have taken out their time from their busy schedules and made it here. A big thank you to all the delegates, students, clinicians, academicians who have trusted us and joined us to enhance their knowledge and skills. I promise you the same these 2 days. Sorry if I have missed any names, but I am highly thankful to each and everyone present here. Thank you all once again for being there with us and giving us your valuable time today. Have a happy day and happy conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We request you all to now please rise for the national anthem. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Delegates, we will be resuming the lectures shortly. Delegates, kindly note Dr. Anshuman sir as a speaker. He will be resuming his lecture in the Hall C and not in Hall B.
I repeat Hall C. I repeat Hall C.
I repeat in Hall C. So we'll be taking the lecture in Hall C.
That is across the hall.
That is across the hall. And the lectures in Hall B will be resuming shortly. All the delegates can move on to Hall C because the lectures of Anshuman sir will be resuming over there, and after 10 to 15 minutes it will be resuming in Hall B.
Ladies and gentlemen, we start with our lectures. Our next lecture of the day is by our head of the department, Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics, Professor A.P. Tikku, sir. Sir joined BDS in KGMC in 1978. He has done his MDS in Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics in 1999. And he has more than 34 years of postgraduate teaching experience. He is one of the senior most postgraduate teacher in endodontics. Sir is former Dean, Faculty of Dental Sciences, and Executive Council member of KGMU. Please welcome sir with a huge round of applause.
Okay.
इधर से हटाती हूँ पहले।
नहीं मैम, शायद इधर ये पीटी
उधर से।
हाँ, एक सेकंड मैं इसको वो कर देती हूँ, बुला के लाती हूँ।
ये चल रहा है।
Delegates, we are resuming the lectures now. Kindly be seated. Our next eminent speaker is Dr. Vinita Nikhil ma'am. She is a professor and head of the department in the Department of Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics in Shubharthi Dental College and Hospital, Meerut. Please give her a huge round of applause. Please welcome ma'am.
Jai Hind and a very good afternoon, everybody. Lucknow, mera shehar, and KGMC, mera alma mater. Now, today's presentation, I want to start with one शेर. आस्तीन में अब भी अद्भुत जज्बात लिए फिरती हूँ. आस्तीन में अब भी अद्भुत जज्बात लिए फिरती हूँ. रहूं कहीं भी थोड़ा सा लखनऊ अपने साथ लिए फिरती हूँ. सर का कहना है कि बहुत सा लखनऊ हम अपने साथ लिए फिरते हैं. थैंक यू. जय हिंद. Jai Hind is a greeting word, what we use in our university, that is Subharti University. I'm from there, and greetings from Subharti Dental College and Subharti University. Now friends, those who are doing endodontists, they know that the key for success of endodontics is as an adequate access opening. Now today when I was listening, VC sir, he said that the speakers are going to tell you about the tips and tricks. Now seeing my target population and my audience, I'll keep my presentation to tips and tricks as simple as possible so that you can go ahead with conceptualization of molar access with a positive outcome. Now friends, root canal is no more a root canal. It's not a simple canal. It starts from the pulp horn and it ends at the apical foramen, and in between to it, there are so many complexities. There are fins, there are isthmuses, there are lateral canals, accessory canals, and whatnot. So to clean them, to disinfect them, and later on to fill them is a difficult task, and it cannot be achieved until you access the system. And for that, it is important that you make an adequate access opening. If you fail to plan, you're actually planning to fail. And that's why, if you want to achieve success, you have to plan for it. And today's my topic, as I said, it is was conceptualization of molar axis, and tips and few tricks to you are to plan it so that we get a positive outcome. For your convenience, I have divided this concept into 5 stages: pre-axis analysis, preparation of the tooth for endodontic treatment, removal of pulp chamber, roof and coronal pulp tissue, identification of root canal orifice, and later on gaining a straight line access to the apical foramen or to the first curvature. Now the question arises, what to analyze? The teacher has given us, this tooth has to be treated with root canal, or in my clinic I have diagnosed it. Then where and what to analyze? Everything has been taught. There are few analyses which are mandatory even after the diagnosis have been made. And this pre-axis analysis is essential. And that can be only achieved after proper clinical and radiographic analysis. And many of the time, your 2-dimensional imaging may not be sufficient for it, and you may require a 3-dimensional imaging, that is CBCT. And I'm very much sure the institute you people must be belonging, they all have. My KGMC have, my Subharti has. If you don't have, please ask your institute to bring it. The first clinical analysis, what you should do is to check about the mouth opening, which we hardly see. If the mouth opening is lesser than 2 fingers, it will be categorized as a difficult case. And the modification or the changes which you have to do in the protocol is selection of your handpiece. You need to take that a small head endodontic handpiece will be required in this case rather than the standard head. And secondly, you have to select some burrs which are short shank rather than the long shank. Is it only this which we'll be seeing clinically? No. The second thing what you have to see is about the tooth angulation, both clinically as well as this radiographically. Now, as you can see, this tooth, I don't know this pointer works or not. So sorry, it's not working. Pointer is not working. So what we can see, there is a mesial angulation of the molar, and if you want to gain an axis by the regular practice, that is going to the long axis of the tooth, what you will do, you will fail and you will get it perforated. And that's why what change you have to do is that you have to shift your axis or entry point more distally than the actual it should be. The third thing is, what is the relation of your crown or the coronal tooth structure or any processes to the root? It is not mandatory that the coronal portion is in a straight line with that of root. Many of the time, as in the radiograph, you can see that they are angulated. And similarly, sometimes the processes which are made, the crowns which are made, which are not in orientation with that. So you have to check with the radiograph as well as by clinically palpating the attached gingiva where the roots are going, and accordingly you have to make the direction of axis opening. Otherwise, what will happen? You can see that crown and root are not in the same angulation, and that's why the perforation has occurred. Or even it happens that you may find a canal and you may say, you think, oh, according to direction, it must be a mesiobuccal canal, although it was a mesolingual canal. And then you start gouging the dentine to find out mesolingual, and what you do, you gouge a lot of dentine and make the tooth inferior in strength. Very common thing. Doing endoaxis in already restored or crown teeth. And what the dentist has done, to give a proper contact with the proximal teeth, he has made an oversized restoration. Whenever you find an oversized restoration, please be careful. You have to locate where the actual tooth actually resides. Because in oversized restoration, there may be overhangs either on both the sides or unilaterally. And how you can do, because in radiograph, you won't be able to see the coronal tooth structure because of the crown. And thus, you have to do probing. Probe it and find out what is the level of CEJ and where is the furcation present. Because furcation will tell you the middle of the tooth. And this you have to mentally, you have to imagine it, and your axis of entry will be in direction to that. Last but not the least, we have been taught, make a triangle axis opening for central incisor, go for an oval or round for canine, make a trapezoidal for molar. No, it is no more existing. Learning about the complexities of the root canal system, you have to tailor your axis design. It is no more triangular, no more round or oval. Because now we know that with age, even in the same tooth, the pulp chamber size and shape may change. And you have to only access the pulp chamber. So the shape will be determined by the pulp chamber shape. And that's why you have to tailor your axis design. So go and just check what your radiographs are telling about the positioning of roots, root canals, and their orientation with the crown. For all these things, if you want to do it, what you require are a minimum of 2 IOPAs, one straight view and the other any angle, either mesial or distal, depending upon your choice and convenience. And the third radiograph is the bite wing. Why? Because the bite wing will tell you about the position, the size, the depth, the shape, and about of the pulp chamber. Because the bite wing, they are the least distorted images. On the contrary, the IOPAs, they will give you about the information about what is the alignment of crown to that of the root, how many roots are there, how many root canals are there, or is there curvature present. In addition to this, the radiographs also give you a slight amount of information about the challenges what you can face. That is, some technical problem with the laptop. That is, are the pulp chamber, whether their pulp stones are there, is there any dystrophic calcification there, or what is the angulation of the canal in respect to the pulp chamber? Is the root thins? How much amount of the tooth structure is there between the pulp chamber and the furcation? So all these vital informations are just gained by simple radiographs. So please don't omit radiographs. Radiographs are essential tools and utilize them properly. Undistorted, 2 IOPAs, 1 straight and 1 angulated, and 1 bite wings are very, very much essential to gain information before access. Thank you. Now we know that almost all of us are working with digital radiography rather than analog film type. So why not to take the advantage of zooming the images, getting more information than what we want? So please don't forget to zoom the images and see the various parameters. For example, if I have to do an axis, I'll take a bite wing and I'll zoom image and I'll find out which is the highest point in the pulp chamber. Usually they are the pulpons, and basically usually it is mesial, but it may be different. It may be in some situations. So find out the highest point. Mark the distance from the highest point in the tooth to that portion. Place your burr or cutting tool which you have selected. I'll help you out what type of tool you have to select. We'll discuss later. Mark the highest to the point where it is actually coinciding with the highest point in the tooth. Now you get the length to which you have to reach before you can gain an access to the pulp chamber. So you, till this step, you can cut without any being careless also. I should not use the word careless, but at least you will be carefree that till this point I'm not going to do any sort of perforation. And after this, once you have reached, now you should be careful to find out because you are in a proximity to that of the pulp chamber. The last thing in the pre-assessment is that whenever you are treating any or doing excess in any of the tooth which has been crowned before, whether we should remove it or we have to retain it. Because the patients always will that please Dr. Saab is crown ko to rehne dijiye, isi ke upar se kar lijiye. But what is beneficial and what is correct you should know. If the crown which is present is loose, is defective, has any undermined restoration, is leaking, or if you think there is any fracture tooth segment inside, or if you have planned for some other type of restoration in it, you should remove it. But if not, you should retain it. Now the analysis has been done, all homework done, you have to go ahead with the treatment. The first part of the treatment, what you should do is pre-endo build-up and isolation. These are the common clinical scenarios which you are going to encounter. If you fail to do pre-endo build-up and you are doing endodontics, you are actually planning to fail. Now, what is the advantage of doing pre-endo build-up? Because that helps you to give a complete seal when you will be placing your rubber dam. Secondly, it also provides a reservoir. What do I mean to reservoir? Is because there will be 4 walls inside which will be there a opening for the pulp chamber, and that can be pooled with the irrigant. And what is the commonest irrigant? Is hypochlorite. So you can fill ample amount of irrigant and you can work with it. And third, because there are 4 walls, it is stronger, so that's why inter-appointment, seal breakage, or fracture of the tooth, or leakage can be prevented. All done. Now we are ready for making an access. We can divide the access preparation into 3 phases. Number 1 is penetration. You make a hole. Number 2, enlargement. You extend the preparation. And number 3, you refine the preparation. Let's see in detail. Now, each of these phases will require different tools and which we should have if we really want to do good endodontics. The first phase, where is penetration phase. Now, what is the tissue which we are going to penetrate? It is enamel and dentine. We all know enamel is brittle material, and that's why diamonds will be the best for it. On the contrary, dentine can be cut better with the carbides. Whatever instrument you choose, it should be end cutting. So in the first phase, any end cutting, diamond, or carbide, depending upon the tissue, should be chosen. Now you can see the third instrument which is lined up here, because my pointer is not working, this pointer is not, that's why I can't say. You can see there, it has a shape of a round burr with a long tapering word covered with the diamond. That means this instrument can not only help you in only penetration, but also in the second phase which we'll be describing is enlargement. But be careful. If you have penetrated and you are enlarging and you are using this tool, you may tend to gouge the dentine. So with experience, you can use this. Otherwise, you use end cutting burr for the penetration, and during the second phase, you should use a non-end cutting burr. The third, the fourth and fifth instrument which I have shown you are basically the instruments which you can use when you are using magnification, because short shank instrument will hamper your view when you are using microscope. As I told you, it's not only that the natural tooth requires, vital or non-restored tooth requires endodontics. Many of the time, it is the restored tooth also which requires. So depending upon the substrate you have to cut, again, your instrument will change. They are the three basic mainly used. There are many types. The mainly used materials are either the metal, like gold or non-precious, then the ceramo-metal crowns, and the third is the all-ceramic or zirconia crowns. Metals can be best penetrated or cut with the carbides, and particularly if they are cross-cut, they are the best. Now, cross-cut carbides, they are known as transmetal burrs, and you should use it with lot much amount of water flow when you are penetrating a metal crown. Now, why I said there should be ample amount of water flow when you are doing it? Because number one, it decreases the heat generated, and number two, many of the time it happens that when you penetrate the debris which has been actually formed during cutting, which is metallic in nature, may go inside your canals and may block the canals, later making your treatment very difficult. So good amount of water flow will remove these debris which have been produced. Yes, when you are using, when we are going to cut porcelain fused to metal, for porcelain, the diamonds are best. And again, once you cut it and the metal substrate is there, you can use your transmetal burr. For zirconia, again, a brittle material, you need diamonds, special types of diamonds, which are coarser in nature. Few brands are already available, like Zircut and all. They can be used with the good flow of water. The precaution whenever you are cutting ceramo metal or zirconium is that your pressure should be intermittent. It should be light and intermittent touch rather than constant and pressurized cutting. Otherwise, you'll initiate cracks in it and your crown or restoration will not be worth to keep it. So, you have penetrated and you have reached to the access to the pulp chamber, wherever it was wider enough. And you may feel a drop like a thing. Why? Because you are dropping in a cavity which was filled with a connective tissue, or sometimes not even that in necrotic tissue. It's okay. So mainly, most of the time, you'll feel a drop. But is this drop always present? No. Be careful when you are treating teeth where already calcifications are there. You'll never have that drop feel, and that's why what I told you, the pre-analysis where you have analyzed what is the shape, size, chamber, presence, and then the depth, that should be kept in the mind, and once you reach that area, try exploring it with the use of magnification, illumination, and the best thing is you should use ultrasonics. Friends, using ultrasonics is very, very easy. It's just only you have to take a small step to use ultrasonics for making excess cavity, because they are very precise. They cut very small amount of dentine or the structure to structure which you want to cut, and then they are causing least harm as compared to that of aggressive cutting of your burrs. You can see here, and it appears that as if you have removed everything and now the canals are clear. But actually it is not. If you see the left side of your image, you will see that there is something overhanging still present, what we call soffit or ceiling of the pulp chamber. You have felt the drop, you have gained the access to the chamber, but this soffit is still present, which should be removed so that you can expose all the orifices and you can locate them and prepare it. Now, this can be done either with the same round burr or the smaller size of round burr, and just by outstroke, you can remove those and you can go ahead. But again, the word of caution is, you should use round burrs for removing the soffit only after you gain a sufficient amount of experience, because this may lead to gouging of the lateral canals. The more easiest step is you can use a safe-ended burr, non-cutting tip burr, either a carbide or a diamond for expansion and removing of the soffit. Once the chamber, the sealing is being removed, now is the chance to locate the orifices. We know that this tooth have this much of this number of orifices, that has no, but that is not a regular protocol, because you can find any number of canals in any tooth, and that's why you should think and should examine the 4 properly. Now, what the instruments you should use while searching for your orifice? The 2 commonest instruments which I can suggest to you is, you must have heard about DG16, although there are 3 types of DGs, DG16, DG17, DG1723, but the commonest is DG16. It's a double-handed instrument and they have a different angulation. Now, why they have different angulation of the shank? Because then you can use it both for anterior and posterior. The beauty of this instrument is this, that the tips are very sharp as well as they are very strong. So even not only you can find, you can explore and they will have a catch where there will be orifice, but if there is a small amount of calcification also present, you can remove it. The another instrument which was actually designed by Don West, a very renowned endodontist, that is JW Explorers. Now JW Explorers, they are also known as CK Explorers on the name of the company which is making it. The difference between DG16 and JW is that the JW Explorers, they are 50% smaller or thinner than the previous versions, and so that they not only explore and they can remove the calcification from the orifices, even they can be used inside the orifices also and remove the calcification. So if in your pre-access analysis you find that there is calcification or dystrophic calcification in the cervical part of the root canal system, you try this instrument. This is really a tool which can help you. Now you can see this case. We can find out the canal, negotiate canal, but because of the calcification, maybe that you cannot enter in that. Then again, you have few important gadgets, and they are not expensive, I'm telling you. You can get it easily from any vendor. Like Allen burr. Allen burr, what is Allen? It is long neck burr, then Mueller burr and Mune spurs. Now, the beauty of these instruments is they are long shank burr, so whenever you are using, they don't hamper your vision. So you can see where you're working. If you're working without irrigation, you can even see where what the tip is doing. The Mueller burrs are the Mune spurs are even smaller than the Mueller burrs, and they are from 1 to 4 number. So depending upon which tooth you are working, you can select it. These are small, they are slow speed burrs, and they can help you to remove the calcification and negotiate the orifices. Now, the first phase finished, orifice located, the sick penetrated, and enlargement done, and now after location, what you have to do? You have to do refinement of the canal. Now, many of the time my students ask, Madam, it has already been, we know that now these are the orifice, why we want to refine it? The beauty of refinement is, we all know what we have to do. We have to make a tapered preparation of the root canal so that we can clean them properly, we can irrigate them properly, we can obturate them properly. Similarly, our access openings are also tapered. They are divergent occlusally. Now, both the taper of your occlusal access cavity and the taper of your canal, they should be confluent, so that when you put your instrument, it should glide itself to the canal and should go to the apical opening. And that is the work which we do in the refinement phase. Now this are what the other 3 instruments which you can see. The first is orifice shaper. Many of your rotary systems, they have their first instrument as an orifice shaper. Number second is like this is the pro-taper F1 of universal. Nowadays we hardly use universal system. It is more like we use gold systems because of their phase. We use martensite system that is beyond the scope of today's presentation. So, and the third is the gate skid and drill. So any of your instrument, it can be used. If it is very small, go ahead with the orifice shaper. If it's not that small, you can go straight from the S1 of this pro-taper. Or if it's slightly larger, you can go ahead with the gates. The gates should be, all the three instruments should be used in brushing stroke. Brushing stroke like you are doing painting towards the outer wall. Now this is an example, classic example, I want to show it. And the picture is a courtesy of the Dentsply. You can see this is the radiograph. Now radiograph, easily you can locate the orifice also. But once you will put your orifice, you can, you want to put your instrument. What is it? What you can see? See, there is a wedge-shaped dentine which will interfere with the obstruction or will call hindrance in your preparation. Now the purpose of refining here will be to remove this wedge so that the hindrance is removed. You can easily put your instrument and there will be no pressure on your instrument during your preparation. So there will be least chances of fracture of your instrument, and secondly, your preparation will be as it will maintain the shape of the canal. So if you remove this wedge, your instrument which was previously tilted will be shifted to a straight line axis, and that is the definition of your axis preparation, that you want to gain a straight line axis to the apical foramen, and if not, at least to the first curvature of the canal. So now here you can see that the first images show when you have just penetrated, the second image after you have enlarged and removed the soffit, and the third image is after the refinement has been done in the same tooth. Locating orifice is not as easy as I have told you. Many of the time, particularly when you are treating geriatric patients, or in tooth which was previously restored many times with complex restoration, there's so much of calcification. So what can help you to locate these orifices? The first and foremost thing is that your floor should be absolutely clean. You have to clean it, you have to dry it, and then use 95% of denatured ethanol, and then visualize it under magnification and illumination. If you use it, and you can use even your curing light, place your curing light in the CEJ area, and the illumination, the trans illumination which is generated will also show you dark spots which are indicating the orifice, presence of orifices. If you have dried your pulp chamber and you are using your magnification and illumination, you can easily discriminate where is the pulp chamber wall and where is the pulp chamber floor. The difference is in the color. The floor is always darker than the walls, and in that floor you'll find a map-like a thing that is because of the developmental groove and what we call is dentinal map. And that dentinal map will be further darker than the floor. And with wherever these maps are ending, and each end will give you the place or the site where the orifice should be located. So now you know the importance of a clean pulp chamber and a dry pulp chamber. I've shown you so many images about the molars, mandibular molars particularly. You must have heard about MB2s. Nowadays, we all talk about MB2s. Previously, nobody was saying about MB2s. We were only saying there were 3 canals in the maxillary molars. But if you see the incidence of MB2, it varies from 30 to even 80% in the population, depending upon which portion or globally the person is residing. So here is a trick to find out your MB2s. It is generally, it will give you the indication, but not always, because as I told you, variations are always present. So the first thing, what you should do, you should locate the mesobuccal canal in maxillary molars. Now, where you should locate your mesobuccal canal? The mesobuccal canal is slightly distal to your mesobuccal cusp tip. After you have located your mesobuccal canal, go ahead with the distobuccal canal. Now, where is this distobuccal canal located? It is slightly palatal to your mesobuccal and slightly distal to your distobuccal cusp. Now, after you have located these two canals, the third canal, palatal, which is the widest canal among them, is the most easiest, which is slightly distal to your mesopalatal cusp tip. So the first stage is over. You have located your 3 canals orifice. Now coming upon the mesobuccal. What you can simply do, you can draw a line, that is imaginary line, from your mesobuccal cusp orifice, and to the palatal orifice. And then draw a perpendicular line from your distobuccal orifice towards this line what you have drawn. Wherever they intersected, go slightly mesial to it, you will find 1 or 2 millimeter, you will find where the mesobuccal 2 is present. Now, why it is so that we find mesobuccal in the MB1 quite early, but MB2, it's difficult to find out. Why? Because it has been seen that majority of the time, MB2s, they are 1 to 2 millimeter apically present in the pulp chamber. So you have to dig out this dentine to find out this one canal. And in the younger one, it may be superficial. With older generation, as the age progresses, it will go deeper. So here, the role of ultrasonic tips works. Whenever you are locating your orifice, your instrument which I use with hand may obscure your view and you fail to negotiate. Here is a tip. You can use these micro openers. These micro openers, previously they were difficult to achieve. Now from last 5 years you can easily get, again with a good shop. These are there. These are handled endodontic instruments, and because of these handles your hand doesn't obscure and you can locate the orifice more easily. One other trick, you know what is inside the orifice? It's a pulp. And what is it? It's organic tissue. So you can use various dyes. The easiest is the methylene blue dye. You can place methylene blue dye in the chamber, rest it there for 2-3 minutes, wash it off, and wherever the remnants remain will indicate either there are orifice or the cracks which are present. So explore that area, use your explorers, use your ultrasonic tips, and you can find out the orifices. This is again a common thing what you can do. You know, the commonest irrigant is hypochlorite. And how the hypochlorite works, again, you all know about it. I don't need to explain it. Because of its action, there is so much of effervescence which is produced. Whenever it comes to the in contact with the vital tissue, it will produce effervescence. So when you have find out the canals and you feel that still there may be some canals which are missed, fill your chamber with a highly concentrated, that is, although it may be nowadays we have 8% hypochlorite also, but I don't go beyond 6%. So you can use 5 to 6% of hypochlorite and see under magnification if you find some bubbles coming out from any place, there are the indications that the orifice may be located there. Red line and white line test. What are the 2 types of tissues what you encounter in endodontics? One is viable, the other is necrotic. So when the pulp tissue is viable and irreversibly inflamed, and you have find out the primary orifices and you think that there are extra canals, clean the area and see for oozing out blood. Any indication of or red tinge coming or appearing in the area again gives you the hint of presence of your orifice. And that what we call it is the red line test. But what if I am dealing with a necrotic tissue where the blood will come for? The second test can be done, that is known as white line test. Now what is this? Use your burr or your ultrasonic tip without water. That is in dry condition. So what will happen that wherever there will be a dentinal map or wherever it is, there will be orifice, these dust which are produced, they tend to settle out there, giving a white marking and giving you an indication that go and search here. So this is known as white line test. Friends, this is what I told you was about the traditional or conventional way of doing it, of root canal. But what happened in 2010, David Clark and Khademi, they have coined a term which was known as pericervical dentine. You must have heard. If you have not heard, please explore it. What they said that 4 mm coronal and 4 mm apical to your alveolar crest, whatever tooth structure is there, it is essentially important. Why it is important? Because that is the tooth structure which will bear all the load and will transfer the masticatory load to the bone. And secondly, that if this tissue is lost, you cannot repair it or replace it with any other type of any material which will be giving you the same properties. And they call it pericervical dentine. So what they mean to say that by at any cost, 4 millimeter coronal structure to that alveolar crest and 4 millimeter apical structure to the coronal structure, you should preserve it. And whenever we are doing access opening, whenever we are removing or irregularities or hindrance, or whenever we are flaring the coronal portion, we are removing dentine from there. So they said, be conservative, don't remove it, because you will be ultimately decreasing the fracture resistance. And this concept led to the development of another type of access preparations. They are, the first one is contracted access cavity. Now what is contracted access cavity? Exactly same what I told you. But after penetration, the second phase and the third phase were not done. That means the enlargement was not done. You have not removed the soffit or the sealing of the pulp chamber, and you have not refined this one. The second type of preparation was known as truss preparation. Truss preparation, it came like, don't make an access opening and remove whole of the sealing of the pulp chamber. Okay? What they said, locate the pulp horn with the help of radiograph, particularly CBCT, made an access opening, dropping your burr on those side, and just do the root canal. And the third one was known as caries driven or restoration driven access. Now what does that mean? That if a tooth is caries exposed, remove all the caries, and from that exposure side only locate the orifice and do the endodontic access. Now these are not so easy to do it, but they said that this will help you to preserve the strength of the tooth. Now once the people were coining these concepts, the researchers came forward to conduct the study that whether they are saying whether really it is going to enhance or increase the fracture resistance of the tooth, or whether it will increase the lifetime of my tooth. So all these type of preparation, the first one you can see, the purple one is basically the conservative, what we are doing. Second is contracted access, and third is ninja access, or even contracted access, what you can say. And what they found, they supported, yes, the fracture resistance of these tooth is better than the previous. But what was the other thing what they told? They told, but it compromises the efficacy of canal instrumentation. What does it mean? That it will not help you to clean out all the infectious material from the canal. That means the whole principle behind the treatment has failed. Okay? What the other study says, The other study, they have the other researchers, when they find, they said that no, it doesn't increase the fracture resistance. It's almost same. There's nothing. So, the third study again said, no, it is not supporting. It doesn't increase. So, many of the researchers, they were for the contracted and trust and caries driven, but the others were not. So, there is a bit confusion for our generation. What we should follow. Let's listen what the specialists in our field worldwide they mean to say. Now they say, who is these? These are Cliff Riddle, Martin Trope, John West, and Ellen Ully. These are the people, renowned people, globally present, and their representation is that making the access too minuscule may have unintended consequences. Means if you are making an access cavity very small, may have some bad effects. What is? You may miss canals, you may form ledging, you may cause perforation, you may cause instrument separation or breakage of the instrument. So, being more conservative than the standard, if you are doing so, use microscope, because then you know what are you leaving. You can see better. So if you're using microscope, if you're using magnification, if you're using instruments which can be bended, which are Martensite instruments, which are heat-treated instruments, not the previous ones, then you can go ahead with this one. Otherwise, if you're not using, please use the standardized one. So the checklist, if you have to do an access in the molars, whether do you have the preoperative imaging being done and the clinical examination has accurately described you what tooth you are going to do, because each tooth is special. And secondly, whether this has told you what all challenges you may feel. Second thing, do you have adequate tools like magnification, lights, and the cutting tools we have described for various things? And thirdly, are the location, angles, and the depth of entry have been determined? If all things have been done, go ahead, follow the fundamentals, utilize all the knowledge and expertise by the experts, and use all the armamentarium in the correct way, and you will see that there should be a right balance between too much and not enough, and the outcome will be always positive. So with this note, I want to finish that molar, although it seems very difficult, but if you have the knowledge of anatomy, if you know your tools, if you know the fundamentals of doing it, it is not much harder to do it. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to address you people and all of you for your patience listening. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an insightful lecture. I would like to call upon Dr. Anmol Bagaria, ma'am, to please felicitate Dr. Vinita Nikhil, ma'am, with a memento and a certificate. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next speaker is a renowned implantologist from Delhi. Please join your hands together for Dr. Dhruv Arora, sir.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for the kind introduction. Fortunately or unfortunately, I am not going to talk about implants today because there are a lot of other speakers. They are going to deal with implants in detail. So what I'm going to talk about today is something which we do it on a very regular basis called as occlusion. So all of us, how many students here? Third years, final years, interns, postgraduates? Okay, so all of you have done some occlusion work, some composite filling, some amalgam filling, some crown cementations, or most of you would have definitely done it, right? So what we are going to talk about today is once you do a restoration or a crown or an implant crown, how do you go about dealing with that, right? How do you finalize your occlusion? So how do you guys usually do it? You have some papers to do it, right? You have some blue papers and red papers, you put them in, take some marks and then keep on, grinding it. So what we're going to talk about is how actually should we do it? How do we all do it? We already know, right? I am a party to that. We also do like that. But how are we supposed to actually do it? So this is what I have done. My MDS from Government Dental College, Pondicherry. My BDS was from Seema Dental College, Rishikesh. I was of the first batch. And then went ahead, did a number of fellowships and postgraduate diplomas related to implant dentistry as well as dental management, right? The business management part of dental practice. This is my foundation. My father, who is an orthodontist from KGMC 1972 batch, and my mother is a chemistry professor. The one who looks younger in the image is my elder brother, right? So he is a stroke neurologist currently practicing in the US. The other one, my younger brother, is a radiologist. His wife, she is a pathologist. And my elder brother's wife's photo is not here. She is a nephrologist. And my wife, Dr. Paridhi, is an oral surgeon practicing with me. So the family background is, creates a lot of pressure when you are a dentist. Your elder brother is a neurologist, your younger brother is a radiologist, so you have a lot of peer pressure when you go back after your practice at your house. So anyways, what we are going to talk about is occlusion, right? We all are much worried about the aspects of occlusion, right? So, cases like these, our restorations getting fractured in private practice, it becomes a lot of, an experience with a lot of trauma. You did a crown day before yesterday and the patient comes back in and there is a ceramic fracture and you don't know why that happened. And you'll have to do all the procedure, all over again. So that is what we are trying to avoid. The first important thing which we must know is that everything that you say and do before the procedure is treatment plan. So when you are sitting and talking it out with the patient, it is very important that you tell them that these are the problems which we might encounter, and do not, try explaining these things eventually after the treatment. Because when you start explaining after the treatment, abhi upar wale daant ko ghisna padega. The dentist's favorite line is when they are putting a lower crown, upar wale daant ko thoda sa ghisna padega. So you should have, if that was the scenario, we should have done it, in the very first phase. So cases like these, a very complex, challenging implant dentition case, there is a single central incisor missing, absolutely no bone. You do a beautiful restoration, do all the bone grafting, the implant science, your soft tissue procedures, all the fancy skill work, you have done it in this case. And this is how the final outcome is. 1 year down the line, you call the patient, check up for the crown hitting on the lower incisors, correct it, and this is how your final aesthetic outcome looks like, not very pleasing. And at this point, you don't know what is to be explained to the patient. When you go in and check with your radiographs, what you find is this is the kind of bone loss which has occurred in the past 1 year, the only reason being improper occlusion, right? So it is a high demand case, high aesthetic demand. When you have a situation like this, it is really important to understand that one small mark of paper can completely destroy the entire, scenario here. Redoing this failed implant, treating periimplantitis here, all together, different courses worth lakhs you have to do to understand how to restore this back. What we could have easily achieved by the correct use of an articulating paper, right? So that is what we are going to focus on. So there is something which is called as rule of P. So rule of P means whatever pre-treatment planning you do is going to help you save all these prosthetic issues later on, right? So when you have scenarios like this, you can see full arch implant prosthetics, but the lowers were not treated because the patient never wanted them to be treated. And at the end of the day, you end up getting all these failed implants, failed bridges, full mouth rehabilitations, and then start all over again. Cases like this, can you tell me what is the problem once this model comes from the lab? What do you find as a problem here? लैब से मॉडल आ गया है, आपने पेशेंट के मुंह में प्लेस करना है. What do you just see the model and tell, no, this is not done, I will have to get it repeated from the lab? Is there anything I can see on this? Yes, I can. And what is that? When you see the anterior area, do our natural crowns look like this? Or they have some specific slope, they have a cingulum, they have all those designs which God made for us. But we don't do it. The moment we stop doing it, you start getting problems. So the moment I get this from my lab, I'm going to send this back and tell them that corrected, give me a proper contour, and only then I'm going to fix it in the patient's mouth. So we always need to understand when I'm dealing with a situation, with a case, with a patient, all of you interns, final years, postgraduates are going to go out and market. And you always, when you enter your private practice, you need to follow the Videum principle, which says that if I can do it on myself, I'll do it on my patient. If I don't do it on myself, I won't do it on my patient. How many of us here use carbon papers for articulating? I am also one of it. So how many of us are here doing carbon paper? Would you want me to do a restoration in your mouth and put a carbon paper and check it? Would you like me to do that? No, you will buy some other beautiful color papers, Diwali wale papers. Want me to put them? No. We need to understand that a carbon paper is not an articulating paper. So I have lectured in almost more than 150 dental colleges in India, and all 150 colleges were using carbon papers, right? And that is how we have been doing it. But we need to understand that there is a little upgradation required from our end when we are dealing with the most complex yet most easy aspect of dentistry, which is occlusion, right? So we need to move out from the carbon paper concept, go to the library, because everything what you find on internet is not true, right? On internet you find a lot of stuff which I feel is right, I am posting it there. Does not necessarily mean it is, right everywhere. So we need to go back to the textbooks and actually understand what is the science of occlusion. You will see, people doing fantastic jaw reconstructions. You had a beautiful lecture on oncology, head and neck reconstructions with all teeth coming in back with IMFs, and at the end of the day, the teeth don't meet. So what is the purpose of doing all those huge efforts ultimately to find that the teeth are not occluding properly? So that is what we are going to focus on for next 15-20 minutes. So first thing first is, when we put an articulating paper or a carbon paper, you get marks, right? And do we remove all the marks or we remove some marks? What do we usually do? जितना blue आया वो सारा साफ होगा या नहीं होगा? मेरी आवाज नहीं आ रही है या आपकी नहीं आ रही है? नहीं होगा ना, सबको नहीं हटाएंगे. जिसका मेरा मन करेगा उसको हटाऊंगा, जिसका नहीं करेगा उसको नहीं हटाऊंगा, राइट? अगर आज मन किया कि बक्कल हटा दे तो बक्कल हटा देंगे. एक हम कॉलेज में बड़ा कॉमनली रूल पढ़ते हैं, बुल रूल, है ना? बहुत लोग उसको बुल्स रूल भी बोलते हैं. किसी बुल ने वो रूल नहीं दिया है, राइट? उसको बुल रूल ही बोलते हैं, बुल्स रूल नहीं है. बुल रूल हैज गॉट 1% application in your general dentistry. There is further 99% as well. Bull rule is not the end of occlusion in daily general dentistry, right? So we are going to talk about it. तो सबसे पहले मुझे ये पता होना चाहिए कि कौन से मार्क सही हैं, right? If I can identify कि ये मार्क होना चाहिए, ये सही मार्क है, I will leave that mark and I will remove the other marks, right? So that is what we are going to talk about. So when you see the topmost line which says posterior MIP, means the maximum intercuspal position when the patient bites. जब हम patient को bite करने के लिए बोलते हैं, right? So when you ask the patient to bite, these markings, what you see here, marking in the, I'll just magnify it for you. Yeah. So when you see these marking on the maxillary teeth, what are the correct markings? The correct markings are on the mesial marginal ridge, the functional cusp, and the central fossa. इसके अलावा कहीं भी MIP में मार्किंग आएगी, blue, red, green, blue, yellow, जो भी मार्किंग आएगी, you will eliminate it, right? So that is how it is going to be. Similarly, when you go to the mandible, in MIP, you have distal marginal ridge, functional cusps, and the central fossa. ये वाली मार्किंग को हम रखेंगे. इसके अलावा जो भी मार्किंग है, they are not required. So we are going to eliminate all of that, right? Similarly, when we talk about, आगे के दांत मिलते हैं क्या? जब हम पीछे के दांत मिलाते हैं तो आगे के दांत मिलते हैं जिनका नॉर्मल ओक्लूजन है? नहीं मिलते हैं. कोशिश करो, आप सबके पास पैड पड़े हैं, साइनोडेंट वालों ने फ्री में दिए हैं लिखने के लिए. वो पैड में से एक पेपर फाड़ो, आगे दांत के बीच में रखो, पीछे के बाइट करो और देखो वो पेपर निकलता है कि नहीं निकलता है. ट्राई कर सकते हो. आप वो ट्राई करोगे तो आपको ये पता चलेगा कि वो पेपर इतने आराम से नहीं निकल रहा है. दैट मीन्स यू हैव एंटीरियर टूथ कॉन्टैक्ट इन MIP एज वेल. इफ यू डू नॉट हैव दैट, that situation is not good. You need ortho treatment, right? So anterior tooth contact is always there in MIP, but the intensity of that contact is low, right? So that is what we are focusing on. The intensity should be low. So anterior tooth contact is definitely there. Lowers में कहाँ पे होना चाहिए? Incisal edge. Uppers में on the cingulum, mesial and distal end. So this is one movement, MIP, right? What is the other movement? Mandibular movement में other movement क्या होती है? Protrusive, right? And then you have a lateral. यही तीन movement पढ़ते हैं. तो जब आप protrude करते हो तो anteriors मिलते हैं आपस में. करके देखो protrude. Anteriors मिलते हैं और posteriors disocclude हो जाते हैं, right? When you are protruding, the anteriors will meet and the posteriors will disocclude. So when the anteriors meet, at least these four should meet. Right? Both the centrals, both the laterals. 4 नहीं मिल रहे हैं, सिर्फ 2 मिल रहे हैं, acceptable. 2 भी नहीं मिल रहे हैं, सिर्फ एक दांत protrusive का load ले रहा है, that is not acceptable, right? Are you getting me? So that is what is not acceptable. So I need to check these things before doing any treatment for my patient. So in my practice, the first day the patient comes in, we record all the markings. मुझे पुरानी markings उसकी पता होंगी, तो ही मैं ये डिसाइड कर पाऊंगा कि नई मार्किंग सही आ रही है कि नहीं आ रही है, राइट? सो यू ऑलवेज डू अ प्री ऑपरेटिव चेकअप ऑन ओक्लूजन फॉर ऑल योर पेशेंट्स एंड देन गो अहेड एंड डू द पोस्ट ऑप पार्ट. So we talked about two movements, the MIP and the protrusive. तीसरा क्या है? Lateral, right? That is what we have been taught about canine guided or group function. So what do you mean by canine guided? When you do lateral movement, only canine comes in contact. The group function means when you do a lateral movement, 3-4 teeth come in contact, right? तो अच्छा क्या होगा? खाली canine अकेला लोड ले या 3-4 दांत मिलके लोड ले? What would be better, a group function or a canine guidance? हाँ? बिल्कुल गलत. क्योंकि भगवान ने प्रीमोलर, मोलर इन सबको खाना चबाने का काम दिया है. लेटरल लोड लेने का काम किसको दिया है? कैनाइन को, right? So when you see a case of group function, I will just show you an image. So when you see canine guidance, you can understand only the canine comes in contact. सुनने में ऐसा ही लगता है, आप लोगों ने जो आंसर दिया सुनने में ऐसा ही लगता है कि ग्रुप फंक्शन बेटर होगा, 4-5 दांत लोड ले रहे हैं. लेकिन ग्रुप फंक्शन बेटर क्यों नहीं है? Because every teeth has got an individual function, right? So we are going to leave that tooth to take care of that function and not put that tooth to all different kinds of, functional jobs. So this is how a canine guidance looks. Canine comes in contact and none of the other teeth are coming in contact. How does a group function look? Looks like this. Now can you appreciate some amount of enamel loss on all these teeth? Because they are in group function, right? So we are not looking at having a group function contact. So हमें अपने सारे patients में ये check करना पड़ेगा, है ना? अब आपका patient canine guidance में था, आपने crown दिया, अब वो group function में shift हो गया, तो वो गलत हो गया ना? So that is what you need to eliminate. So all these three aspects is what you need to eliminate or check when you are dealing with occlusion. यहाँ पे कहानी ख़त्म नहीं होती है. हम में से कितने लोग ट्रीटमेंट कराने के बाद हमारा पेशेंट घर जाके प्रोट्रूसिव या लेटरल मूवमेंट करता होगा? करता होगा कोई? नहीं. घर जाके क्या करते हैं वो? फंक्शनल मूवमेंट करते हैं, खाते हैं. उसमें क्या मूवमेंट होती है? चूइंग मूवमेंट होती है. अभी जो हम मूवमेंट करा रहे हैं दैट इज इनसाइड आउट. वो घर जाके क्या करता है? आउटसाइड इन. इट इज एग्जैक्टली the opposite, right? So that is what we need to know. Chewing pathway, ये करने के बाद जो सबसे important term आता है occlusion में, that is called as chewing pathway. Now, most of our dental chairs, you do not have a chair like your dining chair. Do you have a dental chair like a dining chair? जिसका back straight हो? हम में से कितने लोग ऐसे करके खाना खाते हैं? नहीं खाते हैं ना? If we don't eat like that, you don't check occlusion like that. You check, if you sit and eat, you check occlusion like that. या ऐसा टेढ़ा होके खाते हैं? So there is no point checking occlusion when the patient is lying supine or semi-supine. He's going to go back, sit on a table chair and eat. So your final occlusal check with an articulating paper has to be done when the patient is sitting upright. Right? So that is what is the commonest mistake we do and ultimately suffer with fracture of crowns, fracture of restorations, pain, mobility, all these things. So what we can identify are signs. When the interference is less than tolerance, you get signs. But once the tolerance level is out, the patient is not able to tolerate, he will come to you with symptoms, right? So we are the ones. Occlusion की problem हम लोग identify नहीं करते हैं किसी में, because we are not trained in doing that, right? हम occlusion की problem कब देखते हैं? जब दांत घिस चुके हैं. पेशेंट 10 साल से हमारे पास आ रहा है, हम फिलिंग कर रहे हैं, स्केलिंग कर रहे हैं, वियर एंड टीयर हो रहा है और हम भी देख रहे हैं कोई बात नहीं, धीरे धीरे फुल माउथ कराएगा, है ना? क्योंकि हमें मालूम ही नहीं है कि उस स्टेज में करना क्या है. क्या मालूम है? नाइट गार्ड बना के दे दो. आपको नाइट गार्ड दे दूंगा, आप भी 2 दिन से ज़्यादा नहीं पहनोगे, राइट? तो पेशेंट भी नहीं पहनेगा, बिकॉज नाइट गार्ड इज नॉट अ ट्रीटमेंट फॉर इट, right? So that is what we need to understand. When you see occlusal wear, when you see these signs, there is where we need to act, right? If the patient is in group function, we need to change that patient to canine guidance. We need to do minimal dentistry and change the patient to canine guidance. So what do we usually ask the patient to do? आप जब articulating paper patient के mouth में लगाते हो तो क्या बोलते हो करने के लिए? कुछ इंस्ट्रक्शन देते हैं पेशेंट को, या उसको बोलते हैं अपने कॉन्डाइल को सेंट्रिक रिलेशन में लाके MIP में बंद कर लीजिए? Do we say that? I do it because a lot of dentists come to me, so I tell them, make sure your condyles are in centric and please give me an MIP. But do we say like that to our patients? No. So how do we communicate with the patients? What do we tell to the patients? पीछे के दांत से चबाइए, और कुछ इसके अलावा? चबाइए एक बहुत बड़ा वर्ड है ना? Chewing is a huge word. If I ask you to chew, करें, खोल के बंद करके देखें. Are you giving me a centric when you are chewing? No. You are giving me the entire envelope, right? I don't want to see that envelope. I want to notice the MIP only, right? So I will talk about it during the end part of my session as to how do you elicit MIP, what do you tell to the patient. तब तक आप लोग सोचते रहिए कि how do you elicit MIP from the patient. These are the articulating papers we use. ये वाला है ना? The only purpose of a carbon paper in a dental clinic or a dental college is रसीद book, right? रसीद book में ही इसका काम है, मुंह के अंदर इसका कोई रोल नहीं है. Have you seen these articulating papers? Have you used them? Anybody? You've used them. So if you have them, you will also have a dustbin in your clinic. Take them and throw them right away. Because the papers which you see here are not articulating papers. They are color papers. Is there a difference between an articulating paper and a color paper? या कोई भी color paper can be an articulating paper? कोई भी articulating paper can be a color paper. Is it like that? Or how is an articulating paper made? What is the difference between a color paper and an articulating paper? So if you see the image here, these papers which you see are articulating papers and this is a color paper, right? So how is an articulating paper made? It is a plain white paper. उसके ऊपर color filled balls रख दी जाती हैं, है ना? Color filled balls उसके ऊपर चिपका देते हैं, छोटी छोटी रेड ब्लू जो भी है. तो जैसे ही ये पेशेंट के माउथ में जाता है और पेशेंट इस पे बाइट करता है तो क्या होता है? वो बॉल रप्चर होती है. जब बॉल रप्चर होती है तो कलर छोड़ती है, और जब कलर छोड़ती है तो वो आपका हाई पॉइंट होता है. क्या एक बार मैंने पेपर डाला, बॉल रप्चर हुई, क्या उसी पेपर को मैं दोबारा डाल सकता हूं? और कार्बन पेपर को तो हम 3-4 पेशेंट में एक साथ यूज कर लेते हैं, right? So an articulating paper cannot be used like that. It has to be used one and it is out, because the balls have ruptured and they are not going to give you any more color. So you can use it only once and then change the direction. Maybe you can use that part of the paper which has not been used, or change to a new paper. So that is what is called as an articulating paper. So you have a lot of articulating papers, lot of thicknesses available. I'm not going to go into detail. I'm not taking an occlusion lecture. I do an occlusion course which goes for almost 2 days, wherein you understand how occlusion has to be done on a day-to-day practice. I don't talk about muscles of mastications and TMJ and joint and all those things. Basic clinical occlusion, that is what we are talking. तो कितने कलर के पेपर आते हैं? ब्लू, रेड, ग्रीन, ब्लैक, वाइट, 5 कलर के पेपर आते हैं. हमने अभी तक ब्लू ही देखा है सबसे ज़्यादा, और थोड़ा बहुत रेड भी देखा है, राइट? तो ये ब्लैक, ग्रीन, वाइट पेपर किस लिए? वाइट पेपर क्या करेगा? व्हाट इज अ वाइट पेपर गोइंग टू डू? वाइट पेपर इज फॉर योर लैब. जब लैब वैक्स पैटर्न बनाती है, मेटल बनाती है, उसके ऊपर वाइट पेपर लगाती है एंड वैक्स पैटर्न में ही एलिमिनेट कर देते हैं हाई पॉइंट्स, राइट? So for us, these are the papers, but I don't think you need to go in and use all of them in your initial stages, but at least 2 different colors of paper, so that one can give you a centric mark and the other one can give you an eccentric mark, right? So that you know what is to be removed from which area. So all these are the different movements. So ideally what do? You have a centric, you use blue paper, protrusive use red, right lateral use green, left lateral use a black one. So that is how it is. Now if I show you this image, can you identify Where is the high point? 4 दांत दिख रहे हैं हमें, 2 premolar और 2 molar. Can you identify where is the high point? Which one should I remove? This one? No. अगर मैं ये लेक्चर नहीं ले रहा होता और ये मार्किंग पेशेंट के मुंह में आई होती तो इतनी देर में तो आप घिस चुके होते इसको, नहीं? So what is a high point here? Which one do I eliminate? Is this a high point? Let us talk one by one. Is this a high point? No. Or yes? No. Okay. Is this a high point? Coming on the non-functional cusp of our mandibular premolar, is this a high point? Yes, okay. What about this one? Is this a high point? No? Yes. So do I remove this entire thing here? No. What do I remove? Can you see a small white spot in the center of the big red thing? That is your high point. Ball कहाँ rupture होगी? जहाँ पे heavy force लगेगा. Heavy force लगा, ball rupture हुई, सारा कलर कहाँ गया? तो जहाँ rupture हो रहा है, जहाँ high point है, जहाँ impact आ रहा है, वहाँ पे कलर आएगा? नहीं आएगा. कार्बन पेपर में आएगा, because carbon paper is not an articulating paper, it is just a colored paper, right? So carbon paper में आएगा, articulating paper में नहीं आएगा, right? So now you can identify the high point. So once you identify the high point, only then can you remove the high point, right? So don't end up removing everything out of here. You understand now which is the high point and remove it accordingly. Do you find a high point in this image? Is there a high point in this image? नहीं, क्योंकि हाई पॉइंट में हमेशा बीच में कलरलेस एरिया होगा और बाहर कलर्ड एरिया होगा. ये सारा यूनिफॉर्म कॉन्टैक्ट है, नेचुरल कॉन्टैक्ट ऑफ द पेशेंट. Right? So you have these papers when you are dealing with, never use those small bits of papers if you're not dealing with a single restoration. 2 या 3 यूनिट का ब्रिज है, 4 यूनिट का ब्रिज है, डेंचर है, आरपीडी है. What you always need is to use a full arch paper. Have you seen people biting on the side where you have kept the paper? आपने जिधर पेपर रखा वो मुंह उधर करके ही बंद कर लिया उसने, right? And all the markings what you wanted were not there. Your work got increased क्योंकि अब आप कॉटन ले रहे हो और एक एक करके मार्क को पहुंच रहे हो, फिर से लगा रहे हो और वो फिर से गलत मार्किंग दे रहा है. तो हम जब अपने पेशेंट को ट्रेन करते हैं तो हम पहले वाइट पेपर से करते हैं. हम अपना काम क्यों बढ़ाते रहेंगे, बार बार बैठ के मिटाता रहूँगा, राइट? तो पहले आप वाइट पेपर से ट्रेन करिए उसको ताकि उसको पता चले कहाँ बाइट करना है. अदरवाइज यूज दिस पेपर सो दैट द पेशेंट इज गोइंग टू बाइट इक्वली ऑन बोथ द साइड्स. So these are the papers which you use, horseshoe papers, commonly used. I'm not going into details of this. 100 to 200 microns is what is a good paper for initial startup of your procedure. Crown preparation. A lot of us do crown preparation. आंखों से देख लेते हैं, क्लियर हो गया है. जितने भी लोग यहाँ पे क्राउन्स करते हैं उनको समझ आ जाएगा बहुत इजीली. और बाद में लैब वाला फ़ोन करके बताता है डॉक्टर साहब क्लियरेंस कम है. तो कहते तू बना दे, मुंह में मैं देख लूँगा. क्या देख लूँगा? ऊपर वाले को देख लूँगा. ऊपर वाला भी देख रहा है. क्या आप ऊपर वाले को देख रहे हो? Right? So it is very important that you judge the exact amount of clearance you need. And you have materials available for it. You don't have to be Robin Hood to judge all these things, right? You have materials available. You have sprays and you have these strips, 1 millimeter thickness, 1.5 and 2 millimeter thickness. अगर इस पेपर के ऊपर स्ट्रिप के ऊपर आपने कलर लगाया, put it in the patient's mouth, ask the patient to bite, and when the patient bites, I can see that only these areas are the areas which I need to slightly trim more. I will not end up trimming everything just by seeing. People used to take wax bite and check the perforation. Wax bite perforate हुई है कि नहीं, उसमें थोड़ी मालूम चलेगा किधर बक्कल है, किधर लिंगुअल है, किधर से करना है. So this is the way you do it. Proximal contact, sometimes the fitting is very tight, right? The crown fitting is very tight. You slightly remove the proximal part of it without understanding that which area was actually the hindrance. So what happens? Food lodgement ka gateway ban jata hai wahan. Right? To avoid that, you have a spray, you put that spray and you will find the exact location of where your high point is. So these are the instruments you use for articulating papers. Never use tweezers because the paper is going to move. 700-800 rupees के instruments आते हैं. They are called as Miller forceps or articulating paper holders. So this is what you need to use when you are using your articulating paper. So it is very important that you record the bite correctly, right? Because if you record the bite correctly, your lab is going to help you making a good crown. So all the relations, out of all the relations in our life as a dentist, which is the most important one? Right? So it is very important that you see the bite correctly and then your, half of your job is done if your bite is correct. So when do we check for occlusion? We check for occlusion during all the stages, metal trial, bisque trial, pre-operative, final ceramic or your zirconia or whatever procedure you are doing. So all these steps, it is important to check for occlusion, clearance, paper, so that you have a stress-free kind of dentistry. People have moved to zirconia crowns and not doing PFM crowns. One of the major reasons for that is massive failure of PFM crowns. It is not that, zirconia is something which is very good for teeth. That is altogether a different topic. I'm not going to talk about it today. If I have to put a crown in my mouth, I will be the last person to put a zirconia in my mouth. So if I'm not doing it on myself, I'm not promoting it for my patients. Why do I promote it for my patients? Because PFM, if I cannot do it correctly, I suffer from chipping. That is the reason I will go ahead and do zirconia crowns. So when you are thinking about implants and teeth, right, you will see a lot of cases 7 में implant डला हुआ है, 5 में tooth है और 5, 6, 7 का bridge बना हुआ है. So don't do that. Why? Because you have to leave space for coexistence. The implant is not going to work as a tooth. Both of them require their different spaces. Don't crush one of the elements out of it and ultimately the entire system goes for a failure. So I've talked a lot about paper, something about occlusion, something about implant occlusion. So I will give you something which is very important to take home, because in a session, other than whatever I am telling you, there should be 3-4 points which you can take home and maybe start applying on your practice or on your clinics in 2nd to 3rd day from now. So what am I basically trying to tell you out of this? So I will ask a few questions first. Okay, let us start this. How many of you have seen 3 Idiots? You have not seen? Seen, okay. How many of you have seen it 5 times? 10? Good. एक कॉलेज में 100 पे भी पूरा बैच का हाथ ऐसा था. Okay. So, can you tell me the answer to this question? How many for Vespa? Okay, only 2 for Vespa. Flight? 1 for flight. Bajaj? No. Scooty Pep? Good. So all of you are wrong. After watching the movie for more than 5 times, we have not been able to figure out that what she used to ride was a Mahindra flight. Right? Okay, so another question for you. There were 4, I guess 2 slides got mixed up somewhere. You remember this dialogue from the movie? हर साल ICE में इतने एप्लीकेशन आते हैं और उसमें से इतने को सेलेक्ट करते हैं. कितने एप्लीकेशन आते हैं? 4 लाख. So when you see when you hear a lecture, when you read a book, there are some things which you will remember, some things which you will not remember. But what I'm trying to tell you with this small quiz here is that There are minute details in something which you have read for 5 times. You watched this movie for 5 times and still could not answer a very small basic question. I have a full quiz of 20-30 questions. When I talk about, there's a topic which is one of my favorite topics, what after BDS. So when I talk about what after BDS, there is where I take one question and talk about it in detail. But what am I trying to tell you by this is there are minor details which are there in your books, but we are not trained to read them because we are just focusing on the, the exam clearing part. That is the reason we don't focus on occlusion, and all the practitioners sitting here will definitely understand that because of the small variation in occlusion, we have to suffer a lot. We waste a lot of time going in for our, in our practices. So I am going to put in a few take-home points. Number 1, never use articulating papers dry. Always put a layer of Vaseline. Why put a layer of Vaseline? Because Vaseline is hydrophobic. सलाइवा वहाँ से हटा देता है, सलाइवा हटा देता है तो आप इजीली मार्किंग मिल जाती है, नहीं तो मार्किंग मिलती नहीं है. Always put Vaseline. Rapid tap. So when I ask my patient to give me a centric, right? If I ask my patient to give me a centric, that is what I asked you, that how do I tell them to give me a centric? How do I tell them to give me a chewing pathway? So how do you do that? So I've been talking for around 20-25 minutes now. So those of you who have liked the 20 minutes of lecture, I would like you to give me a huge round of applause. Thank you, thank you. So I can see a lot of people liked the lecture, but my wife here did not clap. So what she was doing is, so if I ask you to give me a round of applause real fast, just do it once. Faster, faster, faster. Thank you. So when you do it faster, you do not have time to move your hands here and there. So every time you clap, it is hitting on the same place. Are you getting me? But if you clap open and close, what will happen? Every time your hands meet at a different point. That is how, if I have to elicit centric in my patient, I will always ask my patient to give me a rapid tap, or rapid, or rapid. तो जितना कम मुंह खोलेगा उतना ज़्यादा centric position देगा. So that is your primary thing to make sure that the patient does a rapid tap. Patient otherwise आप उसको चबाने के लिए बोलते हो तो इतना बड़ा मुंह खोलेगा और धीरे धीरे बंद करेगा. फिर बड़ा मुंह खोलेंगे और धीरे धीरे बंद करेंगे. That way you are not going to get the correct marking. Patient position, I already explained, is very, very important. Dry surface, you need to air dry the tooth surface. You are using Vaseline, but you are also air drying the tooth surface. Red band burr is what is going to be used with a thick paper, and a yellow band is a polishing burr which is going to be used when you get markings with a thinner paper. Right? So this is how you use. You need to have all the guns with you. So you have blue for centric, red for late protrusive, green for mediotrusive, and black for protrusive. If you do not want to do this, at least do this. Blue for centric and red for eccentric. Right? Your paper should not perforate over prosthesis. If the paper gets perforated, throw that paper, use another paper, because that means you have a very huge high point. Right? Because the paper is getting perforated. Contacts, don't leave contacts on inclines. The contacts are supposed to be on cusp tips or on the fossas, never on the cuspal inclines. Any contacts on inclines will lead to failure of your restoration. Always check the pathway. Whenever you do a crown, always fix them first with a temporary cement or a KY jelly, and only then do the occlusal adjustment. You can use a light body. Do the maximum adjustments in the bisque trial step. Do not wait for the final glazed porcelain and then do it, because once you start trimming off the glazed area, the problem by trimming the glazed area is that you are going to leave open areas of ceramic, so fracture is going to be easier, right? So this is what you need to do for a single crown. Pre-operative, check the centric, chewing pathway, use fleximeters, check proximal contacts and the occlusal contacts. So this is the sequencing of how it has to be done. So when do I say the equilibrium is done when I do a full mouth case? When I have contacts all over, right? एक दो जगह पे contact नहीं होने चाहिए और सारे दांतों के ऊपर contact आने चाहिए with variable intensity. Right, so I don't think we are going into detail of this, but very, very important. अगर patient बोल रहा है कि ऊंचा लग रहा है, तो ऊंचा है. वो आपके मजे लेने के लिए नहीं आया है. उसको कोई शौक नहीं है कि आप उसके मुंह में रोटर लेके घिसते रहिए, घिसते रहिए, घिसते रहिए. Sometimes your papers will not identify it, but if the patient tells you that there is a problem, I am feeling tight contacts, I am feeling the crown to be high, there has to be something in that. So patient feedback is very important. No digital occlusal analysis, no papers are going to finally, identify it. So the final word before I end the session is, these are the thicknesses of articulating papers and where do you actually use them, right? 40 microns, 200, 100, 8 to 12, shim stock, and RT spot is for proximal contact. So if you have all this armamentaria in your kitty, it becomes really easy. To learn them is not tough, yes, but you need to put in extra effort and time to learn this, because this is going to solve your problems for, your entire dental practice. So that is all from me. These are my contact details and websites for courses or anything. You can get in touch. Email is the preferred mode of communication. On social media, I am available as Dhruva Roda 4. I have 1, 2, 3, but they're all me, but they are already full, so I will be able to accept and send requests through this one. So it is very important to have good mentors, have it in your head that you want to learn about it. These are small things, but the moment you start, entering into it and learning these things, it is going to be very easy. So I always thank all my mentors before I end a lecture session, from people with whom I have trained and learned implantology, occlusion, and whatever I do. I don't do anything else. If you ask me to do a root canal, the last root canal I did was in 2007 in my BDS final year. So after the intern, maybe maine nahi kiya tha. So I never did a root canal, focused only on this. And these are the people with whom I got trained. Dr. Morris Salama, very famous for full mouth reconstructions using implants. Istvan Urban, most of you who are doing implantology would have read articles by Istvan Urban based on bone grafting, bone augmentation techniques. Joseph Kahn, anterior implant aesthetics. David Garber, anterior implant aesthetics. Christian Coachman, the one who gave digital smile design, the DSD software and the training on that. Ronald Goldstein is a prosthodontist. Craig Mish, very good implantologist, works mainly on sinus augmentation. Howard Gluckman, partial extraction therapy and socket shield. John Quest is the one who taught us occlusion, how to check the chewing pathway, how do you digitalize the occlusion, when do you actually digitalize an occlusion, and all these things. Daniel Boozer, he is the father of bone grafting. And Carl Misch, obviously all of you know, unfortunately he's no more now. I had an opportunity to get trained in implants from the father of implant dentistry. So I thank them all for giving training to us, and these are my details. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful lecture. Now I would like to call upon stage our scientific chairpersons to please felicitate, that is Dr. Ekta Chaudhary ma'am and Dr. Ashish Chaudhary sir, to please come on stage and felicitate our eminent speaker with a memento. I would also like to call upon stage Dr. Anmol Bagaria ma'am to please present a memento and a certificate to our scientific chairpersons. Our next speaker for the day is Dr. Ashish Kakkar. He is a renowned implantologist in Gurugram and is the director of Manav Rachna Center for Dental Excellence. Please give a huge round of applause for Dr. Ashish Kakkar, sir. There is a slight delay, so we'll be resuming soon. Please kindly wait for some time. Our next speaker is here, Dr. Ashish Kakkar. He's the director of Manav Rachna Center for Dental Excellence. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you. We'll take a minute or two to organize and then we'll be on our way. Oh, do you have a collar mic? Or? Need a hand mic. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. And I think it's a great occasion over here in Lucknow. And I want to thank the organizers for Cynodent for this invite. The topic that I'm going to speak on is related to dental implants and lasers. And what we're going to talk about is all tissue laser an adjunct or a necessity, especially in the field of dental implantology. My name is Ashish Kakkar. I am the director at Manav Rachna Center for Dental Excellence, where we conduct all kinds of courses, including laser and implant courses, ITI certification courses, other things. I'm also a full-time practitioner in Delhi, and I am attending at Indraprasth Apollo Hospital for the last 25 plus years. So if you look at dentistry is an amazing blend of both science and clinical practice, as we see. Constantly evolving. You know, when we see our manufacturers, when we see the trade, there is a constant evolvement of new technology and evolvement of new techniques. A lot of them have come and go. We've seen, I mean, I've been in practice for almost 35 years now, seen a lot of things come and go. But we need to understand what it means from a patient's perspective. From a patient's perspective, what our patients want, they perceive the technology as an important adjunct for more clinical comfort and less stress during the dental appointment. And the evolution of technology, we will see that fewer and fewer traditional techniques will be used. We've seen the paradigm shift in the last few years from, say, impressions to scans, now to 4D scans, where you have the facial scans which are incorporated with the smile lines. So this is what I see. AI is going to play a major role, and all the conventional processes that we are using or that we were trained on, especially people like me, when we were trained on foot engines, we were trained on, you know, micromotors, the technology has completely changed. So even in implantology, when I got the training way back in early 90s and late 80s and early 90s, I had to unlearn a lot of things to now help me out and imbibe my practice with newer technology. So when we look at a new technology, we should have a clear idea and a vision as to where we are heading. We should have a goal as per if you're buying a new equipment, how is that equipment going to hold good in our practice? The strategies for implementation of this. How are we going to make revenue? How are we going to integrate this into our practice so that techniques become simpler, painless, and easier for us, which translates into a better function and a better results for our patient. So it could be very frustrating, you know, you buy a 15, 20 lakh machine and it's doing no good for you. I've seen that. People who bought all tissue lasers who don't know how to integrate it into their practice, at some point in time will say, okay, I don't want this, because they don't have a clear vision. Number one, maybe they don't have training. So that's very important. So the dental lasers or the medical lasers have continued to evolve in the field of medicine and dentistry, from really big boxy units to now very compact and sleek units where a lot of things are possible. If you look at light as such, if you look at our mythology, light has always helped in healing, and color and light are two things that really, you know, influence the cell biology, that really influence the healing factors, and we know that from a lot of research, the healing power of light. This is what I was trained on, a mallet and a chisel. If you show this to your patient today, versus showing a patient maybe something which is more automated, something which is less traumatic. If you were a patient, what would you choose? If I show this to my patient today, he's going to run away because mallets and chisels are now used for carving wood. There is still a place for these, but I wouldn't say that these are our primary instruments. However, having said that, the laser integration in the field of dentistry has been very slow. If you look at dermatology, look at urology, look at ophthalmology, the integration in ophthalmology has been the greatest. All procedures that were done with blade are now done with different kind of lasers with different target tissues. Why has there been a slow integration in our field? Because people are not educated, number one. Number two, there is not that much awareness. I faced the same challenge when I came back from the US in the field of implantology almost 30 years ago, where implantology was associated with pain, discomfort, swelling, and failure. And 30 years hence, we see dental implants is a full, big-blown industry worldwide. So everything takes time, and I think it is important, and it is very, very imperative that you understand how to integrate this into your practice. If you look at dental practice, the most revenue-generating procedures are revolving around prosthodontics and implantology, and lasers, maybe, and also aligners. So these are 3-4 things which incorporate new technology, and you want to have more of these high-value treatments in your clinic to generate this revenue. What is the advantages of using a laser? Less invasive, provide better hemostasis, produce a very good bactericidal effect. They promote a better healing, which has all been proven. Speed and efficiency of cutting of hard tissues and soft tissues is there. Obviously, it's not the same as the drills, but it's with the newer instruments, yes, it is possible. And the most important thing, no vibration of any metal or any drills in your patient's mouth. This is just showing a graph of what kind of lasers we have. We have a diode around 1,000 nanometers, ND-YAG 1.06 nanometers, and the most commonly used erbium, chromium, YSGG laser, which is 2980 nanometers, which is an all-tissue laser, and all depends on the target tissue that you are dealing with. The soft tissue is more with water and hemoglobin, which is the diodes, and the hard tissue is more with hydroxyapatite and water, which is there a content in your teeth and bone. So you can use this for all kinds of surgery. Now, when we move ahead, a lot of time, maybe some of you have not seen this telephone. How many have seen this black color phone? So that's good. That's only 3 or 4 people in the hall. So as we move from a corded phone, a rotary phone, to a cordless phone, to a smartphone, same way we have changed our cutting procedures from blades to maybe electrosurgery, now to diodes. So the diodes are now related as soft tissue handpieces. And now with the hard tissue and all tissue laser coming in, a lot of things can be achieved. We can do procedures like ablation, coagulation, we can do frenectomies, operculectomies, treatment of aphthous ulcers over here. You can do depigmentation of gingiva and also use for low-level laser therapy for healing. Implant procedures, we can do first stage surgery, second stage surgery for our flapless, all kinds of procedures. Lasers versus scalpel, we all understand scalpel has a cold blade, so the healing is very different. Let's look at the first case over here. This patient had some failed implants in the, who's playing around with the mouse? Huh? failed implants in the mandible. Patient did not want a cold blade surgery, so we could have done either a tissue punch or we could have done a laser punch. In this case, this is the case where the implants, the lower implants failed. The only surviving implant was the second premolar over here, and this was the clinical situation. So you look at the width of the attached tissue, you look at the bone, there is plenty of bone. Patient did not want to have a full-blown surgery because already went through a lot with the failed implants, etc. So we decided to do, for this patient, just a laser tissue punch with a soft tissue. A flapless surgery was done for this patient. Right over here, bilaterally, you can see the nice width of attached tissue. And this is one of our first cases in 2008 or 9 when we just started using laser. And just look at the soft tissue response that we get just by using this within a matter of 72 hours. Look at the nice healing collar, look at the soft tissue response, and look at how we've been able to preserve the width of the attached tissue, which is now translating into our impressions. In today's time, we would do maybe scans, good bone levels. These are the 3 implants which have been done for this patient. You have a pointer over here, somebody? This doesn't seem to be working. So the 3 implants you can see that have been placed. Guess I'll have to use this. And then normal prosthetic dentistry with nice PFM crowns to integrate everything into place. When you look at the hard tissue lasers, it can be used in various applications in dentistry, including pocket debridement for the periodontal pockets, hard and soft tissue, contouring, frenectomy, root conditioning during GBR or GTR, if you can call it, episectomy, and implant procedures. One of the main advantages is taking it for use in peri-implantitis. So peri-implantitis, as we all know, is inflammation around the implants. Let's not go into too much detail, but see if you have angular bone loss, this can really be very helpful. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to clean in between the threads, which means you have to now use an instrument on the implant surface, which means you are modifying the implant surface as well. Over here, we would use a laser beam, we would use a non-contact mode and clean up all the surface of the implant, followed by a bone regeneration. Somehow this is not seeming to work. Over here, this is the case where we had placed some implants in 2004, and in 2015, one of the implants had a lot of bone loss, maybe up to the 3rd or the 4th thread. 5 or 6 threads were exposed. Over here, we performed a hard tissue laser surgery with a bone augmentation, and we've been able to regenerate at least 7 to 8 millimeters of bone. At least that implant, which was an ailing, failing implant, is stable in the mouth, and we've given it longevity. So laser role in implant dentistry, we can use it prior to the implant placement for disinfection of sockets, during the implant placement if you're trying to do incisions. After the implant placement, we do low-level laser therapy, and during the uncovery or during prosthetics, after the prosthetics. So every stage, there is a possibility of using this technology. If you look at this case over here, this patient had this implant placed, was very happy, came for a hygiene, but we know this implant is not in an aesthetic position, possibly for the reason because the bone was inadequate, and we all know what happens with the bone loss with the patient as the time goes by. And In the desired areas, the bone may be missing due to tooth loss or infection or disease, or a combination of these, or maybe even pneumatized sinus. Then we need all kinds of different procedures to regenerate this bone. Or also, as equally to tooth extraction, we are all aware that bone loss will occur if the bone is not preserved. So we need to understand that there's two fundamental concepts, biomechanics and aesthetics. All extraction sites within the same mouth would behave differently depending on what kind of disease status was there for the patient, what kind of procedure was done, how the extraction was done, whether it was traumatic or atraumatic or minimally invasive. All kinds of things do influence. Nice paper by Mauricio Arajo to see the ridge alterations following grafting of fresh extraction sockets. This is a good ridge preservation paper, and I want to show you one case over here where we did a ridge preservation for this patient over here. So this is the CBCT. We are looking at tooth number 16, a failed endodontic treatment with a root fracture, and you can see that there is also recession in that area. So what we are trying to do is to do an atraumatic extraction. But with a lot of these cases, what you will see, as soon as you put a forceps, the crown is in the forceps, the root will remain in the socket. So this is not very uncommon to see. So what we're trying to do is now just try to elevate it a little bit so that we can get the socket clean. You can see the tooth is separating. There is already a fracture on the buccal root. I mean, a completely hopeless case where you cannot place an immediate implant, and as expected, the root would break, and since there is already a root fracture, and at this stage we will have to do some sort of a surgical procedure to get these roots out. Just elevate it and get them out in the least traumatic way possible, because you want to preserve the housing of the bone. Over here, just each root is considered as a single tooth root, and a furcation involvement is, you just cut the root at the furcation and then cut it off and get your roots out. So at this stage, you would now examine the socket for any root remnants, nicely curate the socket out, because what is more important is to get the socket completely clean. And if you can achieve it with mechanical ways, that's very good. But now we're going to do laser debridement for this patient. A laser debridement is going to actually take away the smear layer of all the soft tissue remnants, number one. Number two, it is photodynamically going to kill all the microbes in that area, making it very sterile. And then you can do it in two stages. You can place your bone graft, bone augmentation material, re-enter in about 3 to 4 months, depending on the augmentation material you've used, and then place your implant. So we'll go over this complete sequence. Right over here, we're cleaning it with some saline. This is what is left over. Complete tooth. You can see that we are still cleaning it. And now we're going to be using our radial firing tip on the YSGG laser to completely decontaminate the socket. So each socket is treated for like about 15 to 30 seconds, going from the apex to the coronal portion and cleaning it out completely in a non-contact mode. So what is happening is the laser is firing in the radial direction and cleaning up the whole area so that it is free of any soft tissue remnants or any granulation tissue, and cleaning it up so that it's bacteria free. To place a graft or an implant in an infected area is a challenge. We all know that. We can try to do it with chemical means, but I think when we do it with an all tissue laser, you get much better results. This is what is left. You can see the furcation. You can almost barely now see the floor of the sinus in the mesiobuccal root. Right around there, as the patient is breathing, you can see the sinus membrane going up and down, which means at the second stage, when we re-enter, we may need to do a sinus elevation in this case. So this is what we see. right here. And now we're going to place our bone graft. Now, depending on what your favorite bone graft is, you can use. There's a complete different lecture on that, so we're going to skip that. And we condense the bone graft and try and do some sort of a closure. So, re-enter in about 4 months. So this is where we started off from. This is what we had. Right around here, this is what we had. And this is what we achieved. And this is the CBCT just showing the healing. After 4 months, we know there is lack of height over there, but look at the soft tissue. The soft tissue is looking really good, and there's a good band of attached tissue. No complication with the healing. We remember how infected the socket was. Now we're just reflecting a flap to see how we've been able to preserve this bone. It's now hard, solid bone, but what we're going to do is we're going to expand this bone a little bit at second stage and then place our implant. So we already are aware that we have a good width of buccolingual bone, which is what we need in the posterior area. We need to place a wide diameter implant. And now what I'm doing is I'm just taking a core biopsy for this patient to send it for analysis to see how much bone we've actually regenerated. Because it was an empty socket, we need to know exactly how much bone we have. And we will do that. Now we're trying to do an indirect sinus elevation, 1 millimeter at a time. And we can also do this with newer instruments like magnetic mallet. I just saw a couple of cases with Dr. Atreya in this morning where he had used it. But this is the conventional technique. And now we're just seeing how deep we have gone. We know we have to go at least 10 millimeters and seeing the expansion over here. And the important thing is to see as the patient is breathing in and out, there is no air leakage. This is the Valsalva maneuver which is being done by the patient. So we know we have not perforated the Schneiderian membrane. So we are going to use a wide diameter, a 5 millimeter implant over here and achieve stability for this site. Once the implant is inserted, we are also going to measure our ISQs for this patient to know what is the level of stability. I mean, it was a hopeless case to begin with, but we've used a hard tissue laser, we've used a good bone grafting material, and re-entered the area and achieved a very good stability. Just about into the sinus, just elevating it. We are doing an ISQ measurement to see the implant stability from both the buccal and the lingual. The buccal will give us palatal stability. The palatal reading will give us the buccal stability. So anything above 50 is really supposed to be good. We're getting a reading of 67 in the buccal, which means the palatal bone is quite strong. And from palatal, I expect slightly lower reading because, no, it's higher, which is good, right? 73. When you have readings like this, this is an indication for an immediate function, but obviously we know we have grafted this area, so we're not going to do immediate function. We're going to do a delayed loading, and this is what we get. Obviously, we will see that we are going to reduce the buccolingual width so that our forces are centered right on the implant. From a follow-up point of view, you see the biopsy core that we took. We can see good amount of regeneration of bone. There are some particles of the graft which are still remaining, which is expected, but then the new bone and the graft is actually engulfing the complete bone around it, and there is no sign of any inflammation. From a point of view of coverage, we have 35% of new bone, which is good, and connective tissue and amorphous calcified substance up to 60%, which is great because that means you're actually working in newly regenerated bone. 2 years follow-up for this patient. This is the OPG, and now this is the CT scan, which has been done 2 years following the graft and the implant placement. And you can see nice bone over there, it's very well calcified. The implant is in the sinus. You can see the sinus elevation, which is great. So these are the kind of procedures which can be done in a very atraumatic way and a systematic way for this patient. Another case where we had a shot out 7 over here, and the 8 had to be also looked into. This is the CBCT. Extraction was planned for this patient for 7. They did not want the 8 to be done at the same time. We did a ridge preservation, and after the socket preservation, we re-enter the socket in 4 months. This was the tooth which was extracted. And just see how nice healing we get in 24 hours. There's hardly any inflammation since we've used laser to decontaminate the socket, even though the patient's oral hygiene is not great. This is 5 months post-operative, and you can see the amount of bone which has been preserved. Good buccolingual width we've been able to achieve for this patient right over here. And we re-enter the socket now. And we are using a good wide diameter implant. You can see that the third molar was also extracted at the same time, placed a good long implant and a wide implant. And over here, just do a scan for this patient and regenerate that area, both hard and soft tissue, and give a very good prosthetic screw retain restoration. So we've done a lot of research on this bone graft and laser. Some of our papers, we've also done some animal studies, multi-center. This is one we did in Greece. And this has all been published in our EAO journals. In a multi-center study, we get very similar results. This is one study that was done in India. And this is an open access journal. You can all look into it. I can give you. Let's have a look at one more case, where this patient had all edentulous areas over here, and patient is already on blood thinners. Again, we have a very good width of attached tissue, so the patient did not want a very big surgery for the implant. So we decided to do laser tissue punch for the patient and do minimally invasive laser-assisted implant surgery. So we identify our implant position. We know we have very good buccolingual width. We have done our planning with a CBCT, and we will go with a flapless procedure for this patient. So we're just marking our sites and now ablating the tissue so that we get rid of all the epithelium in this area. Once the area is deepithelialized, then we go with a conventional implant placement. Right over here, you can see the soft tissue is always in a contact mode. The hard tissue is always done in a non-contact mode. So once we've gone through the soft tissue, we quickly place our implants. You can see, even though the patient is on blood thinners, yet there is no bleeding from that area because we've used laser-assisted surgery. So there is complete hemostasis, and I think the implant placement is quite reasonable for this patient. What I want you to see is the healing in 24 hours. You will never be able to achieve this healing with any sort of blades. Just look at the soft tissue response in 24 hours, do an early loading in 8 weeks, see the soft tissue over here, and our prosthesis, which is going to be a screw retain both for upper and lower. Similarly, we can use it for all GBR procedures. Instead of making all these punches with burrs, you can actually use laser, and patient will not even feel the vibrations, and you have a relatively, good bloodless field where you're working. Another case where we've done immediate implant, we place it right in the socket, in the interradicular septum, and then we get our prosthesis. Now, how about immediate implant placement into infected sockets? The focus questions that come into our mind is, does the presence of infection have a detrimental effect on the long-term longevity of the implants, immediately placed implants, or does it compromise the osseointegration? And what are the protocols that have been used? We did a small midline search, and we can see that the success can be achieved for immediate implants in infected sockets if we follow certain pre- and post-operative and intraoperative measures. So what are these measures? You can do a direct curating, you can put antibiotics, You can degranulate the socket. And when I say degranulate the socket, it is very important to understand what we are looking at. We want complete absence of soft tissue. So what I do is, once I have finished degranulation with my curettes, I actually go in with a laser to decontaminate the surface completely. And then we can go in for our implant placement, either single stage, or we can do it in a delayed manner, depending on what kind of buccal bone you have and what kind of configuration of the defect you have. So to a large extent, debridement is elimination of bacteria and the related exotoxins and the irritants which are there. With an internally irrigated drill, we always get a smear layer, similar to we get in dentine. So that smear layer needs to be removed. Once it is removed, you will have a clean surface like this. And lasers, as compared to chemical decontamination, there is a world of difference. If you see, the research has shown that the lasers can go up to 100 times deeper penetration into the defect as compared to chemical or mechanical means. So it's important to understand that this machine will actually work for us. This is another case where we had this premolar laser decontamination, completely debride the socket, placed it, nice placement over here, healing in 6 to 8 weeks, where we did not have a primary closure, but you look at the second stage, we have a very nice primary closure impression. And actually you see the bone levels over here and the soft tissue levels over here are higher, more coronal as compared to the natural teeth. So even if we do have some recession, we still have good room to play. So this is how we conserve both hard and soft tissue. Another case, and just see the soft tissue reaction, and then place a quick crown over there. Again, a very similar result to what we got in our previous case as well. So we can go on from case to case to case. This is what our settings are. You use a MZ14 radial firing tip, which is MZ4 means it's a 4 micron tip with a frequency of 20 hertz, irrigation between 15 to 40% of water, and air 30 to 50%. And as we are going into the socket, you see this is how we are decontaminating the socket. Once we have decontaminated this socket, you can see complete, clear, bare bone with no bleeding. Obviously, it starts to bleed in a couple of minutes in any case, but we can actually visualize the clean surface of bone with a hard tissue laser, and this is what we can achieve. Look at this. This socket is now ready for implant placement. Even though it was infected to begin with, we can actually place our implant right there and then. This is just showing how the laser will work in a non-contact mode. Okay, this is not working for some reason. Another few cases where we have, this is another interesting case where we had the canine. We go and extract the canine, flapless procedure, explore the buccal plate, place our implant using our laser-assisted surgery. Don't even get a primary closure, even though the patient has not that great of an oral hygiene, as you can see over here. There is still plaque over there. Even there's a plaque on the cover screw. You still get very good healing. Now we are opening up with a diode. At the same time, we are doing the impression. Today, we would do a scan. This is a very old case, and I have like almost a 13-year-old follow-up on this case. And look at the soft tissue. The stippling is reappearing. The soft tissue is stabilized. And in an 18-month recall, you can't make out which is the natural tooth and which is the implant. This is another review for the same patient. So we can actually achieve very good success. This is a 3-year recall and a 5-year recall for this patient. We did some studies on this. The data is now ready. We did a pilot which was presented in EAO, in the Clinical oral implant research. This is another case where we had complete loss of buccal plate. We did some GBR, place our implant, and just look at the soft tissue we get. I mean, in spite of having a complete absence of buccal plate, the tissue is so well integrated. We're talking about the canine. The premolar is a crown on a natural tooth, which we lost later. This is the canine that we were talking about, and a nice integration of soft tissue over here. And a few years later, the patient lost the premolar as well, and we still maintain very good buccal soft and hard tissue contours. So this is what we have. I mean, we have the study which was finally published a couple of years ago, immediate implants placement in an infected socket. So we had more than 100 implant cases which were done, and a success rate of almost 95%, equivalent to cases which were done in a delayed phase or in non-infected sockets. So obviously, this is what we have, and we have strong evidence to show that yes, we can place implants and bone grafts in infected cases or infected sockets with a great amount of success. This was just a little teaser that because of lack of time, I cannot really go into too much detail. However, this publication is available on the internet, and then you can see it. It's actually published in a medical journal, which is a high impact journal. So with these words, I'd like to thank you for your attention. I hope I stuck to my time. And if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them for you. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful lecture. I would like to call upon Dr. Anmol to please felicitate our eminent speaker.
If there's any questions, it'll be, I mean, I don't know. But we can talk later in the evening then.
Yes, so please.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is an eminent oral and maxillofacial surgeon and facial esthetician. Please welcome Dr. Athreya Rajgopal.
I'll use my own laptop. I'll use this. So a very good afternoon, and in the meanwhile, the presentation is on the screen. Mic aapka gir gaya. So, yeah, big bang. So I just wanted to thank Ashish sir for enriching us with so much of knowledge. He's a walking encyclopedia on implants. And the topic which I'm going to be speaking on will be aesthetics. And we'll try and give a brief overview because it's a huge topic on its own. Yeah, it's on the screen. So my practice is a routine maxillofacial surgery practice, but aesthetics has become an integral part of my practice. It's a long journey how I got into aesthetics, and but it has really helped out because a lot of our dental patients itself require some kind of therapeutic treatments also, other than just cosmetic. So on your screen you have two pictures, two beautiful ladies there. Which smile or which lady pleases you a little more, rather which picture pleases you a little more? I'm sure we'll all choose her. Is it all because of the veneer and the laminates there? Why don't we choose this cute little lady here? Or just because she's wearing dentures? No, it's actually very simple. We'll all choose her because beyond the hard tissue work, dentistry is not easy. And when you give these kind of results, the soft tissue and the hard tissue go hand in glove. So when you can give results which actually complement the hard tissue work, which you have really put in a lot of work into, it makes sense. And that is what aesthetics actually focuses on. Why do we age? It is very simple. The reason why we age is because our face has multiple fat pads. And when we lose volume from our face, that is when we tend to age faster. Most of our fat pads, 9 in total, on either side of the face, rest primarily on the temples and the mid-face, if you can see. And as we age, we lose fat and volume, and all this tissue accumulation starts coming to the lower third of the face. That is why in an aged face, you will start seeing rounder faces and faces with tissue accumulation in the lower third of the face rather than more volume in the temples and the mid-face. And aesthetics primarily focuses on giving back volume. Who is this diva on your screen? Madonna, right? Now, a very simple picture to describe how she used to be before and 35 years later. And that is like 2016, this picture. So do you really think there's much of a difference? She's actually looking much better 35 years later. Why did this happen? How did this happen? And what is the reason that she's maintaining her volume? Well, this is all an anti-aging process where the volume is restored in your mid-face and your temples, and you actually get into an anti-aging mode. Plus, your lifestyle also decides a lot of things for you. And in brief, I'm going to tell you how you can restore volume in your mid-face, temples, and also give some anti-aging therapies to your patients. It's very simple that it's a combination. I'm not going to be talking about too much of surgical options. We take care of all the surgical options as well, right from a facelift to a rhinoplasty to almost every surgical indication. But we are going to stick to the non-surgical or the minimally invasive ones, which I think everyone in this room can practice. You need to have sound knowledge about the toxins, fillers, peels, lasers, threads, blood derivatives, and microneedling as well. All these things which I've mentioned are actually huge topics. They are to be covered over a period of days, and probably a lot more of cases needs to be followed up. Talking about the toxin is actually a derivative of Clostridium botulinum. It comes as multiple vials, as 100 units, 50 units, and 200 unit vials. How you dilute it is, you dilute it with normal saline. One vial of 100 units, you need to dilute with 2.5 ml of normal saline to get 100 units of Botox. Botox stops the release of acetylcholine from the neuromuscular receptors, and that is where the contraction stops of the muscles, and the fine lines and wrinkles do not appear. We can also use it for a lot of therapeutic purposes like the TMDs, atypical facial pain, neuralgias, and it is actually proven given us very good results when we have used it for such cases. Simple, straightforward cases of forehead Botox, where we are balancing the depressors and the elevators to let go of the fine lines on the forehead. And if you can see, there is a glow that comes on the face, and you can do this. There was a live demonstration yesterday where we did a complete face micro Botox. Now, that can actually give a slight glow to the face. There are tons of such procedures that we can do. Another case, but in this case we had glabellar lines, so I put in a little bit of fillers other than just doing routine Botox to the muscles. Now, Botox is primarily for the muscles, which are basically dynamic wrinkles when in function. And fillers, on the other hand, are for static wrinkles, which is at rest. A dimple chin, which is an indication for hyperactive mentalis. is again a routine case that we can do with Botox, just 9 units of Botox bilaterally, and the results are in front of you. How many of us have seen a case of gummy smile in our lives? I think we've all seen cases of gummy smiles. So what are the options? The gummy smile, why do we get a gummy smile? First of all, there are two reasons. One is a skeletal, and the other one is obviously dental. Dental is primarily because of altered eruption, altered passive eruption. That means your tooth hasn't erupted completely, and the soft tissue is covering more of the tooth, so excess of gingiva. Well, the periodontist can help you with that. Other than that, you can also go ahead and carry out mucogingival surgeries to reduce the lip length and bring it down. And the other procedures that you can do is actually because of the vertical maxillary excess, because your maxilla is actually overgrown. So you can go ahead and do some orthognathic procedure like a leaf-1 osteotomy. How many patients are actually willing to undergo a leaf-1 osteotomy for a gummy smile? Yeah, I can see somebody saying 0. So, as I said yesterday, I still have 2 cases of those who underwent orthognathic surgery, but the majority of them don't. So what we usually do is a shot of toxin bilaterally close to the ala of the nose. This point is known as the Yonsi's point. There are 3 muscles which come here and meet. I can't get into detailed anatomy right now because of the paucity of time. So these 3 muscles are the levator labia superioris, the iliac nasi, and the zygomaticus minor, which are the elevators of the upper lip. 5 units of Botox bilaterally, and that is the result, right? And you can bring down the gummy smile considerably. So this is one of the studies, PubMed indexed. So for such cases, particularly these types, I have the largest case series of these in the world actually, studied over a period of 4 years. So what we have done is repeated shots of Botox primarily will give some neuromuscular shape memory, and there is retention. So you don't have to give more than 4 shots of Botox if the patient doesn't want to. And it actually acts like an aesthetic tool, so you can go ahead and do your surgical procedure as well. How do we do the mucogingival procedures? This is how we do it. A simple patient of a gummy smile, wanted permanent correction, an international patient. We marked the vestibule, the free mucosa. We don't go into the attached mucosa at all because the keratinized mucosa is of great value. So you dissect, you suture, and this is immediate post-op. There's some edema there, it will settle down. It would have settled down. You can also use toxins for hyperhidrosis, like in this case, for palms, sweaty axillas, sweaty soles. Even some people have a lot of sweat on their face. It works in these cases as well because it stops the release of sebum from the sweat glands, and it gives a slight glow apart from just stopping the sweat from coming in. It is actually a social concern because a lot of people complain of heavy axillary sweating, and toxin has really helped with such cases. I have a lot of case series with neuralgias as well, because neuralgias, I'm sure you would be all aware of, is actually a debilitating state for any patient. And most of the cases you will have a trigger point or trigger points or a zone from where it starts. Apart from getting the pharmacological and the surgical treatment, we can also go ahead and inject Botox into these trigger zones. Why? Because there is always some amount of retrograde uptake of the toxin into the nerves, which goes to the localized ganglion and gives a period of relief to the patient. So the intensity and the frequency of the neuralgia straight away decreases. Apart from the routine neurectomies that we do, all these neuralgias are at the peripheral level, okay? So they're all on the face. And you need to get your diagnostic blocks in order. You need to do the proper tests to check which branch is involved. And we can do a cryoneurectomy or a routine neurectomy to take out these nerves. TMDs, as far as TMDs goes, for all the acute TMDs and MPDS, this is actually proved very, very useful. In a case study for almost 450 patients, which have we already done, masseter and temporalis, which are hefty muscles. The spasm which the muscles are in will straight away get released, and that gives you a kickstart to correct your occlusion, because it's going to take time for your occlusion to come back into its most comfortable position. Now, there is a big relationship between the CO and CR. We should not focus too much on just occlusion, right? Functional occlusion. The disc actually comes anteriorly because we're all focusing on the occlusion. We're not looking at the complete overall well-being of the bite. So that needs to be checked, and the patient's bite needs to be in the most comfortable position. That again takes a lot of time. So apart from doing arthroscopies, arthrocentesis, and the routine procedure, a routine shot of toxin like this into the masseter and the temporalis, about 20 units each bilaterally. will give a fair amount of relief to the patients. We also get a lot of patients for facial pain and migraines, most of them frontal, occipital, temporal, and trapezial in nature. And these have again helped out these patients because most of these atypical facial pain will have associated pain going to the temples, the occipital area, the trapezial region. The moment you check MPDS patients, the shoulders also tend to be tender and stiff. So that's how it impacts. And they have an orthoptic correlation as well. TMDs can also cause pain radiating right till your hind legs, hind portion of your legs and your lower back. So all this has been linked very scientifically to TMDs. So coming on to dermal fillers. Dermal fillers are primarily polysaccharide based, most of them that we use. These days we have semi-permanent fillers and autologous fillers as well. They do not really have any allergic predilection because they're made of sugar. Our body itself has polysaccharide. Multiple brands available in the market. What you need to remember about fillers is we are going to inject them into the static lines. Static lines means at rest. You want to do some volumetric correction, this is your solution. The other solutions are fat grafting. And these days we even have autologous fillers which we can make out of your own blood. So the depth of the injection placement is very important, which can be subcute, epidermal, or reticular dermis. Now if it's epidermal, you're absolutely wrong because it's too superficial. So the depth of the injection placement and the techniques, which I can't really elaborate right now, there are 6 different techniques that we use to place the fillers, and they determine your treatment plan and your treatment outcome. It's a simple case of this lady, which I asked my participants yesterday as well. I asked them to guess her age. Can anyone tell me her age? Come on, take a guess. We don't have too much of time here. Who's good at guessing? 60. Okay, another guess. Who gives a correct answer? I'll train them for a week. You were at my workshop yesterday, that means. She's 72, yes. So, yeah. So just the volume loss and correcting it to that extent, we put in about 3 ml of fillers and some toxin to the DAO, which basically pulls the muscles down. But a small bit of complication which I want to show you, because it's not just green everywhere. It's a scientific procedure. Till the time you don't know your muscles well, your anatomy well, it's not all good, right? There's a fair bit of knowledge here which you actually need to take back. So this was a vascular occlusion. The filler had entered a vessel. So this thing which you see was done before reaching the results, after I had injected. But there was no problem because I was able to reach this result after overcoming this complication. The thing is, you should know how to deal with your complications. And whatever you do, you should know how to correct it. If you're doing something and you don't know how to correct it, please don't get into it. Get into something when you know you can correct the complications. A simple shot of hynidase, which is an antidote for fillers, is what you can give to correct this. And the safest thing is you do have an antidote. So even if it by any chance enters any vessel, you can correct it. You need to check for capillary refill if the blood supply is coming back. A simple case where the malaprominence for this flattened cheekbone for this male, if you see, he barely had malaprominences, so we created this. This is immediate pre and post-op. You can see now he has a malaprominence, and you can see the redness from the multiple pricks that we have given him. Same case, wanted a chin correction as well, but was not willing for a genioplasty. He wanted to be an actor. I hope he became one. But genioplasty, he didn't have time. So even though there's not much downtime with the genioplasty, but he wasn't willing for a surgery, even though it would have been a permanent fix. So we went ahead and did a chin correction with a filler. If you see the nose to chin angle, does it seem better? So 2.5 ml of fillers to bring his chin forward, and also some correction. This is an ideal case. I love such patients because she came and told me that she wanted temple fillers. Why? Because temple fillers are ideally going to make your lower third of your face look narrower. So if you see her temples, we have put in about 1.5 ml of fillers here, 1.5 ml filler here. But you need to be a little careful because you have your superficial temporal here, giving it cervical branch as well. So a careful lot of aspiration here to check whether you're into a vessel or not, and you need to inject your fillers there. Coming on to threads, threads are beautiful. Threads are resorbable material which you put on your face or your body, anywhere in your body actually. Why is it so good? I'll tell you the reason. This is a jawline case. So they're basically going to tighten your tissue. They are resorbable in nature, they're completely inert, they're the same material that is used for cardiac surgery. Most of these are going to be polydioxanone based or polylactic acid based. Both are resorbable, both give beautiful results. The reason why they work is they help collagen form, elastin formation, and till the time your fibroblast activity comes back, you have tighter skin. These are cork threads, which are a little more aggressive. Let me show you a short video to let you understand how this works. If you see, these are 100 mm threads. You can make multiple entry points into the tissue, and they are barbed. So we are primarily aiming at the superficial musculoaponeurotic system on your face, SMAS. And we can use it in the neck, body. We have used it for the abdomen, for underarms. We've used it for multiple areas with great results. Now, if you see, my threads have actually engaged the tissue, and I can pull them up to another level and tuck them in so that you get a minimally invasive facelift. This is not surgical at all. There's a one-point entry, and you primarily address your tissue planes. If you see, I have the tissue the threads have actually engaged this tissue. Immediate post-op. This was an international patient. She wanted to leave. Can you see her nasolabials gone up? I did an ML on her lip as well. She wanted lip fillers. This is my own patented technique, a triple vector facelift, where we have actually elevated her face from all with different vectors, which is the suprazygomatic portion, the subzygomatic, and the mandibular portion. So all these threads are going to tuck in and tighten your face from all these vectors. Same lady required a little bit of submental fold tightening as well. See her jawline now. She had a rounder face, oval, and see her jawline now. This is just done with threads and nothing else. So the threads are actually resorbable. They are minimally invasive. They're going to increase lymphatic flow. You know what lymph is? Lymph is the excreted fluid in the body. So once your lymphatic supply is increased, all the waste products in your tissue goes into your lymphatic supply and is drained out. So it gives a natural glow to the face as well, apart from just the tightening. Tear trough fillers, hereditary pigmentation, tons of these cases to show. I'm just going to brush past them. If you see the before and afters, here the counseling is very important. You need to counsel the patient that these under eyes with hereditary pigmentation might not correct completely, but they're going to be camouflaged to a better extent. So we did threads, we did fillers under eyes, and we did some peels as well. Another case, if you see her tired under eyes, this is immediate pre and post. We did some mid-face fillers and under-eye fillers to make her under-eye area and her mid-face area look a little more nourished. Simple cases of lip fillers, straightforward. This was a case which was actually attempted by someone, and they ended up with a PIH, which is heavy pigmentation. PIH is post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation. So I did lip pigmentation with some fillers for her and made her lips look the way she wanted to. A cleft case, basically no anatomy. So in these cases, when you don't have any anatomy, you basically want to create anatomy. From a lower lip which was actually ruined and did not have a cupid's bow or any of the extensions, we basically created a rounder lip which basically looked like a lip, and a small scar revision which I did for her upper lip for the cleft surgery which was done to make it look a little more acceptable. This was a case which was again referred. 1 month someone has attempted a lip filler which went wrong, and the lumps were there, so I basically had to open up a little and take these lumps out. Now these lumps are not there anymore, so corrected, which could have been avoided by the primary surgeon, but nevertheless we were able to correct it. A lot of males come in for lip procedures like this, hefty lips, hefty upper lips, or simple lip reduction procedures like this, tissue-wise dissection, protect your minor salivary glands, dissect through the lip tissue, but don't compromise on the lip tissue, because there's no tissue in the body that can replicate lip tissue. Immediate post-op suturing. Other procedure I want to show is again a very simple procedure. This is known as the buccal fat removal. A small incision into the buccal vestibule, and through the muscle we get access to the fat. The idea is to remove 3/4 of the fat there, not the entire fat, so that you don't have any submalar hollowing. Why do we do that? I'll show you the pre and post for this lady, young lady, an international patient. So see the amount of fat that you have there in your buccal space. So all this buccal fat, the complete idea is it's a routine OPD procedure. 45 minutes is all it takes. And what you get is basically you need to cut off this fat, just coagulate a little and tuck this fat back in. Now look at this young lady. A round oval face is what she had. Apart from just doing the buccal fat, we did some threads and some fillers for threads, and some masseteric hypertrophy we addressed with Botox. Look at her face now. This is in 15 days when she was bound to leave. Case of a nose correction is what she wanted, but she was not willing for a surgical procedure, so we went in and did some rhinoplasty threads for her. Multiple threads through a cannula technique, saving the nasal septum, putting in some fillers to the nasion and the nose to lift up a bridge. And if you see 4 months later, her nose looks a little narrower and a little lifted as well. This is non-surgical. This is completely non-surgical. No rhinoplasty was done other than a non-surgical one. Now the best filler that I actually like to use is fat. And fat is something which we basically take a small incision into the abdomen. That's how we do it. We have a cannula and we harvest the fat. We let it settle. That's how it looks like. When you let it settle, if you can see, I'm going to drop this excess oil from the fat, and this is the fat which I'm going to use. So multiple videos, I'm not going to play it because it's going to eat up too much time. Then we use filters here. And these filters basically make the fat into an injectable form, and we can utilize this itself to act like a filler and volume enhancement. Works very, very well and stays much longer, gives a glow to the face. Here you can see that I'm injecting the fat into the same fat which I harvested into a nano and a micro fat. I'm injecting into the into the tear trough. Then I'm going to inject into the mid face. Then I'm going to inject into the temples, do a complete facial rejuvenation, the neck, the jawline, everything I'm going to inject. It's a very simple procedure. I want to come down to the results after this. This is the temple which I'm doing. I need to be a little careful. Again, a long cannula which I'm using to do the temple fillers. Mid face. Same procedure. The only thing is we use micro fat for the heavy lifting areas and nano fat for areas like the tear trough and the lips. So if you can see, usually a syringe of filler will be 1 ml. And ending up this case, we ended up doing about 38 ml of fillers. So any complete facial rejuvenation with fat, we do about minimum of 38 to 40 ml of fillers. Case to case, that can differ. So we go through all tissue planes and fill the fat anywhere because it's going to absorb water, it's going to be hydrophilic. Look at this young man. He traveled all the way from Jodhpur to get his procedure done. And his main concern was a tired looking face and malnourished. And this is just 4 weeks later. The thing is, if a patient sends you a smiling picture, it's always good. So he was pretty happy with it because his face looks nourished and a little better than what it is. Fat is only going to get better with time because it is philic, it's hydrophilic. So it's going to absorb water and it's only going to swell up more, it's only going to look better. This is a slightly tougher case. It's a case of a morphea. Morphea is an autoimmune condition which eats up all the subacute tissue. So what we ended up doing is basically we broke all the tissue planes and did a similar amount of fat grafting. Only thing is you can't get the ideal measurements here and you can't correct it ideally. He had his wedding 3 months post this procedure, and this is how he looked just before his wedding, and he was pretty happy with it because he's lived like this for a fair amount of his life. Coming on to growth factors, we have tons of growth factors here. We can't really talk about most of them, but we tend to use more of PRF these days. And it is a second generation blood derivative, works very well in all the tissues. In fact, to some extent, we have used albumin precipitates of the PRF to make fillers out of your own blood. And in fact, 4 such articles are going to be out this year because that machine I've been using for the past 2 years, and it is probably the only one in the country. So we've been able to capitalize on that and give very good results as autologous fillers to our patients. If you see the meshwork for the PRF, very stable meshwork, it doesn't break. It encaptures a lot of platelets and other growth factors and keeps it entangled, and the tissue gets sustained release of growth factors, so it works much better. Simple case of skin rejuvenation, just after one sitting you can see the tissue getting so much better and nourished after PRF. Pigmentations as well, we have combined IPRF with Q-switch laser with some peels, and if you see the tissue, the melasma also settles down, so we We basically used a lot of healing factors here, growth factors. For the hair itself, it works so much better. In just 3 sessions, if you see, the hair starts volumizing. Yesterday we had a session on that as well. There are a lot of accessory factors that determine your hair regrowth as well. And the PRF growth factor is just acts synergistically to all that and helps these follicles actually grow and volumize. If it still doesn't grow, there are multiple articles there. Please go ahead and feel free to read the side effects. Yes, sometimes the saying was bald is beautiful, but when you have an option of a transplant, then balding is just a phase. A simple case of a hair transplant, FUE technique or FUT is what we use. We even have bio-FUE techniques that we use. So a grade 3 baldness, we can utilize the occipital follicles. If you can see, I've made my punches there. I'm going to harvest these, transplant it on the recipient area, combine it with some growth factors over a period of time, and in due course of time, it'll start growing like this. Best results come in about 10 months' time. Another case, if you can see the edema and the dermatitis there, we need to actually cure this, and before we go in for a transplant, this needs to go. Otherwise, the transplant is going to fail. He used to wear a patch, so if you see, it's taken up more of his grafts than it would have actually, it would have been easier for us if he wasn't wearing a patch. 3,500 grafts in order, and that's how he looks after 10 months after his transplant. So we're able to give him results. His own hair. There's nothing better than having your own hair rather than having something stuck onto your scalp. Young individuals, we have tons of such cases as well. Look at this 29-year-old. So I was telling everyone yesterday, he's trying to show off in front of me. He comes in with spikes these days. So yeah, that's what it is. But the thing is, the compliance of the patients is very important. If your patient isn't compliant, your results will not be as much as 85%. The compliance level is high, the results will be higher. This is a beard transplant. These days, a lot of people come in for beard, mustache, and eyebrow transplants, and we do a lot of them as well. So having a beard these days is an in thing, right? And a lot of these young guys come in. This is 8 months post-beard transplant. He had absolutely no hair. If you see, all this is transplanted hair. So now he basically walks in like that only. So we have something where it's actually like an RF technology where it helps tissue tightening. It is known as an FERD, fibroepithelial regenerative device, where we actually intentionally use it on the tissue to tighten and help collagen form. We let go of the epidermis and the papillary dermis to help the underlying tissues tighten. We can use it all over the face, body, stretch marks, post-pregnancy scars, a lot of areas that we've used it on to help the tissue heal and tighten. Coming on to a few cases, this lady, 63-year-old, her main concern was she wanted a better looking face. The idea is to make everyone look better at their own age. You can't make anyone look younger. And if anybody looks younger, it's good work done by you. That's all. So 63-year-old lady came in saying that I want a well-nourished face. I have a very round and tired face. And if you see here, we have rejuvenated all 3 verticals and the horizontal aspects as well, right from the forehead, mid-face to the chin. Her only concern was her husband should recognize her when she goes back home. I said, don't worry, your husband will recognize you. Another one, acne scars, let go of by subcision and fractional laser. Then we did some PRF and fillers for her, then forehead, mid-face. And if you see, the tissue looks so much better. The acne scar is gone. She just wanted high cheekbones and some forehead wrinkles gone. If you see her cheekbones, they have come up in the best possible manner, and the chin rejuvenated. I always tell my patients, my participants, that this is one case which was a challenging one. And I think you can see why. So she basically wanted a little bit of tightening on her face and 48 cork threads. Cork threads are those long ones which I just showed you. So 48 of those, 100 of PDO threads, which are the small ones which we use for the neck, 5 ml of fillers, some deoxycholic acid to let go of the submental fat, and a lot of Botox, 100 units of Botox all over the face, and in 1 month's time before she was about to leave, that's how she looked, and she was happy. This was a syndromic case, a lot of autoimmune conditions here. The pigmentation, first we dealt with the pigmentations, and then we gave her the glow that she required. We also rejuvenated the entire face, lips, mid-face, forehead, everything was done again, the chin and the jawline, and that's how she looks after the procedure. So coming to the end of it, I would basically want to say that it's a huge topic. It's not just all good. There is a lot of effort that goes behind this. Yes, you can do a lot of good work here, but there's a lot of training that you require. There's a lot of things that you need to learn, and all of it rests on anatomy and sound knowledge. To give results, it is important that your patient selection is ideal. The kind of treatment plan that you make is going to stick to the patient's expectations. If both of these are right, the risk of you going wrong is very minimal. So that's how we actually train. We train on cadavers. We train our participants on cadavers, even fresh cadavers. There's been times when probably as fresh as that when you can actually see the frontal bone disimpacted, and you have to ask them, was a postmortem done for the cadaver? And there's no training better than cadaveric training. Till the time you don't see where you're going in, what are the tissue planes, it is not going to be ideal. And that's how we primarily train everything on cadaver. And that's what we usually do even now. That's how we train most of our participants. Everything on cadavers. You see the tissue planes, you dissect them. If there are any questions, I think we'll be coming up with a fellowship even now with Cynodent also. So anyone who's interested can please get in touch with me at any point in time, or with Dr. Anmol at any point in time. If there are any questions, I would love to take them up. Any questions? Yeah, please, ma'am. The number one application for intraoral fillers is primarily when you do a smile design and you have a black triangle, suppose, in place. I do have that case. If you want, I can show you after the presentation. You can use a filler to fill up those black triangles, but it's a temporary process because there's not much that can be done with black triangles. But it really can fill up that space, but it has to be a very technique-sensitive process, and very little filler goes into that. A lot of things that you can use for PRF, intraorally, PRF is regenerative for almost everything, right? From implants to third molar surgeries to flaps, perio flaps. PRF is gold standard. Other than that, Botox, intraorally, there's not much use. Peels, yes. People have tried using peels for melanin depigmentation, but instead of that, I would ideally advise use lasers instead of peels for intraoral melanin depigmentation. Works better. So intraorally, these are the few indications that you can probably use it for. The follow-up records, it will go away in 6 months' time, ma'am. You'll have to redo it in 6 months' time because the intraoral environment is very hostile. The fillers are primarily HA based, right? So they're going to resorb over a period of time. It's a polysaccharide. So you'll have to redo in 6 months' time. Sorry? You use any company. I'm not propagating any. Use any, but it should have its CE certificate and FDA approvals. But it should not be a very thick filler because it will not seed there. It should be a moderately thick filler. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much for a patient listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful lecture. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Ashish Kakar, sir, the scientific chairperson for this particular session, to please come up on stage and felicitate our eminent speaker. I would also like to request Dr. Pavitra Rastogi, sir, and Dr. Anmol Bagaria, ma'am, to please come and felicitate our respected chairperson, sir, with a and sir. Thank you so much, sir. Our next speaker for the day is Dr. Prashant Bhasin, sir. He is a professor and head of the Department of Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics at Pavitra Rastogi College of Dental Sciences and Research. Please give him a huge round of applause.
सेकंड में देख लेते ये नीचे कर लीजिएगा कि इसमें कनेक्ट नहीं
Hello. Well, a very good afternoon to one and all. And I guess after the engrossing session with Dr. Ashish sir and Dr. Atre, one from implants and one from facial aesthetics, I guess now the time is to go into endodontics, right? So definitely yes, in next 30 minutes, probably 40 minutes, I will not going to bore you for sure. I will share a few cases clinically, how we were able to maintain and take care of those endodontic challenges in our routine dental practices. So this is I am Dr. Prashant. Okay. Technical glitches still happen. Well, I'm happy to share with you one thing, definitely yes, that being an Indian is always a proud feeling for us, and that's what we are. I'm sharing two platforms in the globe. One is on the excellence of endodontics. That is one of the global platforms, like we have about now 100,000 dentists which who are with us, and also on the 3D cleaning project. The two areas in the international world, we are a part of it because we believe in learning and sharing. That's what we are here for. And I'm happy to share that we have grown to a group of more than 100K, reached to a level with all the team, all the mentors, all of you. Because alone I am a drop, together we all are ocean. And that's what we look at. So once we join together hands, I always invite my friends and colleagues to be a part of this program, to this group, join us, help us to grow, share your experiences, and let's grow it together. So, how many of you play chess? Anybody of you play chess here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's super. So 5 people in a crowd playing chess. And that's how I say the management of endodontic challenges. Because every step in chess when you take, you should take so stringently that you should not get check and mate, right? You have to take very specifically and strictly. Same thing goes when you have to manage an endodontic challenge. Every step when you are taking, it has to be so particular that you get success. That is what is very important. So start playing chess. And yes, endodontic challenges, again, as we say that every day the challenge is there, right? You open up an endodontic case, and you start and you realize, oh, I'm not able to locate a canal. That is the first thing what you face, okay? Second, what you face, okay, I opened it up, I see a calcification. It's a pulp stone, isn't it? Number 3, okay, I was able to remove that pulp stone, I landed up in a perforation, right? You did a perforation, now what happened? I broke an instrument, right? You broke an instrument, now what to do? Place an implant. But is it implant is the last choice? Frankly speaking, as an endodontist, we always say, save the natural. That is very important because managing an endodontic failure is much easier than managing an implant failure. So few of the cases which I'll be sharing with you, but all said and done, the challenges in life makes us become better, isn't it? Every day, to come to this conference is a challenge. You need to get up in the morning, get ready, then take a cab and come. So that means you start from the hotel, that is a coronal third, and you reach to the destination, that is at the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Center. Same thing is in endodontics. You start from the top And challenge starts from the top till the end. So let's see how we can manage one by one in some of the cases which I'll be sharing with you. So, if we start from the coronal third, the first thing I always say, if you have to start in endodontics, you need to choose a good mirror. It's not about access opening. You need to have a good light into that area so that you can illuminate, because endodontics itself is a dark procedure if you are not using magnification. But yes, if you are not using, then definitely you need to use good mirrors before you start up a case so that it can reflect about 95% light back to you. And definitely, yes, magnification is the future. You are the future. So today you incorporate something in your practice which help you to become better, because what I feel in my last 10 years of journey as a decade, that magnification is one thing which will change the future of endodontics, what you are doing today. So, magnification comes in different forms, definitely in terms of loops. As a beginner, I always say when you start driving a car, right? How many of you drive car here? Most of you. So you start from the first gear or the fourth gear? Perfect. Same thing is with magnification. The journey to magnification starts from the first step, and that is a loop. Once you start getting used to those hand and eye coordinations with time, your journey will reach here. It's a six-handed dentistry, four-handed dentistry, something which you can work better, with something which you can do better, and something which you can deliver better. So, where all I use magnification, if you ask me, the most common, if you see the diagnosis, especially when you have certain cracks in the tooth, because there is a difference between a crazed line and a cracked line. So, sometimes you have a patient which is complaining of tenderness to percussion, and probably when he bites and releases, he says, "Doc, I have pain." And you are thinking, what is the problem? Probably there is a crazed line or a cracked line. So if you have a magnification, so we use magnification, we stain the tooth with a methylene blue dye for about 15 seconds, dry that area after that, and you can see that the complete crack line, which is extending from the coronal up to the floor of the pulp chamber. So it helps you in diagnosis such kind of cases that yes, these cases you need to treat or you need to extract. All things depends on that. Another case, if you see, pulp stone, the most common problem what we face as a clinician, right? How you tackle that? So the first thing what we use is the ultrasonics. Definitely yes, when you have ultrasonics, when you have ultrasonic tips are the most important tool that you should use to remove those pulp stones. So you need to trough these areas, right? And you have to use under dry conditions. So there are many types of ultrasonic tips which are available from a diamond. So when you have to remove something as from the chamber, then you should use a diamond coated, right? So you need to choose the tip depending upon the procedure what you are doing. And there you can see that. Once you have trough it around, you can easily release that pulp stone and you can remove it with the help of your spoon excavator. The idea is one that you have to have a conservative access design or a convenience access design so that you can go inside the canal, you can go inside those areas and you can prepare them well. And there you can see this is a pulp stone. It's such a small thing, but it is a blockade. So that is where exactly it is. And there you can see that. And then after removing the top part, you can see there was another pulp stone in the same tooth. So these things you can very well appreciate under the microscope and you can document it well and you know then where exactly, and you can see a difference between the roof, this is the roof of the pulp chamber and that is the floor of the pulp chamber. That is important. And then what you can see here, a completely calcified chamber. Where are the canals? So you need to locate them. So what you did, so hand instruments, again rubber dam is very important when you are working, especially in retreatment or in endodontics. I always say it is very important. Lot of different file systems we use to do that. And then once it has been done, we did the orifice shaping, right? 4 canals in the lower 7. We always look for 3. Right? We say there's 3 canals. But I'm telling you today, once you have a magnification on your eyes and your mind is open, you will be able to locate more canals. More the merrier, because eventually you don't want failures. So what happened? I did a nice preparation of this area. You can see the nice mirrors, nice documentation, what we can do with the good mirrors. I was using some of the rotary systems, and then what happened? It took me time to do it, right? Because I need to locate those canals first and then to prepare it. I closed this tooth on the same day. I thought everything is fine. I sent the patient back. Unfortunately, I didn't take a radiograph. Patient called back after 2 days. And what you can see, the most common mishap happens, a broken instrument. So it can happen to me as well. So nothing to worry. The idea is, now where exactly the instrument is broken, it depends on that. These instruments are easy to retrieve because they are in the coronal third, right? So what we did, so again, if you see here, I use a lot of ultrasonic. Now, if you see this tip, this is non-diamond coated tip, right? It is a flat tip, which I am using just to activate or agitate my instrument to take it out. Now, if I have to trough it, I will use a diamond coated tip. If I have to remove something or agitate it, I will use a non-diamond coated. That means safe tips. Now, what white thing you see here in the chamber is basically the Teflon tapes. Why I am using a Teflon tape in this case? I have to retrieve an instrument. In my initial years, these mistakes, what we do, we learn from them. So what happened, I was retrieving an instrument, it came out and it went into the another canal. So after troughing for so much time, I was so happy my instrument came out and then it popped into the another one. Patient's paying me the same amount, right? But my time, my energy. So this is what you learn. So this is the Teflon tape I use so that I can block the rest of the canals rather than using a cotton. Because cotton has fibers and it's a metal, maybe it can push in, right? And Teflon tape is impervious. So it is like a thick ball you can make, pack it into those canals, and then we activate and we try to retrieve these instruments. Looks easy. Now, we remove this instrument, then. Now, as you know that the chamber was calcified, so what will be my choice of my files? So I need to choose my files very judiciously, because reason being, I need to be very clear that if it's a very calcified tooth, is rotary is the choice of the file or reciprocation is the choice of the file? We are always get carried away, rotaries, right? But mark my words, first hand, and then you should be clear. If the canal is patent, then definitely rotary is your choice. But if the canal is not patent, it is calcified, then reciprocation. So I started this with the 10-number reciprocating file. These are the SECO files which I use in my practice. And you can see it's a specific handpiece which I am using it. And then I go in a reciprocation inside that tooth so that I'm able to negotiate these canals much easily without fracturing of the instrument. Because in rotaries, they go in 360 degrees. So they engage and they break. And this go 180, oscillation. So it goes, come back, cut, come back, cut, come back. So it is able to maintain and it avoids more engaging. So after the 10 number, I go into the 15 number reciprocation. It's the same way. Now once my 15 number file, it is a SECO file which goes and clears my path. Yes, I am through after my hand instrumentation. Now it's my time to take my rotaries in. So this is the new Zizai glider which I use in my practice, which helps me to work more efficiently after the path is being created. So I need to understand that where I have to use reciprocation and when I can introduce a rotary. That's the key. Now after preparing this with the glider, and then I have prepared these canals with the new system which I use, that is Zizai. These are the 3 file systems. Yesterday who were there in the workshop, they have the opportunity to see that. And then finally I prepared my canals through the 04 taper. Because now the concept is I need to decide, how will you decide that to what size you need to prepare a canal? We say 02, 06, 04, 08, right? So now the new concept is of visual gauging. You need to see the radiograph and then you need to decide whether it has to go for a 4% taper, because now we say is a minimal preparation of dentine. So we must have a continuous taper, but to a size that our good irrigation can go inside. So we did it to 2504, and then I used a lot of bioceramic sealer because that makes my job much easier. And there you can see that. After the preparation, this is a bioceramic sealer which I have used. It helps in easy placement of my sealer and three-dimensional sealing of the root canal system. And what you can see, the confluence. I'm putting the sealer from one and it is coming out of the other canal. Now that is the beauty of magnification. I can see deeper inside those root canals, that where is the combination or the coalescence is coming. So this helps me to understand that yes, my three-dimensional sealing, my material is flowing properly. And then finally, we have sealed those canals. And make sure that when you are sealing these canals, there should not be any access of sealer in the coronal aspect, because that will going to affect your bonding procedure. And then finally, you can see we have prepared them with Zizai, and you can see a good canal anatomy which is very well maintained. And what you can see here, this is the flow. Now this flow happens why? Because when you have a good irrigation protocols. Endodontics is not only about a file system, it has to be a combination of chemomechanical. You need to prepare it, but you need to irrigate it, because only 60% of your root canals are actually prepared with the instruments. Rest 40%, you need to do the irrigation. So a good irrigation with activation, with intracanal heating will help you to achieve certain results. And you can see in the periapical lesions when they are there, my choice is always a bioceramic sealer. Let's see another case, MB2. We always talk about MB2, but it's always difficult to locate. So different types of tips are available. So this is another tip, that is the EDS. Now when you are choosing a tip for the endodontics, you need to choose a tip depending upon the scaler what you have. That is very important, because most of the time we just go and buy an ultrasonic tip. So when you're going for that, tell the company concerned that which scaler you have, because the thread design of the scaler should match with the thread design of the tip, because these tips comes a bit costly. But so what happens, you start using and suddenly it breaks off, because of the inaccurate frequency of the tips through the scaler, right? So do that, and there you can see MB1 and MB2 is located. And this is a clinical case presentation. You can see this is the MB1, right? And where is MB2? It is 2.3 to 3.3 mm from MB1 towards the palatal canal. So it's a line joining, but always better when you are doing it, you must use ultrasonic tips, because they are the best tools to locate those MB2 canals. Because about 90% of upper first molars, they do have MB2. And then you can see here, the MB1 and the MB2 is very well located, followed by the orifice shaping and good irrigation protocols. Because what we feel, that irrigation is the key to success in endodontics. So use a sodium hypochlorite, because most of the time what is happening is we are using only syringe irrigation. Just irrigating, coming out, and then putting the file. But the idea is you need to activate that irrigant. So how will you going to do that? So if you are using activators in your practice, well and good. If not, then what is the most basic system that you can incorporate, which doesn't require any specification, is a U file, which you can attach on your scaler tip with some attachment, and then you can go and activate your endodontic irrigant. 300 rupees, not that costly. But the idea is you need to know the concept of activation. And once that has been done, and then we prepare these canals conservatively. Now what we are looking in 21st century, we need to prepare the canals conservatively, but we don't also want the instrument to fracture, right? In such cases, we don't want rotaries to fracture. So the choice of instrument, what I've been using in my practice is again a Zizai, which you can see there. The beauty of this is that if you see in the center of this file, if you can appreciate here, after every 3 flutes, there is a flat end. Now what is this flat end? This is actually a radial land. I will not take you into theory, but if you go to the Grossman, there was one thing, radial land. It is a safety zone, especially when we are working under curved canals, because most of our instrument fractures somewhere beyond the curvature, right? Not above the curvature. So they have a radial land at every 3 millimeters. So 3, 6, 9, 12. In my last so many years of experience, I have seen that the instrument generally fractures, because if you have broken an instrument, go back, open up your RVG, take that ruler, the scale, and measure it where the instrument is fractured. You will see it is between 12 to 14 mm. That's what I have seen. And then finally what we decided that something should be there which avoids, which can bypass that curvature without aggressive engagement, right? So in such cases that we use, and this is the radial land. That is the beauty of this component which I use in this file system. And it has a negative rake angle. So again, it prevents the screw-in effect, Because most of the time what we have seen that when you are using a rotary system, you go inside the root canal, as soon as you reach to the apical third, you see that the file is getting sucked in. And you are like, oh, where it's going? So to avoid that, again, this thing is being eliminated in this file system. And it has an off-center cutting edge, which gives you a good, efficient, and a more precise cutting which you are looking at. Another case, most of the time what we see, we get a patient with limited mouth opening, right? And how you can work it, with or without magnification. So this is another instrument which I use in my practice. This is known as an endo holder. One of the boon, if you are having a patient with the limited mouth opening, and if you are working under a microscope, this will add on to your practice. So this is a case, if you see, a lower molar with a faulty crown, development of a periapical abscess which was there, the crown was removed. And then the access was re-established so that we can remove that gutta percha. Now, removing of the gutta percha from the root canal is actually a task. We always face challenge in removal of that gutta percha. So you are like trying and trying, so you're putting a solvent, then you're putting something else, then you're engaging your file, trying to catch it out, so it comes in bit and pieces. But are we able to remove the complete gutta percha from the root canal? Sometimes yes, sometimes no, and sometimes you leave the part onto the side, ठीक है, चलता है. Obturate करो, canal तक तो पहुंच ही गए ना. But what we are looking at, so again, you need to choose a file system. So I do a combination of two techniques, that is a rotary and hand, right? So I start with the rotary, that is a GPR. It's a big video, so maybe I can go and play it from here. So you can start with the rotary, that is a GPR, and then we use these micro files with the endo holder. And there you can see, these are the micro files with the endo holder, and it helps me to catch the GP in toto. So I'm able to remove the whole gutta percha in one go. But do you think it happens every day? Don't get carried away by the video. That's what I'm telling you. If it's a distal canal, you must be happy enough that, oh, or it's a central incisor, it happens. But don't get carried away by the video. I always tell my friends and colleagues, I was lucky enough that it came out, but it doesn't come out every time. So what about my rest of the gutta percha which is there in the root canal? So let's see. So this is how you do it. So we scrape it with the help of the micro files on the endo holder, what we have. So we have specific files. They are H-type files, what are there. You can see the cross section of this file, it is H-type. And then we go and scrape along with the walls. And you can see all the remnants of the gutta percha which is stuck onto the walls will come out. And that's what we want. We want everything which is filled inside to come out so that we can again put something new inside. Right? And there you can see, it catches the gutta percha at every nick and corner. And then you can catch it and try to pluck it out. There you see, the remnants are coming. But again, don't get carried away by the video. Because if I finish my presentation here, I say it is beautiful, it doesn't work unless I take a radiograph. Because when you're doing an endodontic retreatment, you need to take those radiographs, so many, first, second, third, fourth, that where we have reached. So let's see how we have done it. So if you see here, step by step, coronal, middle, and apical, and the coronal radiograph, middle, and the apical. I should be able to see it that yes, my things are working. Because eventually you need to go back and do it. If you don't take a radiograph, and I finish my video here, I'm very good. But I need to have a documentation of it so that you know, okay, this is the procedure. And then placement of the calcium hydroxide, and finally we have sealed with the help of bioceramics. Now, the role of bioceramics in 21st century is fantastic. It gives us results which are phenomenal. In 6 months, you see the periapical lesions healing. No doubt about it. Another case, resorption. Okay? Let's see. So if you see this case, again, a very tough case to handle. This premolar and the molar, if you see. Right? And if you see the premolar, it was poorly obturated with the resorption at the apse, and there's a periapical lesion. So placing a rubber dam again was a task on this, because how will you put in such a less clinical height, right? So you need to take a call. And the first thing what I always say, when you talk about managing such challenges, patient compliance is very important. Yes, patient is ready to save it, and you set the protocols right so that it can work for long. So what we have done, so we took the adjacent tooth as a support, place our rubber dam, and we placed inside, and then finally we are able to retrieve that gutta-percha. Now after retrieval, we realized there is hardly any clinical crown height. So I'm blessed that my wife is a periodontist. So I'm blessed on that. So she checked it, she said, Prashant, it has a very less soft tissue. It has more bone. So now what to do? So the patient says, I need to save it. Okay, perfect, let's go for it. So she did for the surgery. She went through the surgery, she increased the bone height, and you can see she measured it before and after. Now once this is being done, then I need to take care of my resorption as well, right? So what should I do? So let's go. So again, if you see here, the complete canal was clean, crown height. So after 2 weeks, you must wait for a soft tissue to settle down because I need to go for the procedure. And then I renegotiated, and what I realized, this is a complete resorption, right? So I use this as a condenser to check my working length, that where exactly I need to do. And then finally, I placed MTA. Right? It's a bioceramic material, so the choice lies with you, whether you want to use an MTA or you want to use a biodentine. Both work equally well, right? So if you have to finish up a case in the same visit, then definitely biodentine is a choice, but when you know that, because the setting time is about 12 minutes. But if you talk about MTA, the setting time is about 4 hours. So if you do a procedure in the morning, you place an MTA. So this is the map system, what you saw, in which we were placing the MTA, and then finally we condensed the MTA. But in last 3 to 5 years of my practice, if I see this kind of a case, I like to seal the whole canal with MTA. I don't use gutta-percha. Patient is paying, no doubt about it. But yes, if you want to use it, then if the patient is not paying you, then at least a 5 millimeter of plug of MTA you must create, and then you should do the obturation on the top of it. So that's what we did. We treated both of them, and then you can see a 3-year follow-up. Because results, they do come. The only thing is, yes, you need to take the call at the right time to perform it well. Let's see another case. Broken instrument, right? Either we break or we get. I always say, how many times you have broken an instrument? Right? How many you have broken an instrument? It always depends. 1, 2, we break, it's okay. See, it's not a negligence, it's an error. But it's negligence when we use one instrument lot of time and then it breaks. So that's the choice with you, that you have used a new 10 number which has broken, because even sometimes that breaks, sir will agree with me. And sometimes an old instrument doesn't break, we had been using it. Anyhow, once it is broken, so it depends on where exactly the instrument is broken. This is at the coronal to middle, and that was, let me go back, sorry. And that is somewhere near the apical. But if you see here, once I go to the apex, my canal anatomy is disappearing. Be careful. When your radiographs are showing something disappearing, you need to appear as an endodontist. Because there is something which is missing at the apex. That means the canal is bifurcating, or the canal is having some 2 canals, it is getting into that, so we need to be very careful. So what we did, we exposed this instrument with the help of ultrasonic tips. There you can see both the instrument. That is at the apical third somewhere, and this is at the coronal third. And then, so where you should trough when you're trying to remove this instrument. So most of the time we trough onto the inner wall of the root canal. That is the wall which is going along with the floor. Right? Because the rotary files, when they break on engagement, 360 degrees. So once they break, they engage a lot of dentine, right? So if I have to bypass, I have to negotiate. I have to take help of my inner wall of the root canal, but I need to do a balanced stuffing so that I'm able to retrieve or bypass depending upon the thickness of my dentine. Because every instrument you cannot retrieve, but yes, you can bypass an instrument. So the choice has to be more conservative. In this case, we are able to do it. And then, again, if you see Teflon tapes right at the place, after the troughing with the diamond-coated tips, now I am agitating this instrument with the flat end tips, which are non-diamond-coated, so that I am able to retrieve this instrument completely without breakage. And there you can see that, the complete instrument coming out. This was from the other canal, and that smaller instrument is from the distal canal which was there. And then finally, because already I have troughed the canal, so I need a minimal preparation, just one file just to go and prepare. So I use Zizai, that is 2504 for the mesials. There you can see that, check my working length with the apex locators, and then the distal with 2506. Lot of irrigation and activation was done, and finally you can see the deep apical split in the distal canal. So again, the choice lies with you. See well to treat well. So if you have a magnification on your eyes and mind is open, root canals are the most fabulous procedures to do. The only thing what I always say, you need to have patience and persistence when you are trying to do such kind of cases, right? Coming to one more case, that is the apical microsurgery. I use magnification everywhere, wherever I can use. This is a case of an apical microsurgery. In the upper centrals, the patient had a post and core, a crown with a periapical lesion, this tooth. So again, the anesthesia was given. And then the papilla preservation flap. As I said, my wife is a periodontist, so I'm blessed on that. So with the reason is only one, because it exposed lot number of dentinal tubules and chances of failure are much higher. So that is the reason we have to more conservative approach. So it's a 0 degree bevel now what we talk about. We don't go for any 45 or 10 degree, no, those bevels are given. So window is created and then the root end is exposed. Now, what should be the height of the bony window so that I can do the retrograde preparation, because orthograde I cannot go. So at least 4 millimeter. So 4 millimeter window I need to prepare, do the root resection, and then I use the retrograde tips from Optura Spartan. So that is your choice. The many retrograde tips are available. Again, if you see here, it's a diamond coated which has a 3 mm tip, and I will prepare retrograde, the root end cavity. Why I am preparing it? Because I need to seal that area for the future infection. So what will be my choice? My choice will be again an MTA. So once I have prepared it, toileting of the cavity is done with the saline, and then I have a mixed MTA and a plug. I will going to seal it into that area, because what I'm looking at eventually is no failure. And then finally, I will going to suture it. So these are the 6-0 sutures. So I'm thankful to you, and as I'm happy to share that we are the first authorized training center want to get into the field of magnification just to understand what exactly it is. And those who are already practicing magnification, definitely yes, these are the few courses what we have done from the past. And this is the one-on-one program which I do at my center. I am blessed I have some of the great people coming to my center and blessing me up so that because age I always say is not the bar. You can learn at any age. The only thing is I am blessed that I got this opportunity to have these people at my center. So we did a lot of training programs with them. And this is where you can get connected to me. We are all active on the social media, Facebook, LinkedIn, everywhere, because that's what the world is all about. So I always end my slide with this thing. The endodontics is the watchmaker of this dental world, because everything starts from a watch winding in endodontics. So you need to decide what exactly you want to do. But yes, if you have to practice a good endodontics, you need to keep calm. And you need to have two things, patience and persistence. You should know the protocol and you should be patient enough to perform that procedure because you are working at the minute levels, right? Thank you so much for one and all for your patience, Dixon. Thank you. Any questions which I can take? Okay. You can ask any questions.
Any questions?
Everything is clear? Was it so crystal clear or you were sleeping? It's 4 o'clock. I don't think that's the reason I showed a coffee at the end of the day, because that's the need of the hour, right? Anyways, because 30 minutes is a time where I feel that we can only, as Ashish sir said, it's a teaser what we can give it to you, that how you can manage such cases. It's an ample of things what we can discuss. But yes, we are always there to help you out as a team to work on that. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful session. I would now like to kindly call upon stage Dr. Pritendra Singh, sir, who was the chairperson of the session, to felicitate our eminent speaker.
Yeah, hello, big hello to the audience. It's always nice to felicitate your own friends, and me and Prashant have been working for 3 years nationally and internationally, and great pleasure to felicitate him. And if he's present tomorrow, he can do the same to me as well. Thank you.
I would now invite Dr. Anmol ma'am to felicitate Dr. Pritendra sir. I would now welcome our next speaker, Dr. Amit Bhardwaj, sir. Sir is Professor and Head of Department of Periodontology, Faculty of Dental Sciences, SGT University, Gurugram. Please give sir a huge round of applause. The chairperson for this session will be Dr. Rajiv Chok, sir.
Shall I start? Hello. Good evening, respected all. Good evening, respected Rajiv sir. Respected my dear friends. I am Dr. Amit from SGT University, Gurugram. I am here to present a talk on importance of intellectual property rights in dentistry. Because nowadays we are day in, day out, we are listening about values of journal publications, values of book publications, values of patents. So I am here to just give you a brief outline that which are the key factors which we need to take care while doing our work in day-to-day life and even in clinical practice as well. So this is my journey. I graduated from Subharti Dental College. Now it is a university. Then again my post-graduation was from Vinayaka Mission University, Tamil Nadu. Currently I am in SGT University, which is again a university now. This is my journey, started from 1998 from Subharti Dental College. So coming up with just one question here, that IPR stands for what? By now you must be knowing that it is for intellectual property rights. Have you ever heard the term IPR? If yes, ask your heart or mind whether you have heard before or now you are listening about this. If yes, then it's very good. Otherwise, be attentive. If yes to question no, have you ever attended any workshop, seminar, conference on IPR? Yes or no, or this will be your first. If yes to question no, question two, from where did you came to know about IPR? Out of your own interest, from your friend, from your university, or any journal or any other website? You may answer this by asking yourself. Whether IPR exists in your university, there is nowadays a cell which deals with all these type of things. So if it exists, you must contact them if you have any query, or kindly you can tell your management to create this type of cell so that they will deal any discrepancy in future if happens. IPR cell deals with patents, copyright, trademark, trademarks, or none of the above. This you will be able to answer after this talk. Do you know about any of the course of IPR by any organization if you want to pursue this? Whether yes, no, by UGC or by various platforms like SWAYAM, Coursera, etc. Have you ever applied for any patent? Few of them must have applied, or they are trying to apply soon, and few will apply in future, definitely. Or one more very important question, is IPR applicable nationally, internationally, both, or anyone? Or depends on the creator? And after participating in this survey, have you got motivated about IPR? This I will ask in last slide. So coming to IPR, what is IP? IP stands for intellectual property which a person or a group of persons have created out of their own intellect. If they have designed some instrument, so it is their property. If they have written some article, it is their property. If they have designed some, you may say, equipment, instrument, or they have designed some formulation of drug, manufactured them, then it is their property. Now what is right? Right is given by government of our country and all countries to maintain that patent or right with that person only, so that others will not use them without the permission of actual owner. So intellectual property is the property created by the owner, and rights are the given by government of that particular country to use them. No one else can use them without taking permission. Now what is the importance of IPR? Intellectual property is an asset and cannot be exploited by others for commercial gain, as I have told you. IP owners can stop others from manufacturing or selling products and services which are duly protected by IP owners only. IP owners can sell or license the IP for commercial gain. Suppose I have developed some equipment and I don't want to manufacture them, I can give the right to some leading manufacturer to market it. IP can be used to establish the goodwill and brand value within the market. Inventors, creators, or authors of an intellectual property can mention about IP in their resume. If they go to some job, they can ask whether you have any patent under your name. You can say, yes, I have 2 patents, 3 patents. Because nowadays, these ranking agencies like NAC are looking for these things. IPR certificates establish legal and valid ownership about the intellectual property. Now, what are things which falls under IPR? There are these 5 things: patents to protect technology, trademark to protect any word, logo, label, design to protect any configuration, copyright to protect any literature work, geographic indication. This has nothing specific about dentistry, but yes, geographic indications also has very much value that I will explain you. Now, one question comes to our mind that if I have patent in my name, for how long I can practice it? It will remain with me for how much period? So here are few acts. Under them, we can register first. Patent Act 1970, Design Act 2000, Trademark Act 1999, Geographical Indication for Goods Act 1999, and Copyright Act 1957. This is as per Indian law, Indian patent law. Now, what is patent? Patent is an exclusive monopoly right granted to applicant or patentee by government for a limited period. As I have told you, this is for limited period, which I will tell you for how much. In lieu of the information disclosed to government, means once I file a patent, I have to give them complete disclosure about my invention. I cannot hide anything from the patenting officer. I have to disclose them, okay, this is my product, it is going to work, and this is its novelty. Then only they will give me patent. Then patent confers right to patentee to exploit the patent for commercial gains. If I want to sell my product, I can sell. No one else can sell. Now, 3 terms are very important: new, inventive, and industrial application. A patent will be awarded only if there is a novelty in your invention. So it must be new, either product or process. Product means if I have designed any instrument. Process means if I have designed any formulation or any chemical formula. Then a new product or process involving an inventive step. Inventive means we cannot club 2 existing knowledge to get 1 patent. The whole process should be innovative. Then it must be commerciable. If it is not of any commercial use, then they may reject our patent application. They means patent officer. Therefore, product is any device, machine, or composition, and process is any preparing, and which is patentable. Coming to copyright. Copyright, we have heard so many things about copyright. Copyright is basically to protect the literature work of an author, which may be any book, any article, any blog, anything. It is a type of intellectual property that provides exclusive publication, distribution, and usage rights to the author. This means whatever content the author created cannot be used or published by anyone else without the consent of the author. Here I want to emphasize one thing. Suppose normally what we'll do, we'll submit our manuscript to a journal, and they will ask us that kindly fill this copyright form. So the thing is, if you have created any specific formula, flow chart, diagram in that publication and you want to keep it under your name, kindly patent it first before handing over your full material to journal, because then it will be their property. If you want to publish any article out of your own stuff, you need to take permission from the existing publisher. So please patent any important information under your name first, then hand over the remaining things to the journal house, publication house. This comes like literally work, music. If we have created any instrumental music for background of our slides, we can patent it. No one else can, in other conference, can present that particular music or background music. Any choreography, any artistic, architectural work, figurative work, like maps, drawing, charts, as I have told you. Cinematographic work, photographic work, if I have drawn something, and if I have used my patient photograph, then no one else can copy that photograph, and so on. This is a very familiar logo, which you must have seen various places. TM, trademark, and R means registered. Whether it is registered or just it is a trademark. A trademark is any sign which can distinguish the goods of one traders from those of others, which includes word, logo, symbol, picture, or combination of any of these. Even tricolor, any stripes, anything. Trademark is used as a marketing tool so that customer can recognize the product of a particular trader. To register a trademark, it must be distinctive or not contrary to law or morality. India has signed a treaty under TRIPS agreement that on international level our copyright, our trademarks are valid and their trademarks are valid in our country. India has signed treaty in 1999. That's why Act, which was formed in 1958, is reconsidered in 1999. So here are some basic pictures. You can easily judge which is fake and which is fact. Like Nike, we have seen so many copied items. Coca-Cola, both pictures are very same, but which one is right, you must be knowing. The upper one is right. Real Adidas, fake Adidas, like so on. Now coming to our specialty, as I have told you, IPR in dentistry. Before starting your clinic, any chain, any franchisee, kindly patent your clinic logo. Because all these 4 or 5 logos are looking similar, but they have some distinct character. Some have blue background, white character. Some have white character, blue background, black outline on the crown, whole blue with. So you have to be very careful while selecting your clinic logo, because nowadays if you get famous, anyone can copy your logo, clinic logo, or even name also. 32 Pulse. 32 Pulse, there are many clinics under the name of 32 Pulse. So if you are using this name, kindly register it with some tagline. If it is already existing, you want to change some design, change something you need to change. This is the logo changed by Mayo Clinics by themselves only. No one else have created. They started with this, then came up with this, now they are using this. The same company have evolved their own logo with time. Design it has nothing to do with the interior character, it is just the outline. As per the definition, design means only the feature of shape, configuration, pattern, ornament, or composition of lines or colors applied to any article, whether in product in 2-dimension or 3-dimension. Design means sometimes you visit a good clinic, you will see that there is a very good OPD card is there. And you can see in your CCTV that someone is taking picture of that. So if you have protected it, you can challenge that person that kindly don't take picture for reuse or self-use or to give to any friend. Okay, this is a very good idea. So design comes where you create your small little things in your clinic, private clinic. As I told you, stamps, labels, tokens, cards. Nowadays अगर आपकी OPD है clinic में तो आप कुछ stamp लगाते हैं, कोई label use करते हैं, ज़्यादा OPD आप token देते हैं patient को, waiting token. उन सब के designs को अगर आप चाहें तो you can protect them. Sorry. Geographical indication. Geographical indication means an indication of goods as originating, produced, processed, or prepared in specific geographic area or territory of a country, where a given quality, reputation, or other characteristics of such goods are essentially attributed. So, for example, Geographical indications like Darjeeling tea, Kanchipuram silk sari, Alfonso's Nagpur orange, Kolhapuri chappal, Bikaneri bhujia. These, as the first name or second name is of some territory or region, so it has geographical indication. Government of India gives this tag to all GI indicated items. If you go to some handloom shop, there must be some tag, GI. Now coming to for how much time I can practice my invention. For patent, it is 20 years. For design, it is 10 years. For trademarks, 10 years. Geographical indication, good products, 10 years. Copyright, age of the author plus 60 years. After the demise of the author plus 60 years, it will remain with that particular author. Provided उसने सारे किसी जर्नल को ना दे दी हो rights, as I have told you. Now, how we can use patents in our day-to-day practice? Any new surgical technique, like in periodontology, there is one technique, lip stat, which is patented by Dr. Monish Bhola, University of Detroit, Michigan. So, एक टेक्निक उन्होंने दी, उसका नाम दिया और उसको पेटेंट कर लिया टेक्निक को. न्यू प्रोसेस, न्यू मेडिकेशन फार्मूला. मैं कोई माउथ वॉश बनाता हूँ, टूथपेस्ट बनाता हूँ, उसकी कॉम्पोजिशन में सीक्रेट रखना चाहता हूँ तो सीक्रेट रख सकता हूँ, बट टू प्रोवाइड सेफ्टी आई कैन अप्लाई फॉर पेटेंट. एनी वैक्सीन, दो वैक्सीन नीड गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया अप्रूवल फर्स्ट. कॉपीराइट्स, एनी आर्टिकल वी राइट, एनी बुक वी राइट, एनी फ्लो चार्ट वी ड्रॉ, एनी डायग्राम वी ड्रॉ, एनी अदर आर्टिस्टिक वर्क, हमने कुछ अपनी क्रिएशन से उसको डिज़ाइन बनाया, सो काइंडली उसको अपने लिए प्रोटेक्ट कीजिए, तब आगे सर्कुलेट कीजिए. ट्रेडमार्क, नेम ऑफ योर क्लिनिक और हॉस्पिटल, एनी लोगो ऑफ योर क्लिनिक और हॉस्पिटल. डिजाइंस, एनी कलर स्कीम ऑफ योर क्लिनिक बोर्ड, as I have told you in that dental clinic mark, you can patent it, registered under design or trademark also. Stamp, logo design, OPD card design. So these are few basic things which we can take care in day-to-day. Now these are few 4-5 cases which are under huge lawsuit by under this patent acts only, by 3M to 3N. Name is very similar, but they have copied. So 3M जो एक बहुत प्रचलित कंपनी है, उसने 3N को चैलेंज किया and they finally won the challenge. साउथ कोरियन Louis Vuitton and Louis Vuitton DAC, तो ये एक यूज हुआ, which is a fried chicken outlet, तो finally Louis Vuitton won the case. Adidas Forever 21, इनका कुछ स्ट्राइप्स को लेके आपस में विवाद था, बट एडिडास ऑब्वियसली वॉन द केस. अमेरिकन ईगल एंड पेंटालून, उनका जो लोगो है अमेरिकन ईगल, ब्लैक कलर का ईगल है, उस पर इनका आपस में कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन था. दिस इज अवर इंडियन केस ओनली. देन स्टारबक्स एंड फ्रेडिको, इनका भी कॉफ़ी कल्चर को लेके, इनके कप के डिज़ाइन को लेके इशू था. So as I have told you, whether if you want to pursue any course, whether there is anything, yes, for a time being you can go to these online portals, like this is Swam portal. This I have done managing intellectual property in university in 2019. Later I thought that I must go further. I have joined other course by same Dr. Andrews, mentor is same, in 2020, patent drafting for beginners. And mind you, there are law firms which deals with these kind of documentation. You need not to do it yourself, you can contact them, you can hire them, they will protect your everything and they will file. And there are there are only 4 patent offices, Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, एंड कोलकाता. सो आप ऑनलाइन भी अप्लाई कर सकते हैं यहाँ बैठे बैठे, अगर आपको कोई पेटेंट या ट्रेडमार्क या डिज़ाइन या कॉपीराइट फाइल करना है तो. और आप लॉयर भी रख सकते हैं, वो आगे जाके फाइल कर देंगे आपके बिहाफ पे. So, my take-home message is, we must protect our rights, simultaneously give respect to others. Thank you. Anything you want to ask?
Thank you, sir, for the session. I would now like to call upon stage Dr. Rajiv Chok, sir, who was the chairperson, to felicitate our eminent speaker. I would now invite Anmol ma'am to felicitate Rajiv sir. I'll now welcome our next speaker, Dr. Rajiv Chok, sir. Sir is President-elect IDA Office.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Rajiv Chugh. I'm a graduate and postgraduate of this prestigious institution, and probably a senior citizen as compared to all of you. I graduated in 1981, and I have been in practice since 1984. So it's been 38 years since I've been in practice, and it's been 41 years since I did my graduation. And I've been associated with this institution for a long time. I spent 7 years of best part of my life here, and I'm still associated with a lot of people who are working here. Some of my old friends are still there. They haven't retired yet. And it's my pleasure to be here today. When Dr. Anmol contacted me to come and address the gathering, I thought instead of just giving a routine educational lecture, maybe I should share some of my experiences from the practice and might be helpful to some of you. Though the dentistry has changed in the last so many years. In fact, we have ourselves changed. The way we learned is different from what is taught today, and we also had to evolve to adjust to this new dentistry. And that's what is the beauty of the profession, that the demands have changed, the approach has changed, the material has changed, the equipment has changed, and even the patients have changed, so their requirements are different. What we used to practice earlier required a lot of our effort to first educate them, but now Google does a lot of good and bad both for the profession, but the patient is more educated. Generally, the education levels have gone up. So I thought I'll just share with you some of the very relevant things which I see in practice are often ignored or not given as much importance as they're required to be given. So I chose a topic called Tips for Successful Dental Practice. I thought I should not be talking of how the practice management has to be done, because all of us have different approaches to that. Every geographical region has a different approach. All age groups have different requirement. Like, I don't use social media at all. I am active personally on social media, but professionally I don't use social media at all for my patients, because I believe in keeping their privacy in mind. I never share my patients, I never share a photograph or a picture or a procedure on any of the social media. I'll do my own personal sharing, but not a professional sharing. So this is my thought process. And so I thought, talking of tips of dental practice today, and I'm grateful to the organizers of Cynodent, especially Dr. Anmol, for inviting me over and letting me share some of my experiences with you. And this is my alma mater, and I'm really proud of being associated with this institution. And when I used to study here, it was earlier called the dental wing of KGMC, then it became the Faculty of Dental Sciences, and then now it's part of the King George's Medical University. So the dental institution has also become a bigger entity here in Lucknow. I pay my homage to my professor, my mentor, my teacher, Dr. C.P. Govila, under whom I did my MDS in Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics. He was a father figure to us, and I'm really grateful for the education he imparted us. Now, coming to the topic today, I believe that first and foremost, it's important to be a good doctor. When I say being a good doctor, I don't mean just doing a professional work, that you do good procedures. What I mean is that to be a good doctor, you should have you must keep a few things in mind. I'm going to take up these under these heads, and first and foremost, I give a lot of importance to empathy. You know what's the difference between empathy and sympathy? You don't have to taras nahi khana, jisko kehte hain taras khana. We are not to sympathize with the patient, but we have to empathize with the patient. The difference is, every patient who's coming to your clinic for a dental treatment is already anxious, apprehensive, and especially any treatment which is related to the dental profession, or any dental procedure is required, the patient anxiety levels are very high. If we are ourselves a patient and we have to visit a doctor, not a dental surgeon, but we are still anxious, but in dentistry it's even worse. So it's very important to put yourself in the position of the patient. Every time you can't suffer with the patient is in pain, that you have to be in pain. But you have to understand the patient is in pain, and then you need to relieve that patient. That's your priority. So you have to get into the shoes of the patient and to make him comfortable in the clinic. And for that, it's very important that you should come across as a very self-confident doctor to the patient. The patient should not feel jittery कि doctor himself is not very confident, करना क्या है, ये कर लेते हैं, वो कर लेते हैं. You should be very clear what is the line of treatment you need to follow, and you should be able to put the patient seat the patient, make him comfortable. You should be totally in control of the situation. You should have made your line of treatment, and you should be able to explain and address the anxiety of the patient. And you should be able to address the fears of the patient. It's very important to be a patient listener, because invariably patient has some history to tell, some experiences to share. So first and foremost, give a few minutes to listen to the story the patient has to share with you. Half the problem is sorted out when you have given a patient listening. You have heard his story, and now with my experience, I can also share that a lot of people have personal issues also which they come and share with you, which is not related to the dental profession. So that also helps them ease out. But never be in a rush to treat your patients. You should always have enough time on hand. We work only by appointments. All my life I've worked only with appointments, giving at least half an hour for any patient I attend. If a procedure requires more time, I'll give a 1 hour appointment. But I have never done a patient on rush. What happens is sometimes you don't have enough time on hand, another patient is waiting, you are in a hurry. So in a hurry, when you try to do a procedure, the patient is not satisfied, number one. Number two, there is a likelihood of some mishap happening, or the treatment is a little compromised. You wanted to do a single visit root canal, you could not do it because the next patient was waiting there. So make yourself comfortable. Patient should feel that you are at ease, in control, you are not in a hurry. Listen to the patient and be transparent. And you should be able to tell the patient, and especially in first sitting, you should explain what treatment is required for the patient. Explain him or her what is the procedure, what are the likelihood of pain or any discomfort. You should always tell the patient. The patient should not be surprised with a sudden discomfort or pain. So if the patient is, you are about to give a local anesthetic also, normally we use local anesthetic jelly, apply local anesthetic jelly before we inject. But before injecting, even after application, we tell the patient, okay, I am about to give you local anesthesia, you will feel a small prick, and be gentle in injecting, because the pain of the prick is not as much as the pressure of the local anesthetic going into the tissues is the painful part. So that's one of the examples I like to share. And also in treatments like root canal treatment and implants, patients have little apprehension about the success rate of the treatment. So you should be able to tell what procedure you're doing, what implant system you're using, how much pain is required, and what is the success rate of that treatment. And the success rate would also depend on the aftercare at home by the patient. That also needs to be emphasized to the patient. So patient should not feel that the treatment has been done and everything would now be all right and there is no home care required. So explain that also to the patient. And of course, the most important thing is being humanistic in your approach. Unfortunately, what we lack in our education system, when I say education system, is in the dental schools. Though I am myself a part of that, I am a member of the Dental Council of India. I've tried my best to do it, but it hasn't helped so far. But somewhere we need to include in our curriculum what are the behavioral sciences, social sciences, what is the psychology of the patient, how to deal with this. It's an important aspect which needs to be taken in consideration. So if you can, with experience, learn that or share your experience with the patient, make him or her comfortable, that will really help. Also importance is that before, especially addressing to the younger dentists, that before you get into your own dental practices, very important thing which you should keep in mind is before you set up your practices, you should be fully aware that how your whole operatory works, what are the equipments which are used, how they function, how they have to be maintained, how they are to be serviced. All this which is not taught in an institution. I thought I must mention, because when we are talking of curriculum, this is another aspect which I feel needs to be included in our curriculum. And always practice evidence-based dentistry. Means procedures which are time-tested, which have shown successful results, not something which has been used very recently and has no documented evidence to it. Also, learn to use quality instruments and quality materials, time-tested, and don't keep the cost of the material in mind when you are doing a quality treatment. Because in Southeast Asian countries, because cost is a big consideration with the patient, and partially we are responsible for that, that when somebody comes to us and he tells us so-and-so is charging 2,000 rupees for that, so you offer, I'll do it for 1,800. The third one would say, I'll do for 1,500. So when you are doing that, you are probably going to compromise on the quality of the material which you are going to be using. So don't do that. Use a material which has been time tested. Use those materials which have documented kind of procedures or techniques, and don't cut short any procedure. So this is very important, that practice-based in dentistry should be followed. And always practice ethical dentistry as well. As I was overhearing when Prashant was saying about the use of instruments and endodontics, if you ever pay attention to this, or if you have talked to the dealers of any renowned endodontic companies who sell your rotary instruments, you ask them how many times ideally the rotary instrument should be used. The answer would be single use. All rotary instruments are single use instruments. If we are abusing it, it is a risk we are taking on our own. The company doesn't recommend that you use an instrument more than one time. In our clinic, we use only rotary instrument once. And sometimes in one patient, if the canal is really thin, difficult, not very patent, we might use as one size instrument, 2 instruments or 3 instruments also. Don't cut corners there. Be within your ethics, what you have been taught, follow the procedures. And also that doesn't mean that you unnecessarily do procedures which are not required. But also that doesn't mean that you do practice dentistry which is a kind of defensive dentistry. If you feel a patient requires a CBCT, you must do a CBCT. There is no need to hesitate about that. But to do CBCT in every case is not a recommended procedure. But for procedures like implants, placing an implant without a CBCT, especially if you are somewhere close to the sinus or very close to the mandibular canal, there should not be any hesitation doing it. We very often see that, especially in last 2-3 years, it's my observation, especially after post-COVID, we see a lot of patients of tooth fractures happening, cracks and tooth fracture. If I have done a root canal treatment which was successful till a few years back, and suddenly I see a periapical lesion developing there, then I would invariably get a CBCT done to make sure that there's no crack, because I was confident that the root canal was done well. Patient was asymptomatic for 4-5 years, and suddenly the tooth is cracked and a periapical lesion is there. And most of the time I found in CBCT, the evidence of cracks are there. So I don't know whether to directly connect it to the COVID, or the stress levels which were very high during the COVID period have added to this, but the incidence has definitely gone up. And when you are practicing ethical dentistry, very important to do, this is the very basic, everybody has taught you in college to do proper diagnosis, treatment plan. You have to know the medical and dental history of the patient. Anywhere you feel the history requires a consent from the physician, you should not do a procedure till the consent is obtained. We give a written request and ask for a written consent from the doctor, then only we carry out the procedure, especially if there is a medical history which could be affecting the treatment or giving local anesthetic or anything. And follow all the right protocols. Your clinic should be well equipped with all sterilization equipment. It was mandatory always, more so post-COVID. Everybody understands the need now, because earlier it used to take it very lightly, but over the period of time now it has kind of been reinforced that using good quality autoclaves, class B autoclaves is important, and using ultrasonic cleaners before you do your autoclave, etc. These are small investments. I say small because the results, the dividends they pay you are much bigger. If you are cutting short on these things, you are putting yourself also to risk. So don't commit a mistake of compromising on your sterilization equipment, and always practice what you would like to get yourself performed upon. Means if you want your root canal to be done, what instrument you would like to choose on yourself should be chosen for the patient also. And if you feel that you are not confident to carry out a procedure or placing an implant, or for that matter doing a maxillofacial surgery or doing an impaction or anything, there's a need to either refer the patient to another colleague, or somebody else can come and work, be beneficial for the patient and for you as well. So this is very important, and you should be trained to handle all emergencies. Keep checking your emergency drug kit regularly, that the required medications don't expire, and they should be always handy in case of any emergencies. And you should also be trained to carry out any CPR, etc., in case any emergency arises. Best is avoided. They don't let a situation come where it could be required, but if it is, can be a possibility, always keep them handy, and should have some medical colleagues or friends nearby who can assist you in these emergencies. As I said, should we practice defensive dentistry? Not really. Where it is required, you must do all the investigations. If the patient has a history of, when you take a history and the patient tells the bleeding time is longer, or there is some medical history which is relevant, you must get the blood investigations done. CBCT required for all patients who are doing implants. These are requirements. These are not to be avoided just because somebody might say that you get CBCT done in every case. You don't do it in every case, but wherever it's recommended, you must. And as I mentioned, the strict sterilization protocols, and that also includes that your staff are all vaccinated, and use of PPE is definitely required. I'm not talking of the PPE like we used during the COVID period, but use of 2 masks and gloves as mandatory. It was always mandatory, but now it's been emphasized. So once you have now gotten a habit of using it, don't give it up. So we use personal protection equipment. And we also use shades and second pair of glasses over my regular glasses for all procedures where aerosol is involved. And important, besides the autoclave, etc., is that how you dispose your waste, because now the Clinical Establishment Act is also, some states are already practicing it, some are in the process of doing it. So waste management is very important. So far, it was just a segregation of your waste in the clinic. Now in Delhi, at least I am aware now, they are asking us to segregate our water waste as well. So in coming few weeks, we'll have to work on that too. So these are important for our benefit and the benefit of the society. So I think it's the need of the hour. We should comply with what the government regulations are. And clinical negligence and errors. Now, nobody would like to do an error intentionally. I would not like to do a bad filling unnecessarily, or I'll not like to break an instrument intentionally. But the thing is, if I am negligent, that I have used an instrument once which was recommended to be used only once, the likelihood of instrument breaking is very high. So that can be avoided. So negligence is that I intentionally I'm trying to overstep what was not recommended. So this should be, you should be careful about that. And the thing is, another thing which I would like to recommend, especially to the younger dentists here, is that never talk ill of your colleagues. This is also a part of when I'm talking of clinical errors. Errors don't happen intentionally. Some errors do happen. I might also commit an error sometime. I'm not saying that any of us is above that stage that we can't commit errors. But no doctor, what I feel is, would intentionally like to commit an error. It's a mistake. Could have happened. He must have, or she must have tried his or her best to do a procedure. But somehow, unfortunately, some error does happen and the patient goes to another doctor. Don't talk ill of your colleagues. Never ever do that, because tomorrow it could be a situation with you too. We are not gods. We try to do our best, but we can commit mistakes. We are not superhumans. So if a patient comes to you, find that some treatment has not been done up to the mark, just kind of twist the words in such a way that it should not come across that you are trying to find fault with a colleague of yours. So this is, if you develop that habit, all of you, the patient will not take advantage of that. Because I have seen and heard a lot of doctors telling the patient, this is wrong, ye aapke sath kya kar diya, aapko to court jana chahiye. So if you are doing that, tomorrow another patient or that doctor would try to take revenge against you, and tomorrow try to put you in the same situation. The patient has the doctor has committed a mistake, agreed, but try to protect your colleague. You can tell कि भी डॉक्टर साहब ने कोशिश की होगी, या प्रोसीजर हो, दोबारा इन्फेक्शन हो गई आपके रूट कैनाल के अंदर, आप पेरिडोंटल कंडीशन ठीक नहीं है अगर, या हो सकता है क्रैक हो, या हो सकता है सारी इन्फेक्शन ना निकली हो, कुछ रह गई हो, रीट्रीटमेंट कैन बी डन, वी कैन स्टिल ट्राई टू सेव द टूथ. So just try to be a little defensive and not try to put your colleague into any difficult situation. That's very important. I thought I'll just talk about that too. And today, of course, the law is with the patient. Any patient can take you for negligence, so don't give an opportunity. And don't support a patient who is wanting to take your colleague to the court. Try if that situation can be avoided. And last but not the least, always keep upgrading your knowledge. See, that as I mentioned in the beginning, that we have all experienced this, that what I learned as an endodontist when I finished my MDs in '84 was different from what I practice today. So dentistry is going to change. It is going to evolve. The materials have changed. We were using self-cure composites. Today we use light-cure composites. And we never learned rotary instruments when I was doing my master's. So the things have changed over the period of time. Same way, you all have to keep upgrading your knowledge. Dentistry is a science. Science would change. It is required to change. The materials what we are using, the procedures we are doing today, we see that they are giving good results, but still they are not the best. That there would be an improvement. There is a need for improvement. You have to keep upgrading your knowledge. And they say that acquiring knowledge should be addictive. You should be always there to the moment you get an opportunity to learn. At this age, after almost 38 years of practice, if I am given an opportunity to go and listen to a colleague, even if I can get one good point from a person, everybody has something to contribute, some positive to contribute. If I get one good suggestion or tip or something, my day is made. So same way, it's an investment. You must keep upgrading, spend on education, even if you have to go for courses, higher courses. And Prashant, who was with us now, he is doing macro dentistry. He is much younger to me, but I'll share with you about 10, 12 years back, I felt that there was a need for me to learn micro dentistry. So I went to University of Pennsylvania to do a 2-day course, and I paid a lot of money from my pocket to do that course and acquired a microscope. So I am using microscope for more than 10 years now. So this was the need. I felt that I was lagging behind if I was not at par with the clinicians today, if I am not giving the best to my patient. So if you keep that in mind, for something for your own knowledge, something for the patient, and something for the society, you need to upgrade your knowledge, and it'll give you a lot of confidence, and the patient will also appreciate that. And that's an old saying I saw somewhere, so I took a picture, it was displayed somewhere, so I thought sharing with you. So thank you, my dear friends. It was a pleasure sharing with you some of my experiences. And if any of you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. This is my clinic, some of the pictures from my practice. Thank you. Anybody has anything to ask, something I can help you with, it will be a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the valuable session. I would now like to call upon stage Dr. Anmol ma'am to felicitate Dr. Rajiv, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We'll have to wait for 5 minutes for our next speaker. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. The lecture by Mr. Deek Parasani is being held in Hall C. Here, our next lecture will be in online format. The lecture is by the legendary endodontist, Dr. James Gutmann from USA. Sir is Department Chair and Postgraduate Program Director at Nova Southeastern University of Florida.
Cover irrigation, but I've chosen this from a very different perspective. I'm asking the question, how far have we come and where are we going? And I'm going to ask questions with very few answers today because this is an amazingly challenging area and I'm not sure anybody has the answer yet. We're seeing new technology being developed on a regular basis and I'll address some of it later in the presentation. But it's an area that is so crucial to us achieving success, and that is to eliminate tissue and eliminate the bacteria within the root canal system. So most of my things are going to be involved with questions more than anything else. There's our true challenge. It's the anatomy. It's an anatomy of what we're dealing with. You can see that anatomy, and it can drive you crazy even thinking about it with the bacteria and the tubules, with the three-dimensional aspect. And we have to ask ourselves, can we really even get this area clean? No matter what we do, we certainly can't do it with instruments alone. We have to apply our chemomechanical debridement type approach. And yet there's many ways to do it, and everybody does it differently globally. I've seen it around the world. I've seen all the different ways that this can be done. Now, when we see this article, it appeared in just 2019, this fellow by the name of Carlson, he brought up some issues. When I think they're somewhat archaic, but at the same time, he brings up an issue that is important. I'm going to share some of this with you. He's talking about the issue of sterilization. He's kind of going back a number of years. And he talks about Grossman in 1972, talks about the fact that root canals can and need to be sterilized. That was an issue that just we could never achieve. Disinfection, yes, but sterilization, but impossible. However, what he says, his fellow Carlson, we now have disinfection and obturation as surrogates for successful sterile root canal treatment. What he means by obturation, he means that we see things on social media and people show all the beautiful curves and the fillings and the puffs and everything else. And we're looking at that as being successful root canal therapy. And it's not necessarily accurate. And as he says on the bottom, I'm sure I have opposition, vehement challenges. Show me a sterile root canal and I'll show you success. So this issue is something that comes up. Can we achieve sterility? No, we cannot. Can we achieve a disinfected canal? We can. But he goes on and he brings out some important things. The ability to get success is impracticable and impossible at times, and without clear sterilization of the system. He talks about meeting with immediate failures, which we see, and the slow failures. And those are the ones I think that are extremely important. Those are the ones where we see failure down the line. And we kind of wonder, did we get all the bacteria out? Did we get all the tissue out? There's more factors that enter into this whole process than just the disinfection of the root canal. So we have these ever-present challenges. And he does bring out a very important thing. There is a lot of sloppy science out there right now that's inadequately addressing the issue. And it's not really focusing on the kinds of things we should be focusing on. So even though he's a little bit far to the left in his radical approach, he does bring out some interesting concepts, which we have to keep in mind. So what's our primary goal of a root canal procedures? And this is just food for thought. Again, I'm not necessarily giving you any answers. I'm giving you a lot of questions. And when you get questions and you look at the questions from a thoughtful standpoint, you begin to start changing your pattern of activity because you begin to question the kinds of things you're doing. Do we want to see just beautiful white lines? on posts in social media? Is that what we're looking for? A lot of people, that's what they do. That's what they post. Do we want to see our sealer puffs? And what they will say is, if I've got a sealer puff, I'm guaranteed to have it sealed. That's wrong. That's impossible to say just because you have a sealer puff that you have a root canal seal. To prevent the occurrence of apical periodontitis, that certainly is great. Yes, we want to be able to achieve that goal. To remove the etiological factors, yep, apical healing, those are the scientific kinds of things we're after, not the clinical radiographic things. To preserve tooth structure for symptom-free function, absolutely. These are things, think about those things. There has to be a melding of all these concepts, but we shouldn't focus so heavily on like number 1 and number 2 and be so satisfied that what we see on the social media is the ultimate of what we're trying to achieve. To create a sterile environment, sterile, impossible. An environment that your body can respond to, yes. But even the body that is immunologically compromised may not be able to respond to some of those scenarios, and we may get failure ultimately. And all of you have seen beautiful root canal procedures being done, shown on the radiograph, and you're happy with it, and you pat yourself on the back, and you know it's going to be successful. Wait, once you're in the specialty like I have been over 50 years, and you see cases 5, 8, 10, 12, 15 years down the line that are failing, and you begin to wonder what's happening. Okay, as far as irrigation goes, there's many different ways we can irrigate. And you can see the types of needles that are available and also the brushes that are available. We have this issue of manual agitation with syringe irrigation, the dynamic approach. We've got the machine approach, continuous irrigation, rotary, sonic, ultrasonic, and we have lasers, which I don't have in here because the lasers are starting to come around right now, but the lasers still require some type of activation. But these are the kind of things that we have to decide what's going to work for us and what works for you in your own hands. And are we achieving what we claim with our irrigation devices? This is a very, very sound question I have to ask. And each of us have to ask that. It's a very important question to ask. Are we actually achieving what we claim that we're achieving? We don't know at times because we have to be, I think, confident. What do you believe in? What do you use for irrigation? Do you use manual, assisted? Do you use syringe, brushes, the manual dynamic activation, multiple different approaches? Do you use brushes, continuous irrigation, sonic, ultrasonic pressure devices? Think about all these things. I can't necessarily give you what's best because everybody uses so many different things and everyone's not going to switch over and make the changes. They're going to continue to use what they're using because they feel they're getting success. But I'm challenging you to think about what you're doing. And are you really, whatever you're using, are you really taking it to the highest possible level? Are you really achieving this success? And the bottom line is, are you following your cases sufficiently to be able to say, yes, I'm getting success? And on top of that, are the cases that you've treated with the root canal procedures, are they being restored properly? Has the patient been developing periodontal disease? These are things to consider. Also, something else which has to be considered is the type of needle that you're using. We know that over the years, we've seen the various types of needles all the way up to the very end. And now we see the different openings of side vent, apical vent, the different porous areas. This is a good literature review, came out in 2015. What's the best? Well, guess what? Every one of these has negative aspects about it. Every one of these is not perfect. And a lot depends too on how we're shaping the root canal, how we're opening it up, how we're enlarging it. And in this day of minimally invasive, are we giving it sufficient space for the irrigant to function within the root canal system? So regardless of what needle you're using, are we allowing the irrigant to get to where it needs to get by our shaping? Or are we minimizing things, thinking that we're preserving tooth structure, yet we're not really allowing ourselves to disinfect the root canal system? We see examples like this from Hapasalo's work. And you can see using a side vented needle, which is a very popular needle, but we're not necessarily getting movement apically of the solution, especially in curved canals. So we have to consider all these possibilities and stop and consider. If you haven't thought about the irrigating needle that you're using in your office, take a look at it. Which one are you using? Do you think it's really achieving your goal? Are you getting it placed apically sufficiently to allow you to get that velocity of movement, of solution, so it can debride the canal system, so it can eat away at the soft tissue and expose the dental tubules and also kill the bacteria in the process. Now, this article by Verdi in 2017 is very important. It talks about the manual dynamic versus the passive ultrasonic versus the sonic versus the apical negative pressure. And very important, it's in yellow. Current data is too heterogeneous. And that's what we talked about earlier. The research that's being done is all across the board. And that's why people, one group will say, we use this, the other group says, we use that. And the thing of it is, we just don't have a consistent model to be able to give us the type of information that we need that is predictable globally for the irrigation process that we're dealing with. And this is the challenge that we all face. And this is something that we have to seriously consider. You might say, well, I use sonic and I know I'm getting it clean. Well, maybe you don't know that. Or I use apical negative pressure. And that's the best one on the market because the studies have shown that's what works. Well, there's even problems with that as far as getting the solution all the way to the apical preparation. And these are issues that come into play. So the current data is too heterogeneous and we cannot come up with any good evidence base. We can come up with what we can call best evidence, but the best evidence resides in multiple areas. It's not necessarily the evidence-based, and that's something we have to keep in mind. So where are we? What's the best direction? What kind of choice for the future do you want to have that you want to be able to obtain? Do we do the manual? And we know that manual agitation can be pretty good. So is the passive ultrasonic and the sonic. And are there any others? And we'll talk about some of those as we move along. Now, this is probably the one that came on board pretty heavily back in the early 2000s, the one that John Schopel gave us, the apical negative pressure. And he talked in terms of having these small tubes and with the openings in and be able to flush and move the irrigant into the canal system and also bring back the debris. And you can see there's a number of studies since John came out with this whole thing, a number of studies which have talked about the value of it. And for example, like the Susan study in 2010 said the canal and isthmus debridement removes more debris. The Endovac shows promising results. It shows better penetration, less extrusion with the Endovac. So we see all these pieces of information, but to put them together into a meaningful package and to say that it's an expression we use in the English language, it's the cat's meow, this is the best thing possible, or this is the best thing since sliced bread, or peanut butter and jelly. These are kind of phrases that we use in the United States. It's not there yet because there are many problems with this. A lot of people have complained about the actual irrigating syringe, the tubes, the small openings getting clogged, not getting good movement, not really cleaning the canal as best as possible. And something else comes up. When we talk in terms of this 2007, this innovation, and most of you know that I'm very, very keen on the history of endodontics and where we've come from, and the fact that oftentimes we have reinvented the wheel. This concept of apical negative pressure has been with us since 1935. Seidner gave us the whole system. Prater in 1949 developed two other systems to do exactly the same thing. Same concept. Flush in, vacuum out, flush in, vacuum out. So when you see people come along with all these new innovations, they have failed to learn from the lessons of history. They have failed to learn that much of this information has been there, and yet we have these gurus out there, stating, well, I found this, I found that, this is my technique, this is the best way to do it. Yet they have failed to reflect upon the value of our growth over the last 100 years or so. So let me ask you a question. What's your primary choice of irrigating solution? Where are you with that? Do you use chlorhexidine 2%, sodium hypochlorite 1% or less, 2.5%, 5.25, greater than 5.25, EDTA? What do you use? Which is interesting because already here in the United States, we are using Some people are using six and a quarter. Others are using 8.15% or 8.25%. That's what's available, and that's what they're using. And another thing that comes up a lot, you'll see a number of studies that said, well, number of studies that we excuse me on that, a number of studies that we have said, well, we dilute it down to 2.5%. And what they do is they take the 5.25 diluted by half. And 5.25 diluted by half is 2.62%. And so therefore, some of these studies are inaccurate in their data and how they're using it. And so keep this in mind. So across the board globally, there's so many variances in the percentage of solutions that are being used, and yet claims are being made. And that goes back to the study which talked about that the data is so heterogeneous. We can't pull it together. We can't make it meaningful. Ask a question. Is there sound evidence that is based on multiple randomized prospective clinical trials that supports your choice of irrigant? Can you answer that? Can you answer yes, or can you answer no? I personally would have to say no. I used what seems to work best. When I was practicing, I actually had gravitated to the 8.25%. And some patients would say, wow, that was a very strong solution I smelled that you were using in my tooth. What was it? It smelled like bleach. And yes, that's what it was. But at the same time, think in terms of the two major factors that you have that are so crucial with the sodium hypochlorite. Number one, it's the tissue dissolution. And number two, it's the release of the chlorine ion, which kills the bacteria. This is what we're after. This is what we're trying to achieve. And yes, there's been a lot of studies who have tried to come up with different new solutions that can replace sodium hypochlorite, but it hasn't happened yet. So we have to keep in mind, what are you using? Do you have good support for what you're using? Do you have support more than just say, my patients are happy, my patients are satisfied, and my cases are working? Well, if your cases are working, do you have 5-year and 10-year follow-ups to show that they are? Keep these things in mind because they may not be working in the long run. And are we really achieving a true disinfection by using 1%? Remember, most of the studies that have looked at these percentages, what they do is they pull stock bacteria off a shelf and they say, well, it was effective against this bug, and this bug. But no studies, and I'll talk about this later, very few studies, I should say, actually go in, sample what's in the root canal, take that out and do a primary culture and then use that bacteria to evaluate the solution that they're using. Oftentimes the bacteria have undergone changes over a period of time and therefore may be immune to some of these percentages of irrigation. What about this issue of vapor lock? We hear papers, we read about the vapor lock, the bubble that forms in these canals during the cleaning and the shaping process. What do you think it's a problem? Some people say, well, it doesn't exist as long as I have patency, and that may very well be the case. It impacts greatly on my ability to clean. How do you know that? How do you know it impacts upon your ability? But this is what people are saying. They're just trying to claim, well, we're going to get vapor lock and I'm not going to be able to clean things. And there's not a lot of science behind this. As long as I create a properly tapered canal, it's not an issue. These are the kinds of things that we're hearing by the people that are promoting the various types of procedures. Failure to deal with vapor lock will result in failures. There is actually no scientific basis for that statement, but it's out there. Keep that in mind. And vapor lock can potentially be a problem, especially maybe in our minimally invasive approaches, where our canals are so small that we might get vapor lock very rapidly. But it really hasn't been verified. So we have to do more work. There's an awful lot of research that has to be done. And yes, we do have to get that apical portion clean. There's no question about that. And it's how we deliver it and in what manner we're using and what needles we're using and what kind of pressure we're using. And are we using agitation? Are we using laser? These are all factors that come into play relative to the vapor lock issue. So stop and think about that. Now, I want you to look at this study. Effect of different concentrations of sodium hypochlorite on the outcome of primary root canal. Randomized controlled trial. Good, wonderful, love it. Randomized controlled trial. Okay, first of all, they did the electronic apex locator to the apex for registration. They used a high concentration being 5% and a low concentration being 1%. No mention of patency, No mention of patency. Keep that in mind as we look at the radiographs in a second. Use lateral compaction, which a lot of people say, hey, lateral compaction, that's old style stuff. Well, let me tell you something. Properly shaped, disinfected root canal, well done lateral compaction can be a very effective way to obturate the canal. Obturation short of the radiographic terminus. This study would be crucified by those people who would say you have to be all the way to the end of the root. No sealer expressions, puffs, which means in a lot of people's minds, it's not going to work. 12-month recall shows positive responses. So take a look at these radiographs. Cases that actually have lesions, and just follow it down from here and take a look at the healing. Look here, look at the healing. Look at the lesions, look at the healing. Everything's inside the root canal. Same way here. Even with low concentrations, the healing, and the healing. Everything is inside, no puffs, no grandiose types of canal preparations. It used to be the 5% or 1%. Didn't make any difference one way or another. And there was basically no differences in the outcome. So we have to stop and think about many different things looking at these cases. Is it possible we can achieve success? And we don't have to always punch things through the end of the root? We don't always have to be at the end of the root? We don't quite know which percentage of hypochlorite we should be using because the 5% and the 1% showed no differences. And how well were these cases cleaned? And these cases are all cases of necrotic pulps. This is the extreme. This is not vital pulp tissue. These are necrotic pulps. So stop and think about this. This is an interesting study. And there's more to the study than just the title of the different concentrations. You look at this and you look at all those other aspects of working length determination and maintenance and ultimate healing that occurs. Now, the one thing I will bring up that is something you probably have overlooked. Every one of these cases, even though there's a 12-month recall, none of them have been restored with crowns. They've all been restored with some type of bonded materials. Does that mean we should be doing crowns on every one of these teeth? Yes, some of them have had their occlusion reduced a little bit, yes, but some of them haven't, and they've succeeded extremely well. So keep that in mind, that maybe every root canal treatment that's done doesn't necessarily need the post-crown type of scenario. Maybe we're doing more damage. Maybe we're actually creating margins that might be opened up for ultimate leakage into our root canal system, which hasn't been completely cleaned. Just some thoughts. What might be lacking in our present irrigation systems? Ease of use, application. This is for you to question. What are the things you would be looking for? Lack of verification of efficacy. Yeah, we don't have that. We just look in, we drink, we rinse, we watch our watches or our clocks. Hey, I've been in there 30 seconds, I've been in there 1 minute, we use this solution. And so said that'll work, and that's what you do. But where's the verification of the efficacy of what we just did? It's all in our own mind. Inconsistency in the information as to what is the best? Yes. That heterogeneous aspect, yeah, that's a problem, no question. Lack of uniformity globally in solutions, without a doubt. Without a doubt, there's lack of uniformity. And therefore, there's so much information that is going one way or the other, and we can't necessarily bring it all together into a meaningful pattern. We've got a lot of work to do in this area. And this is such a crucial area of the root canal procedures. The variable amounts and time of application for effectiveness. Let me tell you something about that. When it says, or if you said, hey, Dr. So-and-so said I need to irrigate for 30 seconds to 60 seconds, I guarantee you're going to irrigate for 15 to 20. 30 seconds is a long time. 60 seconds is even longer. How many of you really irrigate for that length of time? Keep that in mind. We tend to always take the shortcut. Are there other issues? These issues can be brought up in your own scenario. If you're not getting the kinds of outcomes that you think you should be getting with your irrigation approach, then stop and think, look in a mirror and say, what do I have to do differently? What information do I need? What science should I be looking at? How can I tailor and redo what my irrigation protocol is so I can achieve success? What are ideal characteristics of an irrigating solution? Marcus Hapasala has given these. We've got to have good washing action, remove the debris. Reduction in instrument friction, very helpful as a lubricant. Facilitate dentin removal, again as a lubricant. Inorganic tissue dissolution, absolutely essential. Dissolve organic matter, absolutely essential. The collagen, the pulp, and hopefully even the biofilms if necessary. Penetration into the regularities in the tubules. This is in essence key because of the nature of the canal anatomy that we're dealing with. Can it kill bacteria and kill yeasts? Very important. Does not irritate or damage the vital periapical tissues in those cases where the tissues are there. And doesn't have caustic or cytotoxic effects to the vital tissues. These are the things that Marcus Apostolo. Marcus is regarded as a real guru and a good guru and from that perspective in the area of irrigation and outcomes. And I would strongly pay attention to what he has to say and what his research group has to say, because they've done some excellent work. But these are the kinds of things that we're looking for. Does the irrigant that you're using, does it achieve those goals? Do you have verification of it? Probably not. Is it more just a feel-good type of situation? Yep. As I told you at the beginning, I'm going to ask a lot of questions. I'm not necessarily going to give you any answers. And we don't want it to weaken the tooth structure. And we know that some of these percentages of sodium hypochlorite, when in contact with dentin too long, can actually demineralize the hard tissue and cause a breakdown of the collagen fibers. And therefore, when you go to obturate, you're not going to have a good obturation because you're going to have that layer of broken down collagen in between the sealer and the gutta percha and the root canal wall. What would be the one thing you would like to see that could enhance your achievements? Okay, now take a look at those. You see tubules, you see bacteria, you see various types of other yeasts maybe and things like that. Enhanced delivery system and needle? Stop and think. Do we need an enhanced delivery system? Well, yeah, I guess we do. Or maybe we don't. Maybe a laser is sufficient. Maybe that passive ultrasonic irrigation is sufficient. Maybe we need enhanced solutions. There's a lot of issues at stake here. And we need this area to be examined, researched with real tough protocols, real meaningful protocols, and then clinical applications over a period of time. And it should be done probably in a regional environment where regions of different schools or different practitioners following an exact protocol can come up with the best evidence or even evidence-based information, which will help us to understand what we really need. Now, I don't know if any of you have seen this type of irrigation needle, and I'm not necessarily here to sell you the needle. It's just, this is one of the innovative approaches that we've seen to try to enhance better irrigation and distribution. Along with the soft tissue needle, the plastic needle can go around curves, getting better penetration, which means that if you really do shape your canals well, you should be able to get into that apical section without too much difficulty and be able to get good irrigation. Again, this is just one of those needles that are out there, the various types, and I've used it. Do I have verification that it works? Not really, but does it seem logical that it is? Yes, it is. Something to consider. And in today's world, what we're seeing is the major focus is on the efficacy on the anastomosis between our teeth that have buccolingual canals, whether it's the mesial root of the mandibular molar or distal root of the mandibular molar or mesial buccal root of the maxillary first molar, second molar, whatever. These are the kinds of studies we're seeing. And we're seeing comparisons, for example, of the passive ultrasonic irrigation versus the Endovac system versus the SAF file, and another product is called Easy Clean, and the ability to clean the material from that anastomosis, which connects these canal systems. The only problem is if you look at every one of those teeth, that's not a stable model. That's a different tooth in every one of those areas. So you can't necessarily compare apples to oranges, as we say. So we need to have a consistent model or consistent way to be able to do these things. Now, we saw this published in 2019 by Chan, and he talked comparing the gentle wave system, which we have here in the States, versus intermittent ultrasonic activated and versus a continuous ultrasonic activation irrigation. Again, the model is different because the tooth anatomy is different, but you can see how certain procedures or certain applications may be a little bit better than others, and how they may do a better job of cleaning out these areas. But they look at the accumulated hard tissue debris that's remaining in the anastomosis. And the thing of it is, this is something we never used to think about. Are we really cleaning these areas? Yet you might say, well, I don't have to worry about that because I can obturate my canal well and I can entrap any material that's in that root that has that buccal-lingual communication. I can entrap it in there and that's not going to be a problem. And my question is, well, what happens if that patient develops a periodontal pocket and now it has root planing and curettage? And the cementum is removed and the tubules are open, and now that anastomosis area can now communicate with the periodontal pocket. You think that's going to heal? Probably not. We've seen a number of studies come out recently that have taken a look at it, even as late as 2021, have taken a look at the histology and the anastomosis between the buccal-lingual canals and how well the cleaning is being done. Yet, if you look at these, they're all prepared to different sizes. The canals have different locations as far as proximity. The anastomosis is of different size and variation, and therefore it's really hard to extrapolate any data from these. And it's good to see people looking at these things, but the thing of it is there are actually shortcomings in all these studies. They're not giving us the true story. In fact, if you look at for example, in the lower right-hand column, look at the shaping of the canal. The canal has been shaped away from the canal. The files have gone where they want to, as opposed to others that are more circular or more irregular. There's more of a ripping of the canal. And therefore, we don't necessarily get the kind of cleaning we're looking for. So while this data is interesting, is it the best evidence? Not necessarily. We see, again, the application of different products. It's like the Eddy, which is out of the Myofer system, the passive ultrasonic, the XPF manual. Every one of these canals are different sizes, different shapes, different approaches. We need a model. And maybe it shouldn't be a plastic model. Maybe we need to, because we can grow teeth now in labs. We can grow teeth. Maybe we need to have a genetically developed model, which has a canal system which is exactly the same, and then apply our applications and see what we come up with. We can see what looks like nice, clean, circular canals, but do we clean the anastomosis? In many of these areas, we don't. And keep this in mind. Much of this work should be evaluated using micro-CTs. That's what we're going to see. Not sections, not cross sections, but micro CTs. So we can really see whether or not we are cleaning these areas, because this is the reality. That picture I'm showing you is a reality of what we're dealing with. And therefore, some of these cross sections are, I hate to say this, but are somewhat meaningless. They're not necessarily giving us the real story. So what do we use? We use laser activation. Irrigation during root canal paving is becoming very popular, and there's a lot of potential protocols out there and a lot of studies that are being done right now. What about ozone therapy? That's another thing that's being looked at as far as the ability to do a better irrigation within the root canal system. And then we see the pressurized water activation, or the multisonic system, or the endovac type system. As we saw, it's from Sonendo. We see photodynamic applications. We see a lot of different approaches. Again, the data is so heterogeneous, it doesn't necessarily give us anything consistent that we can do accurate comparison. So we have to ask ourselves questions. What are you using today? What will you be using in the future? Will you continue to use, or will you actually go to spend the time to go to the science and read and try to come up with an approach which maybe modifies what you're doing today, so that you really place so much more emphasis on the irrigation process within the root canal system. For example, in this 2021 visit that came out with the ozone therapy, they had less pain in one visit. And most treatment is being done in one visit these days. We also see a tremendous trend towards the use of photodynamic therapy. And there's a lot of studies that have addressed this, and we're going to see more and more of this ultimately. But that's not the epitome yet, because it still provides a non-homogeneous type of data. It's only applicable in certain situations. And do keep in mind that all of these treatments that we're talking about may or may not be effective in our minimally invasive approaches, which are being advocated today by many of our clinicians. So what's our future direction for irrigation? Our future direction is to come up with a consistent approach, one that's going to allow us to achieve as much disinfection as possible. Sterilization, I don't believe so, but at least the breakdown of soft tissue, the killing of bacteria, and the destruction of biofilms. If we can do that, that's great. Now, what we're seeing on the future, we're seeing a process like this. This is something new that's just coming out, not necessarily available. All this is, and we've seen a lot of hype of it here in the United States, the Edge Pro microfluid irrigation. All it is, it's the BioLase. This company has partnered with the BioLase system, and they've come up with this supposedly new system, and it really doesn't have any clinical data yet, but you're going to see information on it that's going to try to promote this. They have the beautiful videos. You can go to the website and see the beautiful videos, but you could go to the BioLase website and see the exact same video. We also know that the SAF file, which has been out, which has been retracted and now has come out with an irrigating system, will also be on the market soon with some type of enhanced irrigation process. And I think the ultimate is going to be this system right here called SIAC. I'm not at liberty to go into detail with it, but I'm aware of a lot of its properties. I'm aware of a lot of its capabilities, and you're going to be seeing that come out in the next 6 months. And it's going to have a major impact on the entire irrigation and disinfection process as we know it today. And it's really probably going to be the system of the future. It's something to keep in mind as you look forward. So start to look for these types of things in the irrigation areas or articles that are written and evaluation. And by the way, the development of this system has been done by some rather astute individuals who have really gone to great depths to provide the best possible way to irrigate and disinfect the root canal system. I'll leave you with one thought, and that is, as you look at the mountains in the distance, by the way, that's not Switzerland, that's not some of the places that you might think. What you're looking at is Antarctica. And I thought I would give you just a little bit of a coolness, knowing that you're probably sitting in somewhere in India or other places where it's hot. And it's where I am today, yeah, it's going to be up around 26, 27 degrees centigrade. But the thing of it is, I really appreciate the opportunity to provide these challenges for you. And that's why I said I didn't want to give you answers. I wanted to create the questions. You need to seek the answers. And believe it or not, we don't have a lot of answers yet. So continue doing what you're doing, do the best you can, reassess what you're doing. You have to be thinking practitioners. You are providing a healthcare service for patients to retain their teeth. So go to the best extent possible. And keep in mind those other things that we brought up. You don't necessarily have to have all the puffs to be able to say it's sealed. You don't necessarily have to have irrigant going out the end of the root. Keep in mind all of these factors and the questions that I've raised. And I hope that you will pursue this in the next few years, certainly in the next 6 months when you see what happens with SIAC as it comes out. I hope you'll be able to see a whole new generation, which is really a major step forward by leaps and bounds relative to irrigation and disinfection in the root canal system. And again, I thank you for the organizers of the committee, Dr. Anmol, and the chance to be able to share some of these thoughts with you. When this is being delivered, this will be our Christmas holidays here in the States. So I'm sorry I could not do this live, and that's why it's going to be done on video. But again, the opportunity to share these thoughts and hopefully get you excited and passionate about what you're doing. And remember, there is a patient at the end of that tooth. It's not just a tooth. There's a patient that you have to satisfy and provide the best possible care. So I thank you very much for this possibility, and you take care. Have a wonderful conference.
नहीं आप सुनिए मेरी पहले कल्चरल इवेंट्स ही हैं और कल्चरल इवेंट्स को मैं ही वो कर रहा हूँ एंकरिंग। हाँ तो मैं यही कहा हाँ मैं बीच में ही आपको अनाउंस करूँगा, आप पीछे इतने ग्रीन रूम में ही रहना। हाँ ठीक है। अच्छा सर कल्चरल इवेंट्स में जो है जितने भी बच्चे हैं जिनके डांसेस हैं ठीक है उनके जो सॉन्ग आप मुझे बताओ, आप मुझे पेन ड्राइव दे दो अगर फिर तो आप हो जाओ रेडी हो जाओ। व्हाट्सएप पे ठीक है। हाँ अच्छा ठीक है। ठीक अरे सर सुनो मेरी बात, अभी लैपटॉप ये वाला फ्री है क्या? अच्छा ठीक है। मोबाइल लीड लगा के चल जाएगा। ठीक है ठीक लीड में ऐसा तो नहीं कि लूज हो जाए या कुछ ऐसा हो जाए। ठीक है तो मैं मोबाइल में ही एक सीक्वेंस में कर लेता हूँ बस। ठीक है ये चलेगा ना? चलो ठीक वीडियो कुछ नहीं है सर, पीछे जो बीच में ऐसे ऐसे कलर वलर कुछ आते रहते हैं ना वो आप चला देना बस। ठीक है अनाउंसमेंट मैं कर दूँ। हाँ ठीक है सर ओके ठीक है
आज भी सह्याद्री पर्वत श्रृंखला के पीछे आज भी सह्याद्री पर्वत श्रृंखला के पीछे से जब सूरज निकलता है तो लगता है कि हाथ में केसरी ध्वज लहराते हुए छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज
है हर शुभकामना से। का समावेश है उनमें, शुभ करता दुख
I, Dr. Shivam Bharadwaj, Co-Director of Cynodent, welcome you all to the next segment of our conference, 4th World Dental Sciences and Oral Health Conference, and we are about to start our cultural events. चंदन की खुशबू, रेशम का हार, सावन की सुगंध और बारिश की फुहार, राधा की उम्मीद को कन्हैया का प्यार, मुबारक हो आप सभी को जन्माष्टमी का त्योहार. So let's begin with our first dance. All the KGMU UG participants are there. Welcome Sejal, Khushbu, Mansi, Shivangi, Neha, Parul, Abhishek and Avantika. Thank you.
आरंभ है हर शुभ का उनसे.
सर्वांगी सुंदर उतिशेंदुराची कंठी झळके मार मुक्ता फळांची जय देव जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती हो श्री मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मान कामना पूर्ती जय देव जय देव. लंबोदर तू विनायका तू मल्लोणेश्वर मोरया विघ्नेश्वर तू वेंकटन तू मयुरेश्वर मोरया वक्रतुंड तू गजमुखा तू सिद्धि विनायका.
माँ से अस्तित्व, माँ से संसार है. दुर्गा बन शक्ति का संचार करती है माँ, सरस्वती से विद्या की गंगा है. यश वैभव आता है लक्ष्मी से, आदि शक्ति में समाहित हैं तीनों. माँ से अस्तित्व, माँ से ही सारा संसार है.
सुमन सवंदित सुंदरी माधवी चंद्र सहोदरी हेममयी मुनिगण वंदित मोक्ष प्रदायिनी मंजुळ भाषिणी वेदनुते पंकजवासिनी देव सुपूजित सद्गुणवर्षिणि शान्तियुते जय जय हे मधुसूदन कामिनी आदिलक्ष्मी जय पालय माम्.
कंसवध कर मथुरा को तार दिया, लीलाओं से उसने ब्रज वृंदावन में प्यार दिया. कुरुक्षेत्र में माधव बन जीवन का अर्थ समझाया था. द्वारकाधीश ने मन में बस राधे राधे
भाई वाह, इसे कहते हैं शानदार नृत्य। ठीक है, अब हम बात करेंगे वृंदावन की खुशबू, राधा कृष्ण का प्यार, कन्हैया की नटखटपन, माँ यशोदा की फटकार। मुबारक हो आप सभी को जन्माष्टमी का ये पावन त्योहार। A person who does not appreciate culture and art is missing more than half the part. Those we have to feel music for soul, dance for soul, music for peace, dance to release. So now I like to call upon the stage next participant, Dr. Jay Arya, for mesmerizing you with his melodious voice. Thank you very much.
Hello. बोले मस्तकों के झुंड, आज जंग की घड़ी के तुम गुहार दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड बोले मस्तकों के झुंड, आज जंग की घड़ी के तुम गुहार दो। आन बान शान या की जान का हो दान, आज एक धनुष के बाण पे उतार दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड बोल मस्तकों के झुंड, आज जंग की घड़ी की तुम गुहार दो। आन बान शान या की जान का हो दान, आज एक धनुष के बाण पे उतार दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड। करे सो प्राण दे, जो मन करे सो प्राण ले, वही तो एक सर्वशक्तिमान है। मन करे सो प्राण दे, जो मन करे सो प्राण ले, वही तो एक सर्वशक्तिमान है। कृष्ण की पुकार है, ये भागवत का सार है, कि युद्ध ही तो वीर का प्रमाण है। कौरवों की भीड़ हो या पांडवों का नीड़ हो, जो लड़ सका है वो ही तो महान है। जीत की हवस नहीं, किसी पे कोई वश नहीं, क्या जिंदगी है ठोकरों पे वार दो। मौत अंत है नहीं तो मौत से भी क्यों डरे, ये जाके आसमान में दहाड़ दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड बोले मस्तकों के झुंड, आज जंग की घड़ी की तुम गुहार दो। आन बान शान या की जान का हो दान, आज एक धनुष के बाण पे उतार दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड। तू आती है सीने में, जब जब सांसें भरता हूँ, तेरे दिल की गलियों से मैं गुजरता हूँ। हवा के जैसे चलती है तू, मैं रेत जैसा उड़ता हूँ। कौन तुझे यूं प्यार करेगा जैसे मैं करता हूँ। हे आए ओ दिल मेरा क्यों मुझको ना दे सुकून। Thank you. Thanks. Thanks a ton.
What a mesmerizing performance, Dr. Ajay. Give round of applause to Dr. Jay, please. चलिए तो इस शानदार परफॉर्मेंस के बाद हम नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट को बुलाते हैं. लेट्स वेलकम अवर नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट डॉक्टर तनिष्का, BDS फाइनल ईयर, शुभारती डेंटल कॉलेज, मेरठ.
कोई जो मिला तो मुझे ऐसा लगता था जैसे मेरी सारी दुनिया में गीतों की रुत और रंगों की बरखा है, खुशबू की आंधी है, महकी हुई सी अब सारी फिजाएं है, महकी हुई सी अब सारी हवाएं है, खोई हुई सी अब सारी दिशाएं है, बदली हुई सी अब सारी अदाएं है, जागी उमंगे है, धड़क रहा है दिल, सांसों में तूफान है, होठों पे नगमे है, आंखों में सपने है, सपनों में बीते हुए सारे वो लम्हे हैं, जब कोई आया था नजरों पे छाया था, दिल में समाया था, कैसे मैं बताऊं तुम्हें कैसा उसे पाया था, प्यारे से चेहरे पे बिखरी जो जुल्फे, तो ऐसा लगता था जैसे कोहरे के पीछे एक ओस में धुला हुआ फूल खिला है, जैसे बादल में एक चांद छुपा है और झांक रहा है, जैसे रात के पर्दे में एक सवेरा है, रोशन रोशन आंखों में सपनों का सागर, जिसमें प्रेम सितारों की चादर जैसे झलक रही है, लहरों लहरों बात करे तो जैसे मोती बरसे, जैसे कहीं चांदी की पायल गूंजे, जैसे कहीं शीशे के जाम गिरे और छल से टूटे, जैसे कोई छिप के सितार बजाए, जैसे कोई चांदनी रात में गाए, जैसे कोई हौले से पास बुलाए, कैसी मीठी बात थी वो, कैसी मुलाकात थी वो, जब मैंने जाना था नजरों से कैसे पिघलते हैं दिल और आरज़ू पाती है कैसे मंजिल, और कैसे उतरता है चांद ज़मीं पर, कैसे कभी लगता है स्वर्ग अगर है तो बस मैं यहीं पर, उसने बताया मुझे और समझाया मुझे, हम जो मिले हैं हमें ऐसे ही मिलना था, गुल जो खिले हैं उन्हें ऐसे ही खिलना था, जन्मों के बंधन जन्मों के रिश्ते हैं, अब जो मेरे दिन और अब जो मेरी रातें हैं, उनमें सिर्फ आंसू हैं, उनमें सिर्फ दर्द की रंज की बातें हैं और फरियादें हैं, मेरा अब कोई नहीं, मैं हूँ और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं, मैं हूँ और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं, मैं हूँ और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं.
Such a mesmerizing performance from Tanish. Next we have an act from Dr. Vishwaraj, eminent oral and maxillofacial surgeon.
So let's start with our next performance, क्योंकि हमारे डॉक्टर साहब को थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, तो चलिए नेक्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस है हमारे डॉक्टर शिप्रा शुक्ला की फ्रॉम IDST डेंटल कॉलेज. गिव राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज प्लीज. थैंक यू.
मामा कितने दिन हो गए, आज आप घर आओगे ना?
हाँ बेटा. बेटा, रोज न्यूज में डॉक्टरों के बारे में देखकर अब डर लगता है. तुम ठीक तो हो ना?
हाँ माँ.
नन्ही सी हंसी भोली सी खुशी फूलों सी वो बाहें भूल गए. जब देश ने दी आवाज हमें हम घर की राहें भूल गए. हम सोए नहीं कई रातों से जाने वतन सौ चांद बुझे. हमें नींद उसी दिन आएगी जब देखेंगे आबाद तुझे.
इस कोरोना के डर से लोग सिर्फ एक टच से घबराते हैं.
हम डॉक्टर्स हैं, रोज मौत से हाथ मिलाकर आते हैं.
तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा. इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू. तेरी नदियों में बह जावा तेरे खेतों में लहरावा. इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू.
अस्पताल में लोग इस बीमारी से अकेले लड़ते वक्त
अपने परिवार का साथ चाहते हैं,
पर ऐसे हालातों में हम ही हैं उनके डॉक्टर, हम ही उनका परिवार, हम ही उनकी हिम्मत और हम ही उनकी उम्मीद.
मजबूर हुई जब दिल की दुआ तो हमने दवा से काम लिया. वो नब्ज नहीं फिर थमने दी जिस नब्ज को हमने थाम लिया. बीमार है जो किस धर्म का है हमसे न कभी ये भेद हुआ. सरहद पे जो वर्दी खाकी थी अब उसका रंग सफेद हुआ.
जवान अपनी जान की बाजी लगाकर सरहद की सीमा रेखा की रक्षा कर रहे हैं.
लेकिन भारत की जीवन रेखा की जिम्मेदारी
अब हमारे हाथ है.
So with this performance, we get to know about the role of doctors in the corona period, okay? So let's start with this poem to know exactly what our doctors do to save our patients. Like जिंदगियां जिंदगी से हाथ धो रही थीं, हाथ न धोने के कारण. घर की चार दीवारी में उड़ान भरने को आज़ाद है आदमी, पंछियों को आकाश के नाम पर सिर्फ पिंजरा थामने के कारण. So I like to call our next participant, Dr. Harshita from Seema Dental College, Rishikesh, BDS, third year. Thank you.
ले जाओ इसे घर पे, इलाज नहीं इसका,
क्या फायदा ऐसे जीवन का, वजूद नहीं जिसका।
मुझ में कहीं बाकी थोड़ी सी है जिंदगी, जगी धड़कन नहीं, जाना जिंदा हूँ मैं तो अभी। कुछ ऐसी लगन इस लम्हे में है, ये लम्हा कहाँ था मेरा। खुशियाँ झूम लूं या रो लूं जरा, मर जाऊं या जी लूं जरा।
मैं किसी को नहीं छोड़ूंगा, मार दूंगा मैं।
इस पेशेंट को मल्टीपल पर्सनालिटी डिसऑर्डर है।
हुई मैं तेरी जोगनिया, जोगनिया।
हुई मैं तेरी जोगनिया, जोगनिया।
हुई तेरी जोगनिया, मैं जोगनिया।
ऐसे घुट के और नहीं जीना, परिस्थितियों से हाथ मिलाने जा रही हूँ। मुझे अब सुनहरी सुबह देखनी है, अब मुश्किलों को हराने जा रही हूँ।
Thank you, Harshita. Let's move on to our next performance from South Subhan. He is from Career PG Institute of Dental Sciences and Hospital.
Hello.
से तुमको देखूं तो
सब कहे अरे 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 पगला गया है तू, समझ से है परे 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 ये तेरा जादू जादू। ज़ोरा जबी से भी हंसी लगती हो, मेरी नजर से तुमको देखूं तो। हो मत्था टेकूं या मैं चल दूं नंगे पाँव कहीं, ऐसी किस्मत हर किसी के हिस्से आती नहीं। नजर उतारूं या मैं कर दूं उसको कैद कहीं, ऐसी उल्फत हर किसी के हिस्से आती नहीं। सब कहे अरे 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 पगला गया है तू, समझ से है परे 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 ये तेरा जादू जादू। तुम आफरी से बेहतरी दिखती हो, मेरी नजर से तुमको देखूं तो। मेरी नजर से तुमको देखूं तो। Thank you.
What a melodious performance. Next we have a poetry from Akshita Yadav, a third year student from Career Medical College.
हेलो एवरीवन, आई एम अक्षिता यादव, BDS थर्ड ईयर स्टूडेंट। हम सभी जानते हैं आज जन्माष्टमी का शुभ अवसर है और आज कृष्ण की बात हो रही है। अब कृष्ण के साथ राधा कृष्ण के प्यार की बात ना हो ऐसा तो मुश्किल है ना होना, तो इसलिए आज मैं आई हूँ आप सबके सामने अपनी पोइट्री के साथ। शुरू करते हैं। एक शख्स किताबों सा हो एक दिन, वो मुझे ज़ुबानी याद रहे। एक शख्स किताबों सा हो एक दिन, वो मुझे ज़ुबानी याद रहे। ना इश्क की हो कोई बात मगर क्या बात हो अगर कोई बात रहे। ना मैं चाहूँ कोई नील गगन, ना उसे चांद की चाहत हो। ना मैं चाहूँ कोई नील गगन, ना उसे चांद की चाहत हो। हम तारों जैसे बिखरे हों, ना टूट जाने की घबराहट हो। जब भीड़ में दिखना मुश्किल हो, उसके होने का एहसास रहे। भले न 7 जन्म को साथ रहें, महज 4 कदम बस काफ़ी हो। ये राधा और कृष्ण के लिए है कि वो एक नहीं हो पाए पर फिर भी एक हैं। जब भीड़ में दिखना मुश्किल हो, उसके होने का एहसास रहे। भले न 7 जन्म को साथ रहें, महज 4 कदम बस काफ़ी हो। उसकी हर सांस में मेरी आहट हो, मेरे लहजे में उसकी आदत हो। उसकी हर सांस में मेरी आहट हो, मेरे लहजे में उसकी आदत हो। एक साल में मिले एक बार मगर बस मिलने को दिल राजी हो। ना मैं ढूंढूं इश्क उसमें, ना उसे मोहब्बत की तलाश रहे। ना मैं ढूंढूं इश्क उसमें, ना उसे मोहब्बत की तलाश रहे। हम एक उम्र चला लें हम दोनों की और दुनिया इसको प्यार कहे। एक शख्स किताबों सा हो एक दिन, वो मुझे ज़ुबानी याद रहे। ना इश्क की हो कोई बात मगर क्या बात हो अगर कोई बात रहे। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, Akshita, for such an amazing poetry. Next, we have a play and act from Dr. Vishwaraj, eminent oral and maxillofacial surgeon from Pune.
इंद्रजिमी जंब पर वादवसु अंब पर रावण सा रंब पर रघुकुल राज है। पौन बारी बाह पर संभुरती नाह पर जो सहस बाह पर राम द्विजराज है।
What an amazing ad from Dr. Vishwaraj. Next, we have a dance performance from Manisha. She is from Chandra Dental College and Hospital. What an energetic performance from Dr. Manisha. Next, we have performance from Pahari. She is an intern from Dev Jyoti Dental College.
ਲਾਵਾਂ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਆਣ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ ਪਸੂੜੀ ਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਹਿਰ ਬਣੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇਰੀ ਪੀ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਪੂਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਆਣਾ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ ਦਿਲ ਬਾਗ ਬਾਗ ਮੇਰਾ ਟਕਰਾਇਆ ਕਾਗਾ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਦੱਸ ਜਾਵੇ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਦੀ ਚੂਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਰਾਵਾਂ ਚ ਬਾਵਾਂ ਚ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੁਕਾਵਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਰੋਕੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਢੋਲ ਜੁਦਾਈਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਖਬਰ जाने तमन्ना करना ऐसे सितम
कुछ ना मैं बोलूं तुझे मेरी कसम आए जवानी सर पे मेरे तेरे बिन क्या करूं जवानी मेरे हम हाय आजा ना छोड़े मेरी चुनरी सनम कुछ ना मैं बोलूं तुझे मेरी कसम चुनरी 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 चुनरी
What a splendid performance, Pahari. So now we have to move to the next performance by the KGMU students, Sejal, Khushbu, Mansi, Shivangi. The theme is Diversity of India. Welcome you all.
वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तो वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तो वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तो मैं जहाँ रहूँ जहाँ में याद रहे तो मैं जहाँ रहूँ जहाँ में याद रहे तो वतन मेरे वतन
इनके डांस को देखकर तो यही मन करता है कि हम सब बोलें सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा। चलिए अब हम नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट की तरफ बढ़ते हैं। आई लाइक टू कॉल अपॉन द स्टेज डॉक्टर साहिल मलिक फ्रॉम ITS डेंटल कॉलेज।
खतर अगर करना हो करना धीरे से, उफ भी नहीं निकलेगी मेरे होठों से। दूर जाना नहीं तुमको है कसूर, खुद से ज्यादा तुम्हें चाहते हैं सनम। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नाउ ऑन द पब्लिक डिमांड ओनली, और सबके कहने पर मैं एक बार फिर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि डॉक्टर जय आर्या फिर से आएं और अपना वो मधुर संगीत दोबारा से आपको सुनाएं। थैंक यू सो मच।